All right, they can hear you on my end.
Hello. We're joined today by Econoboi. How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
Great. So we watched your conversation with Destiny. I don't know if you watched it or just if Dev tattled to you about it or something. So
No, I
you
didn't.
want to
I didn't watch it. Yeah, somebody
okay.
had just not emailed me. Somebody had DM'd me like they're
Hmm.
getting a lot of stuff wrong, and you should talk to them. I was like, fuck, okay, I guess I'll. I don't even know what they said, so we'll. I guess we'll hash it out. So
Nice.
now I'm here.
Okay. So I guess to start then,
Well,
uh
I just want to say that
yeah.
that goes both ways because I mean, I listened to a little of your Live and Learn live stream, and you guys just have a mad stereotype of us that is completely incorrect. So
What did I say
that
about
you
you
don't know
guys?
much about us. Well, you have this stereotype that we're like centrist and that we're neutral and we're just trying to call balls and strikes and we're just trying to be fair with both sides, which is completely ridiculous. We've never said that. We would never do that. We judge things on a like per policy basis and we take sides on everything constantly. So I mean, we're not neutral.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I know that the conflict you had with the mostly with the other Lib and Learners on the show was. I mean, this was like several months ago, so I don't really remember the full context. It had something to do with like, like who's a greater threat to the country or something like that.
No, they wanted us to,
So
they wanted to strong arm us into voting for Kamala Harris and it crashed and burned. So, and they're still very upset about it. They're
I
still
mean,
very
wait, hold on. But
weepy about it. So
before we get into the socialism thing, I mean, and we don't even have to discuss it. I'm just curious what your answer is. Like, do you think it's clear that it was the correct thing to vote for Kamala Harris, and at least in hindsight?
I think it was the correct. Well, first of all, I didn't vote for Kamala Harris and I didn't vote for Trump. I said I wasn't going to vote for Trump because if Trump lost, and I actually thought Kamala Harris was going to win, you can watch our live stream from that night. We actually
I
had
did too.
had Anna Kasparian on to talk about the election a little bit before any of it happened. So, but I thought if I didn't want to vote for Trump because I thought if Trump lost, he was going to be a sore loser and he was going to pretend he won and it was going to be this huge catastrophe for the country. And I didn't want to say, "Oh yeah, I voted for him." So I didn't vote for the top of the ticket. But I'm not sure Kamala Harris would be any better than Trump right now. So
Okay. Well,
I don't regret Trump winning the election in any way, shape, or form.
I look, I promised we don't have to get into it, but obviously
Mhm.
I radically disagree. I think that
Well,
Kamala would have been a
I
lot
have a
better, but
question for you. Why are all leftists such condescending pieces of shit?
I don't know. Am I being condescending now? I just said I had a disagreement with you.
Okay,
Is that?
tonally you're very condescending. But let's move
Oh, I'm
on.
sorry.
So I have to put a correction here. Dev didn't tattle on us. Someone else did. So okay. Sorry about
Yeah,
that, Dev.
sorry. It was not Dev. It was
All right.
just a random person in my community.
Okay. That's well, Dev,
I guess a
Dev
joint
was
fan.
in our DMs. He was like, listen, that's not Econoboi has a very complicated set of positions. And I said, oh, okay. And I didn't really
Very
understand them.
complicated.
Yes, a very
Yes.
complicated set of skills and positions. So anyway, talking about the socialism aspect of it, because that was kind of the main juxt of the conversation that was going on with Destiny and Connor. And this
Hmm.
is what I guess I'm curious about because I don't really understand. How are you defining socialism and what are you advocating for economically and why is it socialist?
Sure, sure. I think there's going to be it's kind of a semantic discussion. What are the meaning of words? Where does it come from? I mean, I can tell you that based on my survey of socialist thinkers and socialism across history, the single largest universe of socialist that I can think of is people who believe in the collective ownership of the means of production.
Mm-hmm.
Now, obviously, people like to add in all sorts of extra shit, right? Like, oh, you got to decommodify the markets and you have to decommodify labor and you have to have production for use and there's all kinds of other shit
To be clear,
that
when you
people
say
like to add in.
collectivize the means of production, you mean everything would have to be forcibly a co-op. There would be no private businesses, right?
Well, no, I mean, you could have a pluralistic model. So cooperatives aren't the only way to collectivize production, but
Hmm.
in an ideal sense, a socialist, like a socialist period model, wouldn't have any private ownership of essentially businesses.
Right.
And so that's what I kind of think about when I say socialism. I think of collective ownership of the means of production. And to your second point of like, what do I actually advocate for? I did release, and there's my latest article. It's part three of my journey to democratic socialism on my Substack, where I basically give it's like a 5,000 word article where I exactly lay out kind of what I'm advocating for. And the short of it is that things like sovereign wealth funds and things like holding corporations, where public institutions will, essentially purchase open market stock and they'll engage in entrepreneurial investment allocation on behalf of the public, right? Holding corporations and sovereign wealth funds and things like that. And in doing so, they take privately owned things and they put them to public use, right? So, for instance, if we were to imagine that a sovereign wealth fund, this is just an example, it would be much more complex than this, of course, but if we were to imagine that a sovereign wealth fund were to purchase, 70% of the stock of Walmart, well, the control of that entity goes from private hands in the case of the shareholders of Walmart to public hands in the case of the public entity that now controls the stock. And so those are the kind of institutions that I would generally argue for.
Well, I mean, a sovereign wealth fund is not socialist, and I don't think most socialists would even think of it as a socialist thing.
Well, what's maybe this I get a little frustrated when people say sovereign wealth funds aren't socialist. So um I've just heard it a lot. Obviously, you're being good faith, but like when a sovereign wealth fund purchases a business, like that's a publicly controlled entity, right? So sovereign wealth funds are owned by the public, right? And by that entity purchasing businesses, we're taking production, businesses, and we're making them now controlled by a collective institution in the case of, the state through the sovereign wealth fund. And so I take that to be a pretty clean collectivist policy to engage in. And if we were to imagine that, for instance, the state owns, let's just imagine a world where like the state owns everything through us, like everything is owned and controlled by the sovereign wealth fund in society. Would it not be socialist just
Well,
because we're calling the entity a sovereign wealth fund? Like
if
a,
you
I
have
don't
a
know.
sovereign wealth fund where the government owned 100% of the stock, sure. But if we're talking about the models of sovereign wealth funds, at least that I'm familiar with, I know you brought up in the conversation Norway, where they own a bunch of public stock of American companies. They don't have any, they're not influencing the legal system or the laws in America. They're not controlling Apple or Google, which are all capitalist countries. And so that's why I guess I'm confused when you say sovereign wealth fund. Do you mean a sovereign wealth fund that owns like 100% of stocks? Sure. But I don't think that's what most people are talking about when they talk about sovereign wealth
Yeah.
funds.
Well, I don't. I guess it does depend on what people are talking about. So I do advocate for an incrementalist approach, right? So I don't believe in like violent revolution or anything like that. I think the sovereign wealth fund kind of internalizes a lot of that desire because you can purchase more or less stock over time depending on what your goals are. And certainly there are right wingers like I think Donald Trump and there was
Donald
Cassidy
Trump
from
wants to create a sovereign
Louisiana.
wealth fund, yeah. And he's
Right. So
not
you can have
socialist.
different. Well, but he's a nationalist, right? So you can have
Sure.
different motivations for creating a sovereign wealth fund, right? To your point about Norway, all that we can do about Norway is really just say two things, right? Number one, they have two different sovereign wealth funds. One of their sovereign wealth funds is focused on the foreign market because they're an oil dependent nation. And so they want to diversify away from their own economy. But then they have the second sovereign wealth fund, which is focused on domestic investments. And I think it, depending on the year, they own about something like 30 to 40% of their own stock market is actually owned by the public. I'm talking about the Oslo Stock Exchange. And then if we were to look at just the GDP, right? So like, hey, look, Norwegian GDP, everything that Norway produces, what percent of it comes from collectively owned institutions, whether that be government services, state-owned enterprises, cooperatives, things like that. That number comes to about 40 to 45% of their economy. So I'm not saying Norway is a socialist country. I'm just saying that Norway has a type of institutional framework, and it's not the only example that I would point to, but it has a type of institutional framework that I think that we can apply to America and effectively, by, copying over some of those institutions, collectivize a lot of ownership in society in a voluntary way.
So, okay, but you agree then, I guess, that sovereign wealth funds, I mean, I don't know how much if we're going to do some study of it globally, but sovereign wealth funds are not necessarily socialist, right? You do agree with that. Sounds like that's what you were saying.
I mean, of course, like, yeah, like, of course, I would never say like sovereign wealth funds are like necessarily socialist because it
Well, I
depends on
thought
what you're
that's what you did
buying with
say
a
in the
sovereign.
beginning of the conversation.
Well, the way, no, no, no.
Because
So
I said they
I'm
weren't
talking,
socialists, and you said you didn't like that people with bad faith say it's not socialist.
well, no, no, well, but that's completely compatible with the view that it depends on what you're buying with the sovereign wealth fund. So, for instance, some
Hmm.
sovereign wealth funds in different countries just purchase real estate, right? Some sovereign wealth funds just purchase fixed income, right? So, for instance, in America, we have a trust fund. We have a what you might call a sovereign wealth fund, but it's the Social Security Trust Fund. But the only thing that they invest in is fixed income assets, U.S. Treasuries. Well, that's not means of production, right? Like that's a wealth fund, that's a trust fund as we call it, government essentially managed investment, but it's not like collectivizing the means of production, right? And similar,
Right.
like you point out, like, oh, well, in Norway, they buy a lot of foreign assets. It's like, well, they do that, but they also buy a lot of domestic assets. So, obviously what I'm advocating for is, hey, let's create a sovereign wealth fund. Similar to Alaska, we can take a sovereign wealth fund. We can start purchasing a lot of domestic, essentially, stock in a bunch of different companies, right? Diversify our portfolio, make it all safe and everything like that. And in doing that, we can engage in a process by which we take the domestic economy from, relatively speaking, private hands and put it in the hands of the public.
Okay. I mean, and the just going back to Norway for a second, the sovereign wealth fund that they use to invest in mostly, not mostly, but largely in a lot of American tech companies is, I believe, substantially larger than the one that has anything to do with them investing in their own companies in the
Yeah,
country.
no, it
It
is. Yeah,
says,
yeah. The
yeah,
the the
like
the, the smaller
significantly
one.
larger.
Yeah, I don't know. This is none of this is. So again, I'm not. I don't know why we're getting hung up on Norway so
Well,
much.
just
So
it
I've already
seems
conceded.
I guess the
So
reason it just seems strange to me is that in the conversation, it seemed like there was a lot of talking about sovereign wealth funds and Norway sovereign wealth funds, and it seems weird to me, and I think to a lot of other people, to say that a fund that a government uses to invest in stock in a capitalist country in another country in America and making a bunch of money just through stock returns, to say that that has anything to do with socialism just seems very bizarre and not
well,
aligned
right.
with what most people would think of as socialism.
As an institutional framework, right? So I'm using Norway as an example of an institutional framework that we can apply to America for the ends of collectivizing the means of production, right? And I also said in that very same
Wait,
conversation, I
I'm not
mentioned.
sure. What do you mean when you say, I don't know what you mean when you said that.
So again, I've already said, right? So the US could start a sovereign wealth fund and then
Hmm.
use that entity. It's just we're calling it a sovereign wealth fund, but you call it anything you want, just like a public investment firm, essentially, using that entity to purchase domestic stock, right? And then by which we would collectivize the means of production in some marginal sense. Now, I'm just using Norway as an example of that type of institutional framework seemingly working pretty well for the people of its country. And I also said the last thing I'll say is that Destiny brought this very point up in the debate, and I responded to it directly. Right? He said, "Well, oh, it's only invested in foreign assets," and I said, "Yeah, but even if we look at like all of their GDP like their GDP, just like of all the things that Norwegians produce, what percent of it comes from collectively owned domestic institutions? The answer is about 40 to 45%, right? And so, that's like the idea that like, oh, like the Norwegian economy is like, I guess on a generous estimation, depending on the price of oil in a given year, is like mostly socially owned is I think that's pretty remarkable. At least it's just a good basic reference point for the potential of these institutions. And I believe, look, I'm not trying to over apply this. I think you have to start small and you have to kind of see what these policies look like, and you have to really care about how you design these institutions to avoid political meddling. But I recognize all that. I just think Norway is just a good reference point.
Okay, so I guess I think I understand. What you're saying is that you would like a system that in America that uses a sovereign wealth fund. Essentially, you just want to use that. You want to use sovereign wealth fund as the process in which to bring about the socialism that you want, is what you're saying.
Yeah,
Is that
sovereign wealth funds,
right?
holding corporations, general government services. Like I said, I think in a socialist society there'd be a pluralistic approach to
Hmm.
exactly how you're collectivizing things, right? I mean,
Right.
I don't know that we would want, for instance, like news media to be a state-owned institution, right? So you'd probably want to
So,
say like that would be
right.
worker-owned or something, just in some
So,
ideal sense.
so under your system, would private businesses still exist?
Yeah, so there's two different answers to that question. So in my ideal, like just like pie in the sky thinking, my ideal system, private ownership of businesses wouldn't exist outside of, I guess, sole proprietorships. I haven't really thought about sole proprietorships too much, but if you wanted to open up like a, just a individually owned and operated company, I don't think I would have. Most socialists seem to have a sole proprietor exception. I don't think I have a big problem with that. And then with regard to, however, practically speaking, so I am not a monist socialist. I like socialism is not like the only like ethical value that I have. I think of socialism as a means to one of my ideals, which is egalitarianism. But it's not the only thing that I would care about. So what I mean by that is, I do imagine that if society were to stubbornly try to collectivize literally every single time someone wants to start a business and hire employees, the fucking government comes in and says, nope, you gotta whatever, like some weird collective ownership institution has to be the owner of this now. I think that that would cause a lot of practical problems in society, right? So I think that we can run up public ownership to, I just throw out, you could run it up to 60, 70, 80% or something like that. But at that point, you might start to get liquidity problems and investment formation problems. And you just have to be mindful of that there's probably an upper limit. But I will say that, in that practical implementation, I don't think that recognizing practical limitations means that you're not necessarily a socialist or you're not like committed to your ideals. A lot of people would recognize that. They would say, look, I mean, for one reason or another, like my ideal is not achievable, but I still think it's important to have this basic rule or this basic ideal. I use utilitarianism as an example. There's a lot of utilitarians who would understand that for various practical purposes, it's impossible to truly maximize utility. But that doesn't mean that a utilitarian should just like not be a utilitarian because they recognize practical obstacles. So I hope all that makes
Okay.
sense.
Yes. Well, you're okay. So to be clear, you're saying you want, ideally, you'd want everything to be socialist, but you think that there could be some practical problems. And so you'd be
Yep.
fine with some private businesses. Because I did read part of your Substack, and in part of your Substack, I thought you said that you were fine with private businesses existing. And then now you're saying ideally you would not, you don't ideally want private businesses to exist, but you just think that maybe some of them have to. Is that the difference you're making?
Yeah, I don't know when you read it, or if you read the whole thing, but I did make it clear that, yes, so that in an ideal sense, again, like pie in the sky, like if I could just like, if it was on balance of my other values, if it was good to have, like if practically speaking, we could have total socialization of ownership, that would be great to do, right? But these practical limitations seem very real to me, right? And so I think that, you probably get to an upper limit of ownership at some point where you start to have, like I said, liquidity problems, or, you might have some investment formation problems, things like that. And,
So,
in
right.
an ideal sense, you just want to be sensitive to those things
We,
and
mhm.
balance those out.
When you say socialization of ownership, are you referring only to, because in your Substack, you laid out this system where you said there would be anyone could start a private company. I mean, here you said sole proprietorship, but in your Substack, you seem to be more broad in that anyone can start any private company through private investors, the way that we do now in capitalist America. But that if that company decided to go public, then though it couldn't go public the way it does now, essentially all the shares of the company would have to be bought by the government. Is that what you mean you say socialization of ownership? Or do you mean that every person that works in the company has to own a share of the company and gets to vote on how the company runs?
No, no, that's not what I mean. So it helps to take a step back. When a company goes public, like when a company decides, like, hey, for one reason or another, we think going public would be good for this business. So we're going to engage in, the road show, and we're going to try and tell everybody how good it is to buy our stock, and we're going to list our stock, and then people can buy it. Anybody can buy that stock, like anybody, right? I mean, it could be institutional investors, individual private retail investors, family wealth funds.
The
It can also
collective of
be like,
BlackRock, yes.
right, and it can also be public entities, right? Like the Alaskan Sovereign Wealth Fund, the Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund. Like there's many sovereign wealth funds on the planet that engage in IPOs as a process. And so what I'm saying is that the United States government should have essentially a competing set of holding corporations that are engaged in that entrepreneurial investment of capital. So when I use the example of like a guy that basically starts Nike, that when that person decides, hey, I'm going to sell whatever 90% of my shares as an IPO, and I'm going to keep 10% or whatever it is, then any of those holding corporations that are owned by the United States can purchase the stock at whatever the strike price is. And so that's why I say it's very similar to the way that it works today. We're just basically saying that the public is just one extra entity as an incremental step to the socialization of these companies.
Sure, that's fine. And again, if we're just talking about, Norway buying a bunch of stock and then they use the profits of stock to shore up, budget deficits or to pay for social programs or whatever, that's one thing. I'd say that's not really socialist. But I guess where I'm confused here, and I feel like this kind of this back and forth in how we're describing this concept is that you're not, at least I don't believe that you're suggesting that we just have a sovereign wealth fund or these holding companies in America that are just buying up some amount of stock in order to make money and then use that on welfare programs. You're saying, when you say the socialization of ownership, you are describing a system where I believe you said you wanted the US government would own the overwhelming majority of wealth and assets in the country, right?
Right, yeah. So similar like to today, right? So we have huge concentration of ownership already in our society, right? So I think BlackRock and Vanguard, they have something like 15 or 20 million or 15 or 20 trillion dollars worth of assets under management. Think about that. That's just two firms. I mean, we have about 160 trillion dollars of household wealth in this country. So just two firms already allocate and manage basically, what does that come to? Like 15% of the wealth of our society, right? And so what I'm arguing for is saying, hey, look, I think that this fundamental allocation process is good. Like competitive capital allocation is a good thing to maintain in our system. It seems like it generates good results when you have professionals and investment managers trying to decide what are the best investments to make, basically, and allowing companies to fail and uplifting companies that are really successful, basically. And so what I'm saying is that the government they should engage in this kind of capital accumulation process where the government accumulates capital in the form of either, sovereign wealth funds or these independent holding corporations, and starts what I would suggest to be like different competing holding corporations that are all publicly owned, but they compete against each other, and essentially try to recreate that currently existing process of entrepreneurially and professionally allocating capital. And to your point, that's public ownership, that's the collectivization of ownership, but the returns to that ownership can be used for any democratic purpose. It can be used for pension funds or public investment in infrastructure, or you can give everybody a UBI with the money, whatever you want, basically. I think that that's a much more egalitarian system for distributing the gains of ownership. And if we were to get to a society where, like the government has 100 different public holding corporations competing against each other, and they collectively manage whatever, $100 trillion of capital or something like that. Then that would be a system by which we've essentially recreated the competitive dynamics of our current system, but the fruits of all of that, the fruits of all that wealth are able to be horizontally distributed to everybody and not just, of course, a very small minority of wealthy people.
Okay, so just to try to simplify it for everyone listening who's trying to understand the system you're advocating for, it's
Sure.
Someone starts a private company through a normal means. That company it will not be run as a co-op or a collective. It will be run as a normal business. If that business decides to go public, you have a bunch of government holding companies that will try to acquire, I guess, majority stake in most of these companies, and then they will use the profit generated from that stock price for welfare programs and other government funding. Right. That's what you're that's the system.
That's right. That's right. And these IPOs would be competitive processes in and of themselves. Like you might have one public holding corporation that says, "I don't buy this investment thesis. I'm not going to buy 2% of this stock. I'm not going to be involved in it." But then you might have other holding corporations that say, "No, no, no, this shoe company is really profitable. I want to buy 2.5% of the stock of this company." Right. So again, just as a very similar, like mechanically, a very similar process that we see now under capitalism and in capital markets. But the only difference would be that, again, the ultimate ownership and like the fruits of that ownership would be through these publicly owned entities instead of the privately owned ones.
Okay. So I
Now, I
guess
just want to
now,
ask,
yeah.
is a sovereign wealth fund just a player in the market, or is it the only player?
So it would be just a player in the market. So it
Okay, so there'll
wouldn't
be
be a
private players as
monopoly.
well.
Yeah, yeah, you'd have to. I don't think you should start out like you. I don't think a system. I
So,
don't think the
so,
system would be very successful if you started out and basically said like the government's going to buy like all wealth immediately. Like again, I'm an incrementalist,
but
so you have
look,
to
you
be
said it. So
methodical.
the end point of the system is only one sovereign wealth fund that is the government. So a single payer type system where the government is the only player. That's the end
Well,
point.
um, again, because in my system, I think there would be practical upper limits. But just to say like, oh, let's just say if it could work, that you would do all these holding corporations to 100%. Yeah, you would have like 100% public ownership, but again, it's through these competing holding corporations.
Yeah,
You'd
but they
have
would all
like,
be government run. So obviously,
well,
I mean, it's hard to
government,
imagine.
yeah, they would be owned by the public, but they would be professionally and independently managed. Similar to a lot of our independent, like more technocratic institutions in this country, like the Federal Reserve, for instance, right? Where that's a government entity, but it's independently and more technocratically run.
The money that they would be getting to purchase these things would all be government money.
Yeah, it would either be from their balance sheet as they accumulate a balance sheet and manage that money themselves, right? So they would be able to, I believe in hard budget constraints, so they would be capitalized with public money, but any money that they
The
would be,
initial capitalization would be public money from the government. But you're saying obviously the profits they could reinvest.
correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's yeah. Oh, okay. Go ahead, Sitch.
So um I forgot what I was gonna say. So it just it seems a little unusual to me because I
It's
feel like
definitely unusual.
yeah, I mean it's a yeah, so okay. So the system you're advocating for is an unusual system. Now,
Sure.
did you create this yourself? Is this from some other socialist thinker or from some liberal thinker?
It's a bit of a mishmash. So I mean, I take heavy inspiration from a guy named Matt Brunig, who is, he advocates for essentially a sovereign wealth fund and different kind of like government services. So that we're focusing on the holding corporations, but I would say that I would also expand government services to encompass a broader range of the economy as well. And so those would be socially owned institutions as well. They just wouldn't be competing on the market because they would be government services,
Right,
right?
right, right.
But Matt Brunig talks a lot about the sovereign wealth fund as an institution. I read a book called The Public Wealth of Nations, which was, I think, very influential on my thinking about this. And The Public Wealth of Nations was written by an investment banker who is not a socialist, but he did work for a kind of like socialist leaning social democratic government in Sweden. And one of the interesting things in that book that he points out is that the government, number one, already owns a lot of shit. So, like, if we actually properly accounted for all the things that the public already owns, what you would find is that in most societies, like most, I guess, maybe Western societies particularly, the public is actually the biggest single owner of shit already, right? So there's no
Hmm.
single like biggest owner than the government already. It's just that we poorly account for these assets. And he also points to what is really an extremely broad experimental history of public ownership that a lot of different societies have engaged in public ownership experiments, some successfully, some not successfully. And to the extent that that's true, obviously, in part, the public wealth of nations kind of tries to develop this framework for, okay, well, how do you do public ownership in a way that is good, right? And doesn't like fall into the, the
Right.
ordinary pitfalls of public ownership. So it was just a very good book overall on the
So
question of public ownership. Yeah.
since this, yeah, okay. So since the system that you're advocating for is very unique and not really what the conversation is online among the socialist streamers and socialist media, would you, if you had to choose between the system we have now, capitalist system we have now, versus a system where no private businesses can exist, everything has to be a co-op, or everything has to be run by the government, would you choose that system instead of the capitalist system?
No, I point out, I answer this question directly in the article. I say that it does really heavily depend on your model, right? I'd much rather live in modern day America than in North Korea or the Soviet Union or something like that, right? And
What about
similar to
China?
your point, yeah, I'd much rather live in America than China, right? So
Mm-hmm.
pretty much every, I would say that the best incarnation of the institutional framework that I would recommend is the Nordic model.
Right.
Now, they don't go as far as I would go, but they're probably the best present day incarnation. Now, to your point, though, I think it is important for socialists and socialist thinkers to say, look, just because it's socialist doesn't mean that it's good or that it's net beneficial, right? Like we have to be willing to recognize practical limitations to what we advocate for. And we certainly have to be willing to recognize that not everything that's public ownership is good, right? Like the way that the North Koreans organize social ownership is not a good way to organize social ownership for various reasons. Same thing with China. Like if we were to just compare like the state-owned enterprises, what state-owned enterprises generally do better in terms of just being efficient and providing returns to the public, it's Norwegian's state-owned enterprises, not necessarily Chinese state-owned enterprises, because their institutional framework in China is not as good. So I hope that answers your question. Basically, yeah, I would definitely pick like living in America over living in all of those various poor,
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
examples that
obvious.
you
Okay, sure, sure,
referred to.
sure. So, because it seems strange that in the conversation you had with Dusty and Connor, that a lot of the conversation is should moderate Democrats, which is liberal people, the philosophy of liberalism based in liberal principles, should that party really be engaged with socialists? And the overwhelming majority of the socialists that we're talking about and people engaging with, that they don't really believe what you believe. They believe in a far more authoritarian view of the government. They believe in a far more restrictive form of the economy and not in this kind of what you're laying out here. So why would you even defend any of that?
Well, and I just want to add, you're giving massive ammunition to the Republicans because the Republicans want to paint every normie lib as a fucking communist. And everything you're laying out is not even close to that.
It's not close to what? I don't know what you mean. It's not close to
Most,
communism or
yeah,
what do you?
I read your Substack, and you're not for the abolition of private property. You're not for the abolition of billionaires. So these are the things that most socialists are advocating for.
Yeah, yeah. So, okay, so I guess to respond to those general points. So, it was really part two of my Substack where I come to like why I call myself a socialist. I don't call myself a socialist because of my practical model. Like I call myself a socialist because I have a normative foundation, which I think to be socialist in nature. That like I do think there's an ideal of social ownership that's worth achieving, and that ideal is complete social ownership, right? And that's because of my egalitarian views. We don't have to get into that, but like it's my normative framework, not my practical framework, which is for me dictating the label of socialist. Now, to Sitch and Adam, your point about okay, well, most socialists are like authoritarian who want to run the government in a more rigid and like autocratic way. I don't agree with that. Like, I think that was part of the debate that we had. That I think that when you look at the types, about 10% of the Democratic base calls themselves socialist, right? And I would obviously recognize this is an idiosyncratic group of people. But when we look at like, okay, well, who do these Democratic socialists, like I guess like big D Democratic socialists, who do they vote for, and like what are their general political opinions? They don't vote for people like Jackson Hinkle, like they vote for people like Kamala Harris, right? And so if these people were such committed autocrats, I just don't think that they would vote for people like that, and they overwhelmingly do vote for either like
Well,
moderate Democrats in general
it
elections or like progressive
right.
Democrats in primaries, like Bernie or AOC. And if they were really tinted red to the degree that you're describing, I just like why would they engage in electoral politics like that?
Well, I would imagine, I don't know if there's ever been a survey on it, but I'd imagine that these 10% of people, if I mean, I'm assuming that number is correct. I don't know the fact of that, but if 10% of the people call themselves socialists in the Democratic Party, that those people's views would be more aligned with the average socialist view that we see online, which is all about abolishing private property and abolishing capitalism and capital, which is
Hmm.
not, I mean, you're sort of advocating for that, but not really, right? So you're definitely the odd man out here in what you're advocating for. And so the question is, and I think the question is, why are you sort of aligning yourself with a movement that seems to be at odds with what you want or how you'd even
Well,
define socialism?
look, I mean, I think if online circles were true indicators of people's beliefs, then Bernie Sanders would have completely flatlined Hillary Clinton in the 2016 primary.
Well, no, wait,
We
hold
would
on.
have seen.
That's so I agree that the online internet circle is the minority, definitely. But it's definitely the majority of socialists. So I don't think you can
uh,
say that the majority of
but I
socialists
don't.
online
But
is not
there's.
indicative of socialists running around elsewhere in
But
America.
but I think that if it was true that basically like popular online socialist media figures represented or like insular socialist internet like Discord spaces and things like that like really represented everyone of that 10% that calls themselves a socialist, then you would expect that to not even that wouldn't even be 10% of the base. These people would be Green Party voters. They wouldn't even vote for Democrats, right? Because this is a group of people that is like so substantially anti-democratic party and working within these frameworks, right? Like I take it that the average online socialist, like media figure, I should say, is just certainly not very similar to the average like actually existing person that would describe themselves as a socialist.
What is
And I
I mean, the
just,
DSA had second thought come to their conference and give a speech.
yeah, the DSA, but the DSA again, like if we're talking about the DSA itself is not a platform organization, right? Like they take a very broad socialist tent. And I would never deny the idea that there are tankies in the socialist movement, or that there are people in the socialist movement who have just like broader undesirable views. I mean, that's true with every political movement, of course. So I would never say that, but I'm just saying that we have to distinguish between what I think to be three very different groups of people. We've got online socialist commentators. We have basically DSA members, which is about 70,000 some odd people, depending on the year. It seems like they're getting an uptick in membership lately. And then we have everyone that calls themselves a socialist, which is like 5% of the entire adult population, which is like that's like 10, 15 million people or something like that, right? And online socialists and DSA members are just, and I know it sounds bizarre, but it's almost like saying the Black Lives Matter organization is representative of like everyone that's used the Black Lives Matter hashtag. When that would be a totally unfair characterization of the broader views of people that support the Black Lives Matter movement. And so that's just to answer that point. To answer the second point that you made about, coming out as, I've heard this point a lot, like, oh, coming out as a socialist, I guess like in some regards, like gives cover to Marxist Leninists or people who have like these very bad intentions. I guess I don't really agree with that. I think that on like the margin, you could make the argument that like by me making a sensible case for socialism, it's going to give people less pause when they just like hear the word socialism when somebody describes in their views, and that could be like a person that has these very like negative beliefs. But I mean, I think that if you really operated under that, we would be in kind of an ideological black hole in some sense. Like obviously, there's many people that call themselves liberal who have like pretty abhorrent political views, and it's like, are we going to say that like, are we essentially going to say that we can judge a movement by the worst minority of people within it? I
Yeah,
just
but
don't
that's the
think we
problem is
would
that
operate that
you're
way.
you're making the claim that all the socialists or the majority of socialists online are not indicative of this 5% of socialists that is out there. The DSA is not indicative of that. how do you know this? What are you basing this off of?
Well, but Sitch, again, so number one, there's polling data, right? So I feel like I understand
But
that
what does the polling
you
data say?
and
Yeah, give us a poll.
so okay, so I can look it up and send it to you afterwards, but basically by the polling data of like who do socialists vote for, right? These people overwhelmingly
Oh my
vote
God.
for
Hmm.
Democrats, right? I don't, Adam, what's funny about what I just said? Like, if
Well,
you're not going to be good
Nazis
faith,
overwhelmingly vote for Republicans. It doesn't mean Republicans are Nazis.
well, I
Yeah, I
didn't say
mean,
Democrats are socialists. What are we talking about
no, no,
here?
no,
I didn't
because
say that.
I think that most socialists, even if they have very extreme socialist views, if they have to vote between Kamala Harris and Trump, most of them are going to vote for Kamala Harris. I
Kamala
don't see how
Harris.
that
Yes,
is
No,
proof
obviously.
but
that the
you
'cause wait,
guys are
let
making
me
the
just
claim.
lay out what I'm saying. I don't think that just because there's a poll that says the majority of socialists will vote for Democrats, that does not mean that you can turn around and say, well, that means that
They're
the majority of
moderates.
socialists
Yes.
online do not is not where the view of socialists in America are.
So I don't. Okay, so we're going to ultimately go in circles on this. I think it is more sensible to judge, in some sense, a broader movement of people by who they support in actually existing political spaces. Because if, for instance, I think one of in the Destiny debate, one of the main actual criticism that Destiny narrowed in on was online media figure socialists are radical and anti-democratic party and arguably anti-democracy just in general, right? And one of the points that I made was, hey, if it's true that the average person who calls themselves a socialist is basically a tinfoil hat wearing Green Party anti-democrat, anti-democracy socialist, I don't think it would be sensible to expect that like 70 to 90% of these people would just vote for the moderate Democratic nominee, right? And look, if you guys don't buy that data and you say, look, these guys they're just hiding their power level or whatever, then we just have a bedrock disagreement, a bedrock, you know, difference of
Well,
understanding of the data, and there's no reconciling that.
but wasn't the context of the debate, should we be reaching out to the far left, the radicals, the ones that do want to hang the billionaires and abolish private property? Wasn't that the context
No,
of your
no,
argument?
Adam, that is such an absurd thing to say that that was the context. The context of the debate wasn't. Do you really think that the context of the debate was should we reach out to people who want to hang billionaires? Do you think that was like a sensible interpretation of the topic?
What wasn't the name of the stream like
I was
should
asking
liberals
Adam
reach out the far
respectfully.
left?
I just Adam, do you think that was a sensible understand? Do you think that's what I was defending when I said we should reach out to that we should reach out to people that say we should kill all the billionaires?
Well, obviously, you wouldn't frame it that way.
Do you
You
think
would.
that's what I meant?
Well, look, you're talking about Hassan. Do you think Hassan wants to kill all the billionaires?
First of all, you are the first one to bring up Hassan in this conversation.
Well,
Okay.
the
Now,
Hassan came up in your conversation, though. He was one of the names that you bandied about
yeah. And I said over
forming
and over
alliances
and
with.
over and over and over again. No, Adam,
Hmm.
dude, you're completely, I feel like you're trolling me at this point. I said over and over and over again. I probably said
No,
five separate times in
it's
that
very
no,
simple.
Adam, 1 second. I probably said five separate times in that conversation. I don't think we should be courting Hassan. Hassan is not the kind of person I would acquiesce to. That's an absurd, fucking wild mischaracterization of anything that I said. All that I said was this, okay? I said, to the extent that 10% of people that vote for Democrats, roughly speaking, are socialists or socialist aligned people, we should listen to what they have to say, and we should incorporate at least some of what they have to say in the Democratic Party platform, and we should give them some leadership positions within the party. Like AOC should probably be the chair of some committee.
So, but
Mamdani
the
should probably
question
speak at the
is,
DNC.
are these
Just little
people?
things like that.
The question is, are these people in league with Hassan, or are these people normal moderates? I mean, that's really what the
Yeah,
what the
and we've
conflict is
already
over. And
we've
you're
we've already
you're arguing that they're not in league with Hassan. You're arguing we should not court those people, but we should court the people who are the moderates. And I think the disagreement is over whether those people actually exist or whether it's more fans of Hassan.
yeah, the question is, are people like AOC and Mamdani basically just believe the same thing that Hassan believes, right? And like they're just hiding their power level, and the people who vote for them are basically just a bunch of Hassan like fans, basically. And like, are these like fundamentally different group of people? I think if the understanding, if the caricature, and I'm not saying it's an incorrect caricature, but if the caricature of the online left media figure is one who is anti-democratic, anti-democracy, basically a tanky that believes in authoritarianism, and if that caricature is the caricature of just the millions of people that call themselves socialists in this country, then I don't think you would expect those people to be out there. You know, these are people that like the caricature that I describe, these are people that would say it's evil to vote for Kamala Harris. It's completely wrong. You should never vote for the evil genocide Joe party or whatever. But they overwhelmingly voted for Kamala Harris, and they overwhelmingly tend to vote for Democrats in the primary. And so again, if we just have a misinterpretation, if we not a misinterpretation, if we have just a fundamentally different interpretation of that data and theory of what it means to be a socialist and the kinds of like motivations of voters, then that there's no, you know, we just have a bedrock disagreement. But I think my view just generally captures better, um, you know, just the motivations of people who vote, I guess. So.
This isn't, but what you're doing is it's not an interpretation. It's an assumption. It's a very large assumption that you're making.
Well, assumption, interpret. I mean, obviously these are somewhat interchangeable words.
Well,
I mean,
okay,
sure,
but I think the connotation I'm going to use for assumption seems to be a lot more clear here, because you're using this one data point, which is just that these people that say that they're socialists would vote for Democrats. And you're saying, well, therefore, because they vote for Democrats, that must mean that they have far more moderate views than all the socialists in the DSA, than all the socialists online, all the socialists that we're visibly seeing. So you're saying that there's basically this silent majority of socialists out there that just because they voted in, you know, possibly for the lesser of two evils in their mind, which a lot of people, I think, I'm pretty sure Hassan, I don't know if he did, but I'm pretty sure that most people in Hassan's audience voted for Harris. I'm pretty sure most people in Vosh's audience voted for Harris. I would assume basically every person in the left-wing audience on YouTube voted for Harris. So to me, the assumption you're making just seems completely out of left field.
Okay, and look, I think it is more fair to judge a broader movement by the kinds of people that they elect. You know, I think that, for instance, when you look at Donald Trump and like all the people that vote for Trump, like it does seem to me that people who vote for Trump are like a pretty different group of people than people who vote for Kamala Harris. That seems like a fair assumption to make.
Okay, but no one's saying otherwise. What do you mean?
No, I'm not saying you're saying otherwise. I'm just saying I'm just a crude comparison, right? That like, okay, like these are pretty radically different groups of people,
that's
right?
Not wait, hold on. That's not
no,
the
you're
argument.
not. I didn't make the argument. I haven't finished the point. So I'm just saying that I think it's sensible to say that based on who people vote for in politics, that says something, I think, pretty core to that person. And when I look at all these different online socialist media figures who said vote for the Green Party, you know, opt out, don't go show up to vote, and overwhelmingly these people just like ignored that and didn't do that. I don't think that Hassan is more representative of those people. I think that people like Bernie is like Bernie is a better representative of the views of the average American socialist than Hassan. Bernie has a much bigger audience, much bigger platform. He's gotten millions of votes. He still has millions of people that support him. I don't know.
Like, let me ask out of all the people that voted for Trump, I think it was over 70 million Americans. What is how much of that constituency is radical, and how much of that constituency is just normie Republicans?
It's a crude estimate. I mean, by the polling that I've seen, it seems like probably 60% of people that vote for Republicans could have what I would call, or I would say 60% of Republican identified Trump voters. So, you know, I guess it's less than 60%. So I guess like probably like 40% of the people who voted for Trump have views, self-expressed views that I would describe as radical.
So 40% of Trump voters are radicals.
Something like that, yeah.
Okay.
So, well, of those radicals, because there are a lot of people, I know Fuentes kind of went back and forth on Trump, but there are a lot of people that were in the alt-right or the white national space, or people that believed in the Jewish question, who definitely voted for and supported Trump, even though Trump is probably the most pro-Israel candidate we've ever had. So why would they vote for Trump?
So I'm not, so again, I'm not I'm not denying that there are Marxist-Leninists who voted for Kamala Harris, right? So like obviously there's probably some portion of people in the world who are Marxist-Leninists and voted for Harris, right? So I've never said anything different, right?
Well, you're
However,
implying that
I'm
they're not on the scale.
I'm implying, yes, I'm implying that I think the great majority of socialists are not basically tankies, right? That they have like broadly favorable democratic views. For instance, in one of the pieces of evidence that I've used to say that 10% of Democrats describe themselves as socialists is um, those 10% have cross ideological identifiers. So that's 10% of people that would call themselves both liberal and a socialist, right? And again, I don't think a tankie would call themselves liberal, right? And I don't think a tankie would generally be, just they wouldn't be very likely to vote for Kamala Harris if that's their ideological disposition. I just think that it's a better assumption to make that people like Bernie and AOC and Mamdani and like all these different like socialists who've been elected in these like big elections and who are well known and supported. I just think it's a better assumption to say that their views, because they actually get votes, are more reflective of the base of socialists in this country than, a guy like Hassan who streams like what does Hassan stream to? Like 15,000 people? Like I just don't think that's very representative of the socialist movement compared to these politicians. But again, we just disagree on that,
Well,
There's nothing really to there's no
do
more
you
to extract, I guess.
are you would you define yourself as woke?
Um I, that's out of left field.
It
Literally.
seems like it, but it's gonna make sense. We're gonna come
Yeah, I mean,
back. Okay.
I guess so, probably. Yeah.
Okay,
I
so
don't
you
think
believe in
I wouldn't
like
use the word woke, but I mean, obviously I
uh
have far left political views. So
right, so you believe in intersectionality, you believe in CRT, queer theory, all, genders, all mostly social. Like,
yeah, yeah, sure, sure.
okay. You think the majority of Americans would align with those views or no?
No, probably not.
Do you think the not okay? Why do you think if the majority of Americans did not align with that view, that that view became so dominant, especially a few years ago in the media and on the internet?
Well, again, well, that perfectly aligns with my theory of
Hmm.
like the internet and the media spaces being unrepresentative of the average person, right?
Hmm.
That like the average person is not, I don't think the average person is well represented
I
by
agree.
individual media spaces or
Sure.
individual like online communities, right? And so similarly to how that's true with the average person, I think it's also true with the average person that calls themselves a socialist.
Right. So I agree. The average person does not fit into that genre being woke, but the wokeness definitely completely seemed to captivate the online left. It seemed to captivate a lot of the media, and it had such significant control that even when Bernie Sanders was running, I think it was in 2016 or 2015, that when a couple of random black women came up to interrupt him, instead of him or security escorting these people off, he just stood there with his arms down, looking down, and let these people steal the microphone from him. Right?
Okay, what does that what does that have to do with
Because
anything?
it seems like your argument is there is some kind of large majority of people out there that are silent, that are going to control the socialist narrative. And if by your own view, woke was in the minority, and yet it had such a substantial impact that Bernie completely capitulated to it in that moment. You had most of the Democrats raise their hand and say that they would give health care to illegal aliens, which was a complete capitulation of wokeness. You had so many schools, institutions dominated by wokeness. It seems strange to me that your argument is, well, socialism is going to be okay because the majority of socialists don't believe X, when majority of people, by what you're saying, didn't believe woke, and yet woke completely swept through all of our institutions and they all kowtowed to it.
Well, so again, I don't think that the things that you described, like quote unquote, completely swept through our institutions. Now, I would agree that there's a lot of you know, like there's like federal contracting standards where if you're like a woman-owned business, you get extra points on a like whether or not you're going to get a government contract or something like that, right? And I agree there's a lot of like individual schools or like college professors who would talk about CRT and stuff like that, right? But I don't think that clearly it wasn't the case that these like radical views on like gender equity or racial equity or things like that were extremely broadly adopted, not only because Democrats have lost elections in that regard, but also because I mean, like, for instance, like we see right now, we see a lot of Democratic spaces that are kind of in reaction against that because they feel like it's been toxic to the party. But I
Yeah,
would never, my
now,
theory, but my
now
theory
because
of
Kamala
my,
lost because she couldn't pivot away from this because
well,
she
I
couldn't
would
say
never,
no,
but
I don't want to
Sitch,
give transgender
so,
surgeries to illegal
okay,
immigrants and
we've,
criminals.
I don't want to get sidetracked on a debate about transgender. We're here to talk about
No, no, no,
socialism
no, no.
right
This is
now.
no. This is the point. You're making your
Yeah,
core
yeah, no,
argument
no, but
is
no,
based
Sitch, I understand
around
the
this
point.
point.
You're making the point that a minority of people can set the media
Yes,
narrative,
yes.
and
Thank
then
you.
people broadly can run with that as a wedge issue. Um, but that's, I mean, of course that's true, right? Like I don't think I would ever say anything different.
No, no, no. It's
Like
not just that it's a
obviously,
wedge issue. It's that the minority of people who were the woke had such influence over the Democratic Party that right now people are having a conversation about why did they all bend over for these people when it hurt Kamala's electoral chances.
well, again, so for instance, a lot of those positions that she staked out, sorry, was in the primary. That's where a lot of like the radical, like left-wing Kamala quotes come from. And that was when she was trying to capture a part of the base that she, you know, perceived, I guess part of her lane was to get these like very progressive voters to vote for her, right? Now, we're not talking about, just to be clear, like views about transgender. Like I take it that yeah, like the average person that calls themselves a socialist probably does have very progressive views on trans issues or something like that. Like I don't think I'd ever disagree with that, right? But what you guys are saying is like, okay, like based on that, you're saying, hey, we can ascribe essentially not every, but we can use this example of a fringe of the party being able to set the narrative for in some sense a broader swath than they represent. And so then we can necessarily say that that's the case with these Marxist-Leninist creators who are now all of a sudden engendering this like deep sense of anti-democracy and anti-democratic thinking in the broader like American socialist movement. And I don't find that there's almost any like material concrete evidence for that. And the evidence that we do have, which I agree is imperfect,
Mhm.
is just to me does not strongly point in the direction of, oh, like we have like a problem with like essentially millions of secret tankies in this country, right? That doesn't seem like a like I guess that'd be a question. Like if this was true, like do you think there are millions of tankies? Like there's like, you know, because 5% of people call
No, I
themselves a
don't.
socialist,
I
right? Like
don't.
what? So
And
5%
mean,
of the
I'm
adult
skeptical
population,
of the 5% socials number too. So,
well, it's just like
but
an aggregation of all the different polls where people ask their ideology, right? So like if 5% of the people call themselves a socialist, that's like
well, no,
about
but sure,
13 and
sure,
a
sure.
half million
But
adults, right? And so like that's one thing in the conversation where I asked Wick because he was basically making the same argument. It's like, Wick, are you making the claim that there's like 5 million people that believe in Marxist Leninism in this country? Because like that's absurd if you ask
I
me.
don't, yeah, I don't, well, I don't think there is now. I'm worried that there will be. I'm worried that the younger generations right now that do consume primarily their political content from social media, from streamers, seem to be radicalizing between far left communist and far right ethno nationalist or alt righters. That's
Yeah.
unfortunately where it seems like the conversation is kind of heading at the moment. And to me, and first of all, I do appreciate and I will thank you that you were able to articulate my point because it seems like very often that there's a complete breakdown in the conversations about that. Because what, but where the disagreement is that I don't know how you can make this argument when we both agree that the majority of Americans were not woke. We both seem to agree that to some extent, a lot of woke stuff did have control over a large part of the conversation in the media and that politicians had to bend over for it. And if if all that woke stuff is now all those same people that were pushing all the woke stuff are now pushing all this Marxist Leninism or communism, I don't understand why you would say so confidently that you don't think that that's going to be what takes over. That's what the problem is going to be.
Yeah. So, well, these are two different statements. So, if we're agreeing that there's not millions of Marxist Leninists and that the broader currently existing socialist movement is not like overwhelmingly a group of tankies, then I'm glad to
Well, I'm
at
not
least
agreeing to
have
that.
that.
I agree with the first part of what you said, not the second part. I don't know. I don't know the truth claim of the second part at
What?
all.
Well,
I
the
agree
second,
that
well,
majority
if
of
there's,
Americans are not Marxist Leninists. I don't know if the majority of socialists are not Marxist Leninists.
well, but again, but if the majority of socialists were Marxist Leninists, then we're making the claim that something like 5 to 7 million Marxist Leninists exist in this country, like an entire state of Illinois worth of Marxist Leninists in this country, which I would find to be
Yeah, but I said I don't know if
fanciful.
I agree with that number. But if that's what it takes, you then say yes. Then I will say that that's the case.
Okay, well, I would encourage if you can agree with that, then I would just encourage people to look up ideological surveys of how people identify and go from there. And on your second point of, well, sorry, on your second point of basically, well, in the future, I am worried that we are going to be in a world with millions of tankies in this country because of the influence of online media figures. I'm agnostic on that, and I've been open about that. That
Mm-hmm.
it could be the case that uh, when the average Gen Alpha person who maybe did grow up watching Hassan is 35 years old, um, that maybe we do have a problem with like a shitload of anti-democratic tankies in this country. And what I've said is, I don't think under any circumstance those people should be invited into Democratic Party politics. I would fight their inclusion and I would argue against them. And I would say over and over again that absolutely not. Call me a right winger if you want. Like, I guess I'm on the right wing now. But I mean, we agree with that, right? I mean, I've said that multiple times during that debate with Destiny and Wick. And if I was debating Hassan, it would be a debate, right? Like I wouldn't, it wouldn't be like, I'm sure we agree on some issues, but like, no, like it would be a debate. It's like, dude, you need to more forcefully endorse
Mm-hmm.
Kamala Harris. There's a clear fucking correct choice here. Similar to you guys, like, we'd have a very similar conversation. Like I thought it's crazy not to endorse Kamala Harris. And same thing I'd say with Hassan. And that's probably the debate that we would have.
Yeah,
You know?
but it's not all just about electoral politics. I assume you would have substantial philosophical disagreements with Hassan. It's not just
Yeah, I
about
don't.
who
Yeah,
votes
yeah,
for
I don't.
Kamala
I'm
Harris.
saying the single biggest topic would probably be electoral politics. But of course, if we had subsequent debates, there'd be
Yeah, but
subsequent
that's kind of the
topics.
problem, though. To me, I have a very because I'm just to be clear, I'm not echoing the same conversation, the same point, or the same conversation you had with Destiny about the coalition for voting. I'm more concerned with socialist, the Hassan style socialism, or what I believe is the more toxic form of socialism, and I think is the majority of socialists infiltrating more and more broadly into this country and taking control of things, exactly similar to the way woke stuff did. That's what I'm worried about. And yes, a lot of those people will vote for Kamala Harris because they view her as the lesser evil regarding, than Donald Trump or someone else. And you're saying that you're just kind of agnostic on it. It's like, okay,
That's not what I said, Sitch. I didn't say I was
you said you're
agnostic
agnostic
to.
on the future about whether it would happen or not.
Yeah, yeah. So
Yeah.
that's what I was agnostic to was I don't know if that'll happen, right? I'm not sure. Obviously, if you asked me directly, do I have an opinion on whether or not that should or shouldn't happen? I would say strongly against, right? Like I'm not agnostic to that doomsday scenario that you're painting. Obviously, that would be bad.
No, I meant
Um,
I meant you're agnostic about the possibility of it happening, not whether it not
yeah,
the outcome.
I'm just
Okay.
saying I'm just saying that yeah, like in 10 years, or I guess I'm more describing like in 20 years. In 20 years, could I imagine a world where Hassan is like a mainstream political figure who is able to command the voice, who's basically like literally the Joe Rogan of the left or something like that? I could imagine that, right? How
So
likely do I find that? I mean, I think it's probably, more unlikely than not. But
are
to the
you
extent that it is
mhm.
likely, Sitch, it sounds like we agree that we should fight against that and we should
Right, but
debate
so
Hassan and
are
we
you
should try
going
to
to
ostracize
be
him.
all right? So to be clear, you're going to be. It sounds like you're saying you're going to be the online socialist who says that all the other online socialists all suck. Is that kind of the position you're putting yourself in?
Sorry, say that again, Sitch. I
You're going
didn't
to
really
be,
understand.
you're kind of putting yourself in the position to be the online socialist who says all the other online socialists are all terrible and suck.
Well, following in the socialist tradition of disagreeing with other socialists, I guess so. I mean, even Marx said, Marx, he wrote a letter criticizing his own son-in-law because he thought that his own son-in-law was misinterpreting Marxism, and he said something to the effect of, "Look, if what he says is Marxism, then even I'm not a Marxist, right?" And so there's a pretty long storied history of socialists basically saying you're not a real socialist, and I've had that myself. Obviously, not necessarily from you guys because you guys aren't socialists, but I've heard a lot of people tell that to me, and a lot of socialists have told that to me as well. So yeah, I mean, I guess maybe that'll happen. Like maybe I'll be like on an island one day, but
Okay.
right now there's a
So,
lot of democratic socialists who seem to
mhm,
agree with most of my policy prescriptions. So
right.
The question I have is the endpoint, because you were kind of vague on, you're talking about these sovereign wealth funds buying up various assets in the economy and them structured to compete against one another, all of the Federal Reserve. But if the final state of that is all of it is owned publicly by the government and the private institutions are sunsetted, then I think you could call that socialism.
okay.
Is that the end goal? Is that what you're articulating here as the end goal?
I think that my ideal, if I could, if I thought that, the economy would be just fine and like things would chug along, like we get up to 75% and it's like, man, things are great. Let's go to 80%. Oh, let's go, just all of a sudden it seems like we get to 100%, then yeah, you would end up in a world where basically again that capital allocation process that happens today with these like asset management firms and these like big investors, that would still happen, but the firms that do that allocation and who ultimately have the ownership would be public entities instead of private ones.
Right. If the government owned 100% of the outstanding stock of a company, though, they would have, I mean, they would have all sorts of rights, the same way as activist investors have if they buy up all the shares of a company.
Well, they would. Well, yeah. Each individual holding corporation would have shareholder rights, but again, those holding corporations compete against each other and have different like competitive interests, right? So they all have similar in our capitalist system. They all compete against each other with different investment strategies on how to maximize value. But obviously,
Well,
not all of them are
I
correct.
understand your system, but in the system we have now, in order for Elon Musk to take Twitter private, he had to buy up all the outstanding shares of Twitter. He had to buy 100% of them, right?
Well,
So
he
in
bought a
your
majority of the shares, not all of them, but I
he
take your
oh,
point.
okay, so if the government buys a majority of the shares, obviously, usually it's 51%, right? 51% ownership stake has the controlling power.
Uh, well, yeah. I mean, definitionally, sure. Yeah.
Mhm. Do you perceive that to be an issue at all, or how does your system deal with that? I think you did mention in the Substack that you realize that politics can come into play.
Yeah. So that's what. So exactly. So the way that the way that I deal with that is by having distributed management, right? So you wouldn't have centrally planned management of any of these institutions. You'd have like 100 different public holding corporations all operating independently with different professional managers competing against each other. So to answer your question, like how do you get over the idea of like, oh, well, 51% of this company is owned by public institutions, like how do you avoid the government coming in and telling like publicly owned Walmart that they have to cut their prices in half or something like that? Well, none of these holding corporations have the incentive to do that because their stated goal is to maximize value against these other holding corporations, right? So they're not going to want to just like cut slash prices a shitload. And the way that you institute, a good governing institution for that is that you have strict standards for like who gets appointed to these boards, like essentially how the actual like management of this ownership is governed. Like you'd have a very rules based process. It'd be very transparent. You'd have independent rating agencies, no hard, you'd have all hard budget caps. I'm sorry, no soft budget caps. You'd have hard budget caps, financial reporting standards. You'd have a rules basis for your returns and dividend policy. So, you try to spell all this stuff out. And, I think if you did all that stuff, you would have what we see in the world, the best examples of public ownership. You would have pretty good and apolitical management of public wealth if we did that.
What is the purpose of this? You're basically recreating what we already have with private ownership. What is the purpose of doing all this to make it public? I mean, you're massively increasing the size of the government. Obviously, you're talking about hundreds of Federal Reserve type institutions where a lot of people have a problem with the Federal Reserve as just one institution.
Well, right. I mean, obviously we have these massive asset managers already, right? It's just that they're privately owned and not publicly owned. So I don't know that the concentration is like an inherent, problem in my system. I think that to your point of like, why would you even do this if you're just creating the dynamics under capitalism? The thing is, I like the competitive dynamics. I like competition and creative destruction. The profit motive seems like a good thing for a lot of different things. Obviously, something we might agree that some things shouldn't be profit oriented, like the police and fire service and stuff like that. But, for the most part, the profit motive and market competition is good. But the reason why it's good to have these entities be publicly owned is because instead of having all of the gains of all of that ownership and all of that wealth accumulation go into the hands of an extremely elite minority of people, 10% of people controlling 67% of the wealth of society, we would be able to engage in a system by which that wealth would be extremely horizontally owned. I think that if you include the public wealth of Norway, the top 10%, they go from owning a majority of wealth to only owning about a quarter. So that literally in a relative sense, they own half as much wealth and they have half as much power by wealth in society. That's a good thing for a lot of different distributed reasons. But then the gains of that wealth, all of those trillions of dollars of capital gains and capital income, dividend income, would now trickle down to everyone horizontally. And again, not just overwhelmingly that top 10%, we'd be able to, it'd be something like, in an ideal world, it'd be something like $3 to $5 trillion worth of capital income that would be going to the public at large from basically just capital
and the
production,
politicians would be in charge of
taxes.
it. The politicians would be in charge of it, allocating those resources in the same way that they're doing now, correct?
Yeah, you could do whatever you want with the money. I mean, the representatives, I think I have a view as to what we should do with the money most likely, but the democratic government would vote on whatever, they could do anything
it'd be the
with
same
it, so.
exact political process, and we'd be wrangling over whether or not to fund PBS in the same way that we're doing now, even though we had more money at our disposal. None of that would change.
Well, Adam, obviously, number one, so if we had the world that I'm describing now, we'd have no budget deficit and we'd have like an extra few $trillion to spare on whatever we wanted, right? So we could pay down our debt with that money. Politicians could then say, like, in a constraint-based way, because obviously you don't have infinite money, like, well, what do you want to do? Like, do we want to just, expand Medicaid, expand Medicare? Do we want to have a UBI or something like that? To the extent that basically you're criticizing the fact that the government is in charge of fiscal policy, like that's how we currently operate under that world. Like, are you saying the government, we shouldn't have democratically run fiscal policy? Like,
well,
that sounds.
I'm looking for how this solves the wealth problem if the resources that are gained through this sovereign wealth fund are still allocated through some sort of political process. So you'll still have the Democrats trying to pay off their winning coalitions, and you'll still have the Republicans trying to pay off their winning coalitions. You'll just have a bigger pie.
Adam,
I
do you
mean,
believe in
arguably.
democracy?
What's
Like,
that?
maybe
Hell yeah,
do you
I believe in democracy. Yes, I do.
Okay, well then you shouldn't have this inherent skepticism of the democratic budgeting process. Like, I understand that obviously politicians can misuse money and politicians can misuse public assets. So that's completely internalized with my understanding and my thinking. I mean, that's clearly the case, right? And so unless you're arguing for basically a system where politicians have no control over the budget, well, yeah, you have to kind of eat some of that risk when you decide that the way that we're going to distribute public money is through democratically elected representatives. I have a lot of criticisms for how our democracy is set up. we should have a much more democratic system, not much less democratic system like we have now. But those are political questions, not necessarily
Do you think the
economic
Trump
ones.
administration has allocated resources fairly?
Adam, no, that has obviously not. But again, that's a political institution question, not an economic one. We're skipping around here. Now, if we want to say,
Well,
hey, Econoboi, your
but you're
economic
saying this new
institution,
system is going to it's going to flatten hierarchies. It's going to raise the standard of living for people. So I'm just asking about the how those resources are going to be allocated,
well,
because
yeah, but
nothing
if
has
Trump,
changed in the way those resources are allocated. You're just
Adam,
changing the way resources
everything has
are.
changed. Everything's changed in the system, right? So, like for instance, if we had take Trump, right?
Mhm.
Trump might say, hey, we're able to close our deficit and we have another couple of $1 trillion on top. So he might say, hey, we're going to do another tax cut. We're going to return that money directly to taxpayers and we're going to run budget neutral, but we're going to give $2 trillion worth of stimulus to just taxpayers by cutting the income tax, right? Now, I might disagree with that on various moral and economic grounds, right? But that's not like a new criticism. Like that's a criticism of like the fiscal state and how we manage money. And maybe a Democrat comes into office and says, no, like I want to raise taxes and I want to use that tax revenue to pay for an expansion of Medicaid or something like. So we have a similar like level of political, we have like similar political dynamics that are going on, but we have number one, much more money to actually use. That's not necessarily distortionary like a lot of our tax code. So to the extent that Trump argues for cutting taxes, like literally we have a more economically efficient system if we just use capital income rather than increasing taxes or relying on the taxes that we have now. That's number one. And then number two, the same exact systems by which Democrats would want to funding those systems with non-distortionary capital gains distributions other than basically just raising the income tax or payroll taxes like Democrats historically advocate for, that's much better for the economy as well, right? So the paradigm of our economy changes in a structural sense when it comes to allocating this money in this different way. And obviously, there's a lot more of it to go around. On the wealth point, it's just like in an accounting sense, it's true that wealth inequality decreases significantly when the public owns wealth and not private institutions, because well, now the public owns $100 trillion worth of wealth and not just a bunch of private investors.
The public
right?
owns that wealth, but it's being distributed by the political process, so they don't own that wealth in the same way
so
a
they do
private
own
owner.
it. They do own
Yeah,
it.
but
They
they
can do
don't have
whatever they
access.
want with it.
How do they access that wealth?
Well,
I'm a
they-
member.
it's
I'm
the-
a citizen of the United States. I have a stake in the sovereign wealth fund. How do I get my stake? I wait for my politician to get elected and give me a tax cut or give me some sort of public program. I hope that they're going to spend that money on health care instead of buying Greenland. I mean, how is that money allocated?
So you keep asking this question. I'm just giving you the same answer. The money's allocated by the democratic process. Now,
Okay,
if you're going to
okay,
make the
okay,
point
okay.
of,
I am waiting. I'm waiting for my politician to get elected and to give me my piece of the pie. It's comical. I want to go back to the
Adam, what? Wait, no. I'm not gonna. You can't just get away with. You called me the smug, condescending one, and then you laugh and say that's comical to what I just said earlier today. When I feel like I explained this pretty well. To respond to your point, obviously, in an accounting sense, you can't withdraw that wealth directly because it's democratically managed wealth, right? So it's
Well,
it's
what
true
if
that you
what if
have
I
to-
just own it on the old system? Like I have shares of Apple and Apple gives a dividend.
What if you did own?
I
it on
just
the
get
old-
my piece of the
What?
pie, right? I don't have to. It's not embedded in some sort of political process. But in
Adam,
your system, I
that's what-
can't buy Apple because
Adam,
Apple's all owned by the government.
The thing that makes ownership collective is that it's collectively owned, not
Yes, but
individually owned.
I'm talking
That's what
specifically about the
socialism is.
Yes, I'm talking about the distribution of it. Look, we can let people themselves decide if that's comical or not. Okay, obviously,
All right, let's let them
it's
decide.
part of the debate. I want to go back to one thing. You had said you're basically making the argument that all of the people who call themselves socialists on the left are really just moderates. But you said also that 40% of Trump voters had quite radical views. Can we explore those radical views a bit?
Yeah, if you want,
Yeah,
I can pull up
what
some
do
of
you
the
mean?
polling.
What do you mean by radical views?
So, for instance, there was a poll that I saw that about 62% of Republicans believe that immigrants are poisoning the blood of the country. I
Hmm.
would call that a pretty radical view with regard to immigration.
Okay.
There was another poll that I saw that's
do you
something
think
like
those people are
10%.
racists?
Well, I didn't say that they were racist. I just said that that's a radical way to frame the immigration problem in this country.
Well, it was framed by the pollster, obviously. Well, I'm
They agreed
asking.
to it. You didn't have to agree to it. You could say no, or you could say not applicable, right?
So
So
out of that, so all of that 40% is not racist. You don't think they're
I
that's
said
not racism is
62%.
not part of the radical view.
Well, obviously, I would say that a lot of people who vote in politics do have racist views. Now, it's been a while since I've reviewed the polling. Some percentage of people would literally describe themselves as white supremacists. And the polling that I've reviewed is that people who describe themselves as white supremacists do overwhelmingly vote for Republicans. But that's not saying that every Republican's a white supremacist. Obviously, those are two different
Obviously, yeah.
statements. Yeah. So but yeah, I would describe views like that, white supremacist views about immigrants poisoning the blood of the country, views about,
Do you just
you know,
object to the way that question is phrased, or do you object to the people who want to curb illegal immigration?
Adam, what's the fundamental point you're making? I don't want to go down this rigor. What's the fundamental point you're trying to get at here, so we can just advance the conversation?
Well, you made a claim that the 40% of people who vote for Trump are radicals. And I want to be able to understand what you mean by they're radicals. Radical is basically, I might define radical different than you define radical.
Yeah, Adam, I have a subjective view about what it means to be a radical. Obviously, I'm not making an objective claim. People would call me radical. Like, I guess in a descriptive sense, like, I'm a pretty radical guy when it comes to my political persuasion, right? So I don't necessarily begrudge people that would describe me that way in a descriptive sense, obviously. But yeah, like I'm saying, like, based on my values, my understanding of the political paradigm, that yeah, like about 40%, 50%, something like that of Republican voters have what I personally would call radical views. People are free to disagree about what is or is not radical, though, of course. If I spoke to, many of those people are my own family members.
I want to make that
wouldn't call
clear
themselves
because
radical.
obviously, if you think anyone who drinks coffee instead of tea is a radical, it would be important to make that clear in the conversation that these people are not really radicals.
But Adam, I gave an example. I gave one example about how about 60, I think it was 62% in the poll that I saw of Trump voters, Republican voters, something like that, said that they thought that immigrants were poisoning the blood of the country. And I think that's a radical view. People are free to people are free to say, no, that's actually a very sensible way to view immigration and immigrants. It's like, okay, well, I just disagree,
I would have to see the poll. I wonder if it said illegal immigrants or legal immigrants, but
Well, Adam, even if it said illegal immigrants, which I don't believe that it did, it said immigrants, but even if it said illegal immigrants,
well, it's a completely
I think saying that
different
illegal,
claim.
Adam, my point is that even if it said illegal immigrants, I would say if you said that, hey, one of the problems with this illegal immigrant is that he is poisoning the blood of our nation, I would say that that's a pretty fucking radical thing to say,
I agree.
It did say legal immigrants, just to be clear, but
It said
All right,
legal.
like I said,
it said legal immigrants
even
or
if it did say
illegal.
that,
illegal.
Oh, it did say
Even if it-
illegal.
It said immigrants entering the country illegally
Yes.
today, which I
Sitch,
believe was some line that
as
Trump
a-
said, right? So
as I've
it
already conceded, even if it says that, I still
no.
think that's a pretty
I'm just
radical thing to say.
telling people what the question said. Yeah, that's fine. I understand your response.
Right. And I'm just
Yes.
like, my
Did the
point is it
poll
doesn't
have
really
the
change.
poisoning the bloodline?
It did. Yes.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Okay.
And look, and like you said, Adam, if people want to say that's not
That's
a very
not a
radical
biased poll, is it?
Well,
No,
I
but
believe
Adam, the
didn't
point.
Trump say that line or something? I assume that's why they're asking the question.
Yeah, probably.
Somebody
so.
said that
Yeah.
line. Yeah.
Well, if people again, if I don't think that's people are free to say I don't think that. Like I don't think that's a biased question. Like people can say, well, actually, I disagree with like the statement that's being made here. Like it's meant to be a radical question.
Look, it puts anyone in a bind who's taking the poll. who is against illegal immigration because now they have to sign off
No,
on
it's
this
not.
Nazi sounding phraseology that
What are you talking about? If I was against illegal immigration and there was a poll that said, "Do you think immigrants are, dirty, disgusting pieces of shit?" I could say no to that and still be against illegal immigration. Like I don't think that's like a boxing someone into a corner. I mean, it seems pretty easy to compartmentalize
but
those views.
do you think
So
the poll results would be you think those are would be good poll results?
I think it's what I don't know what you mean by good. I think it's
Well, look,
perfectly representative.
you yourself are saying that if you were against illegal immigration, you would not answer that question. You'd answer that question no. So the question really it's intended to find out who is against illegal immigration, but really it's not
Okay,
testing
Adam,
for that.
you
So
you disagree with the again. Okay, we have a difference, a subjective difference of how we interpret this evidence and
I still don't
what
know
we
what
think of
you
as
I
radical.
still don't really know what you mean by radical, the radical Trump voter, but that's okay.
Okay,
Sitch, do you have anything you want to ask us or
Well, I still have more questions though
okay, go
about
ahead.
because
Yeah.
I remember I believe the question was asked, would you vote for Trump over Hassan? And you said you would vote for Trump over Hassan. Is that correct?
no, I said Hassan personally.
Oh, okay. Okay. You would vote for Hassan over Trump. What
Yeah,
so would you vote for Hassan over like George W. Bush?
uh, George W. Bush is a interesting example. I would say because Iraq was so bad. I don't know. Like you're saying, like would I vote for him in the future? Like if I could vote for a third
If
George
there was
W. Bush
someone
term,
who seemed like George W. Bush, or I'm trying to think of like a center Republican, like Mitt Romney
like Nikki
or
Haley, I would vote
John
for Nikki Haley.
McCain or
I would vote for
something.
John McCain over Hassan.
Okay, so you specifically won't vote. So what is the defining trait of Trump that you say, okay, I'll vote for Hassan over Trump?
I think that the kind of people that Trump enables are just more offensive to me personally. I take it that Hassan would have not exactly what I would call a hinged cabinet of people. But I think I'm much more offended by like Stephen Miller being in the White House than like Brianna Joy Gray personally. Obviously, I have a lot of deep disagreements with people like Brianna Joy Gray, but I think Stephen Miller, based on my sense of morality and, my sense of things, I think I find it, to me personally, it's more offensive to have a guy like Stephen Miller so close to the anchors of power in this country than, you know, what I would imagine, I guess, the type of people that Hassan would invite into his orbit. Although
Hmm.
I would completely concede every single negative example of like, oh, what about our foreign policy and what about all this crazy shit Hassan's gonna do? Yeah, totally agree. Totally agree. Like obviously it's Trump or Hassan. I just think Trump happens to be marginally worse.
Okay, I mean, I would think Hassan would do try to do away with private ownership, free speech, and a lot of other things to a
Okay.
far greater extent than anything Trump's doing right now.
I disagree, but I mean, maybe you could be right.
Hmm. But you said you would vote for a bog standard Republican over Hassan, to be clear.
Yep.
Okay. Is there any would you vote for a generic standard Republican over like any of the big internet socialists?
Well, I just gave you an example of
No, I
a
mean like
generic.
any like is there any like Va like does this include everyone? Philosophy 2, Vosh, all these people, you're like, no, fuck all these people. Standard Republican over all these people.
Well, I mean, obviously, I'd vote for myself over many standard Republicans.
Sure, sure.
When we're talking about just like
Besides
socialists in
you, yes,
general.
besides you.
Yeah, yeah. I, I'm trying to think of one online like I
I
think
know they're all crazy, so it's very difficult for you to think of one, but
no, I mean, like, I think a guy like Matt Brunig, who I mentioned earlier in the conversation, like, again, he has not totally in their views, right? But he has some out there views. But I would say that he's like an example of a socialist that I would say is, sensible enough to not be a complete tyrant or an insane person when they take office. Other than if we're going to count like socialists like Bernie Sanders and AOC, obviously I'd pick them over generic Republicans. You know,
sure.
people,
That's why I'm saying internet socialism. Okay, interesting. Well, it's just because I think a lot of the conversation was about if there are people who are loosely socialist or more towards the spectrum. I think you even called yourself like you'd be on the right ish side of socialism if we put it on like a spectrum. Is a lot of the fears about are these people essentially going to stand by and allow more extreme flavors of socialism that they are against or say they're against to take over, and they're kind of just going to idly stand by and allow it to happen.
Okay.
I don't know, just it seems that's sort of I think you would. I think that's kind of the problem. You seem like you
Okay.
would allow a lot of this stuff
I don't think it
to go
seems that
by.
way. I think it seems like I've said several times that these people are not my allies and I completely disagree with them and I wouldn't invite them into the party. So if it seems that way, it's not because of anything I said.
Well, I think I saw, you had on the stream the other day as a joke, you came on, you're wearing the socialists outfit, you had the North Korean flag behind you,
Hmm.
you had the USSR flag behind you.
Hmm.
And I don't know, when I see that, to me, it shows someone who doesn't even remotely take these sorts of things seriously and the threat of this stuff seriously at all.
What do you think I'm not taking seriously? Like what the point of that
So
is
I'll give
I'm
you
not
I'll give you an
taking
example. Okay, yeah. So
yeah, yeah.
back when I
Uh,
started YouTube, like
sure.
a long time ago, 2016-ish. Yeah, I'm Jewish and I would make a lot of jokes about Jews because I thought it was funny. And then I realized, like over the course of a couple of years, that there was this growing movement of kind of the alt-right that took the jokes seriously. These were actually people that were anti-Semitic. And I was like, oh my God. So I stopped putting those jokes in my videos upon that realization. And I guess it's what I'm saying is the same thing as that with you, by you making that joke, you're not taking seriously the fact that, well, there's a bunch of people out there that look at that and they go, oh, based. That's a good thing. Econoboi, has those flags behind them.
I mean, I think if anybody takes, I think if anybody were to take seriously that whole joke or stunt or anything like that, I would call them cringe and I would probably ban them from my Discord community, right? Like, again, I don't really think that that's meant to be, or most people interpreted it to be a very serious statement. Like, I literally faked a phone call where my ringtone was like the Russian national anthem.
No, I'm saying
I was
that the
making
fact you're
jokes,
not, yeah, but
obviously.
that's what I'm saying. You're not taking the threat
No,
seriously
but
by
you're
making those
assuming
jokes.
no,
Yes.
that's not true. That's not true. What I'm not taking seriously is the idea that I'm just a sweeper for tankies by doing that. It's not a very funny joke if you have to explain it, obviously. But I think that for the when you look at the reaction to that, it was for the most part very, jovial and funny, and people took it lightly, right? And obviously, some people took it seriously, and I can't control how everyone feels, obviously. And to the extent that people were literally offended by it, well, I apologize for that. I don't mean to offend anybody, but I think that it's meant to be an absurdist kind of satire thing. But again, that's a silly joke, right? I think it's kind of it's a little bit ridiculous to me. I think to judge essentially, basically to say like, oh well Econoboi doesn't take seriously the threat of tankies when his entire online history before this and also during this has been in pretty explicit opposition to tankies, even including the very article series which predates any of this controversy, where I say, like, there's literally a section where I explicitly say I do not endorse like tanky, like anti-free and fair democracy leftists, and here's why I think that's bad, and here's my very democratic system that I endorse. And if people like you, and I'm not calling you out specifically, but if people like you want to say that, oh well, I didn't find that you were outraged enough when you spoke to the Vanguard, and I found your joke about being a tanky distasteful. All I can say is like, okay, like I'll try to incorporate that into the future,
I
right?
didn't say
My
I find it
future
distasteful. I
advocacy.
said I find it why you're going to roll over for this stuff. You're not,
No, no,
or you'll be a useful
sure.
idiot for it because you're not
Yeah,
taking it
okay.
seriously.
A useful, but
Hassan,
Sitch,
Vosh,
a
all
useful
these
hutch,
people.
or
Oh,
not,
wait,
said hutch.
all these people. It's funny. All these people said that they were against tankies, said they were against Marxist Leninism for years until
What did
all of a
Vosh?
sudden they're not. All of a
Okay,
sudden
first of
they're
all,
all in favor of it.
Bosch literally stopped debating anybody before he said he was a tanky. Like he has a dozen. To the extent that you could criticize Vosh for a billion different things, which you obviously could, and I obviously do, the man is not a tanky, right? Like he debated these people vociferously his entire like career when he actually did debates, right? So I don't think that that's totally fair. I think that with regards to other people like
Vosh would
Hassan,
100% be an authoritarian if he was in charge. You agree with that, right? You
Sitch,
understand that.
I don't know, Sitch. I don't know
Well,
about
then don't
Bosch.
say that. Don't say that it's not the
No, but I
case.
know he's not a tanky. You're just
Okay,
assuming
he's
that
not
he
that.
is. You're
Okay,
basically
that's
just
fair.
saying anyone
That's
who's a
fair.
fucking
He's
socialist
not.
is a tanky.
He's not that. I'll be more specific. He's an authoritarian socialist, even if he's not as tanky specifically.
Okay,
Okay.
I don't know. Maybe there's evidence for that. All I know is that the man has debated tankies a billion times and had blowups in his communities a billion times about this. Whatever. The point is, again, you can criticize Vosh for a lot of things. I'm not trying to holistically defend Vosh, obviously, right? But I think that this idea that basically, look, anybody who calls themselves a socialist is like inevitably going to be a tanky. I think that, look, there's a whole shitload of people who write about socialism, who are socialists, who aren't tankies, who live and die as socialists who weren't tankies, right? And there's a historical movement precedent for that. There's a contemporary movement precedent for that.
Change
And
tanky to authoritarian. I think that's the concern.
you could
Don't
change
fixate too much on tanky.
You could change everything I just said. Switch out tanky and authoritarian. I'd say the same thing. There's a history of non-authoritarian socialist movements, contemporary socialist movements that aren't authoritarian as well, who go into democratic institutions and try to change them, but then when they lose elections, they leave and they act non-violently. And I consider myself part of that canon. And if you or Adam or other people want to basically just say, "Hey, look, basically, I just don't buy it. I just think basically you're probably just like those other authoritarian socialists." Well, okay. I mean,
No, I don't think you're that. I think you're going to. I said I think you're going to be a useful idiot for that. I think you're going to allow that to come because
okay.
we lived through the
I don't
last
think so.
10 years. Sorry, we lived through the last 10 years of the far left with all the woke crap, with all the cultural crap, pushing an idea of anti-free speech and
Okay.
anti-individual rights. And we
That's
all
that's
lived
what you
through that.
yeah.
And
That,
now that stuff is becoming not as popular anymore. So the conversation is now shifting to, well, let's use the far left economic structure. I'm skeptical that the same thing's not going to happen, that all those same authoritarian tendencies, all those same anti-freedom tendencies are going to take over the far left movements of the socialist economic movements that you're talking
okay.
about.
And look, my instinct is that if Bernie had became president in 2016, we wouldn't be living in an authoritarian country. I don't think we'd experience democratic backsliding like we have under Trump. I think if AOC becomes president, the same thing. I think when Mamdani becomes the mayor of New York, I don't think he's gonna like destroy the city or make the city do all these crazily, wildly mob-like corrupt things in New York. Of course, maybe he's different because he's just a local politician, but we just have different instincts on this, right?
Were
And
you
if you're
pushing
gonna
back
say, well,
against
hey,
the
look,
anti-free speech stuff of the far left the last 10 years?
Sitch, I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, I'm not anti-free speech. I don't believe in
Well, the entire concept
censorship.
of like, okay, well, if a white person is not allowed to comment on a race issue because of their skin color, they have to be differential to a black person, which is what happened to
I
Bernie when he allowed those two women to come up and interrupt him.
I don't think that Sitch, I don't want to get bogged down. I don't think that's the same thing as I don't think the idea that you would defer to black leaders on black issues is anti-free speech. Obviously, a white person can speak on black issues if they want, but there's clearly a level of expertise.
No. Don't wait. Don't
well,
reframe what I said. Okay, there's not a
I
question of
didn't reframe
deferring.
what you said. You used the word deferring. You said, "Oh, we should defer to black voices." You used the word defer. You used the word defer.
You can play it back. I said, okay, that there was this concept that you're not allowed to talk about race issues based on your skin color.
You said
okay?
defer to black people. Okay, that's what you said.
I said Bernie. Okay, hold on. I'm talking about an idea. Yeah, if there's like some race issue, I don't have a problem with people saying that like we should let black people talk about some race issues. That's fine. That's very different. And
why are you so anti-free speech?
You acknowledge that that's very different than saying you can't talk about a race issue or a gender issue if you're white or you're a man, right? You understand that's a very different concept.
Yeah, that's obviously a very different concept, but I don't recall people like AOC and Bernie Sanders saying if you're white, you can't talk about black issues.
I'm not talking about AOC or Bernie Sanders.
Well, that's what I'm talking. That's the movement I consider myself a part of right now.
Okay,
if you wanted
that's
to say,
fine.
hey,
that's
Econoboi,
fine.
hey,
I'm
Econoboi.
talking about the last 10 years of woke bullshit that we suffered through.
Sitch, oh my goodness, hey, Econoboi, I think you're going to be a useful idiot for people who basically think that white people should shut up anytime a race issue comes up. I don't think historically I've done that, and I don't think I plan on doing that.
That's why I asked you
right now. I'm not going to. Right?
I asked you if you
believe in free speech.
Hold on. I asked you if you were pushing back against any of this stuff, and then you were like, "Well, I don't know what any of this means." And now you're saying,
not.
well, I would never
I'm
be in
telling you,
favor of
I'm
this
telling
stuff.
you now that you've actually explained your position, what my
Mhm.
position is. Okay. Now, if you wanted to say,
So you've
well,
made like
where
woke
were
is
you,
cringe videos in your past on YouTube somewhere.
Sitch, is the standard for which you would judge someone's advocacy if they've uploaded an anti-woke YouTube
Have you
video?
spoken about it
Really?
anywhere that I can look
No,
at?
I'm not. I don't consider myself a social commentator. I don't think these issues are that important in the grand scheme of things.
Okay.
If you're
So you've
asking
never
me
talked about it.
specifically how you feel about them, then I can just give you my honest opinion, right? That's it. But there's no it's not sensible to say, "Oh, you can't have an opinion on this," or actually I think your opinion's the opposite just because what? You choose not to speak about something you don't have an expertise about. This is the equivalent of people on the left that say silence is violence. That's what you guys are doing to me right now, and I think that's a
No,
little
I
bit
asked you
ridiculous as
earlier
well.
if you consider yourself woke and whether you're in favor of CRT and queer theory and all this other stuff, and you said yes. So I assume
I
you
gave
had
you my
some level of
personal
knowledge about these
opinion.
topics.
My personal opinion. Okay. If you're talking to me about
Well, what's the wait?
censorship
This whole
movements
conversation
and
is your personal opinion. What are you talking about?
no, you said I would be a useful idiot for the movement. And all
Yes.
I can tell you is I don't think I've done that historically, and I won't do that in the future. But if you just want to ultimately throw your hands up and say, I just don't buy it, I think you're gonna be. It's like,
Well,
okay,
I'm
well fuck,
looking for
we'll
evidence of
see, I
you
guess.
fighting
Like, I don't
back
know.
against this stuff, and that's why I asked you this question. And now you're saying, well, you never talk about any of this stuff,
I didn't claim there
supposedly.
was a shitload of evidence of me fighting against the woke agenda. Like, I don't think there is that evidence. I don't tend to speak
Okay.
about these issues very
Hmm.
much, right? Um, but that doesn't mean that I'm pro censorship or that I have authoritarian views, Adam and Sitch, which just seems like what you guys are,
I don't,
Well,
insinuating.
hey,
as I've said
sis doesn't
multiple
speak for
times
me.
in this
I'm sorry.
conversation,
I think of you guys as the same guy. I've never seen you in the same room together.
I don't think you have the authoritarian views. I think you're going to become, as I said, the useful idiot for them.
Okay. And all I can do is just disagree and say that's not going to happen, and we'll fucking see. I mean, what else can I say, really? If you just have a different sense of things, you know?
Okay. Let's see.
if somebody is advocating for a white ethno state, and that person is advocating for doing it by peaceful means, doesn't that person somewhat embolden the people who would do it without using peaceful means, just because in reality violence would be necessary to achieve that ends?
Obviously, if somebody says, I want to achieve a white ethno state through the ballot box, I would say, well, I like that you're not advocating for violent revolution. I just think that your goal is completely abhorrent. To your point about, okay, well, doesn't this, I guess, like lend some popular credence to like the broader white nationalist movement? I've already said earlier in this conversation that, yeah, I think that it's probably fair that on like some extremely slim margin, uh, by people coming to me and saying like, you know what, maybe socialism's not so bad because this Econoboi guy seems sensible and he's a socialist. I've already said that, yeah, like there probably is some portion of people that are, I guess, like more susceptible to, being radicalized because they've opened the door to socialism in general. But what I've also said about that is that that's true with basically every ideological movement, right? That like there's a lot of libertarians who, there's a lot of very sensible and good people who are libertarians, but then there's also libertarians that are like you said, like white
Well,
nationalists
look,
who
but
fucking have insane beliefs,
if
right? So
the goal though is to expand individual rights and to protect individual rights, that goal is not going to require some violence, like the violent removal of a bunch of people or the violent
you don't
seizure of
think
a bunch of people's
protecting individual
property.
rights requires violence? We have to
Somewhat,
do so
obviously.
much shit that requires violence to protect our individual rights.
Somewhat. I mean, it does require law enforcement, and law enforcement does require some violence, but you're really
You know
being
how this
violent.
country was founded? It was founded with a revolution, right? Like we
You're
had a
being
civil
the
war.
violence.
Like
The violence is aimed at the people who are not who are not living up to the goal of expanding individual rights. When you infringe on other people's rights, obviously the state responds with violence. They incarcerate you, take away your stuff. But I
okay,
mean,
and what
I'm
I'm just
talking about
saying,
the
and
goal
here's
actually requiring violence. Like obviously, if you wanted to form a
the
white
goal
ethno
of
state,
establishing liberal rights requires violence. You can't have individual rights without violence. It's impossible.
No,
hold on a
no one's
second.
saying otherwise. I don't know why you're
What? No,
Yeah.
because
saying this.
Adam is saying, well, the goal of socialism requires violence. To which I say, every ideology requires
No, no,
like
no,
an
wait.
enforcement
Okay.
mechanism,
There's
right?
a
I mean, no
wait,
shit.
hold on. There's a difference between saying the question is not the violence in terms of the government has the monopoly of
Yeah,
force and
I'm
it
not
has
talking
to
about
maintain
enforcement. Yes.
its laws and things like that. It's like, no. We'd have to have a violent, so like a violent revolution to change the system to match that.
Well, no,
Why?
even the technical aspects of implementing a white ethno state would require violence. I think we can all
Well,
agree on that.
Sure.
if we're switching around the white ethno state and the socialist thing, on the white ethno state, like yeah, you certainly I do think require some level of violence, at least on the enforcement mechanism to enforce like a white
Yeah, because
ethno
there are
state standard.
Americans that are not going to want to leave, no matter how many incentives you give them. Sooner or later, you're going to have
Yeah,
to forcibly remove them, right? It's the same
yeah, but
thing with the
Adam, my
socialist stuff.
no, first of all, my model is based entirely on voluntary transactions. Nobody's forced to sell to the government if they don't want to.
Yes,
Now,
yes. Look,
with
I
regard,
understand that. And there
okay,
are people who want a white ethno state that say the exact same thing. They say, my model is completely nonviolent. We're going to offer um, incentives for people to leave, but they're still advocating for a system that I believe is still going to sooner or later end up in violence. So I think a big problem that we
yeah,
have with the system you're advocating for is that we personally believe that sooner or later it's going to inevitably end up in violence. So
yeah.
I
I
think
think the
that's
difference is that there's a history of when white supremacists get in power, they don't
well,
exactly, you know, you
there's a
see even
history
white.
of
Well, if I
when
could just finish the
communists get
point,
in
so
power, it devolves into
yeah,
violence.
but there's also a history. I don't. Well, here's what I will say. I don't think there's a robust history, even in part, of a bunch of white supremacists getting in power and doing the nonviolent ethnic cleansings. I don't think you could really point to examples of that. But I could point to a history of socialists taking power and doing the nonviolent social ownership policies, right? And so
Is that the
again, I'm
Nordic
part of
state?
the well, the Nordic states, the European and sort of oceanic labor and social democratic movements historically. Obviously, there's, you know, there are examples of socialization in this country, government service expansion and
You made
state-owned
a
ownerships that
claim.
didn't require violence, right? I mean,
You
what?
made a claim that was kind of a whopper. You said 2/3 of Norway's wealth is already socialized.
Which is true. You can look it up.
How do you are you saying 2/3 of Norway's wealth is owned by a sovereign wealth fund?
Two-thirds of it is owned in the various collective pools of assets. So you've got the sovereign wealth funds. They've got multiple sovereign wealth funds. You've got state-owned enterprises, and you've got government
And
services.
that's all the wealth of Norway, even the wealth held by the Norwegian citizens.
Yep, yep. So if you compare
It
private wealth
includes
held by the
their
citizenry and then the public wealth, all the wealth of Norway, two-thirds of it is owned socially. And wouldn't you know it, there wasn't a fucking
I
civil
don't
war in Norway.
I
So,
just that doesn't seem remotely possible to me, but I'll
okay.
have to
I mean, hey, like it just doesn't seem possible. For me personally, I don't know. It just doesn't seem like a convincing argument to me. I think that when I looked into this, I don't recall the Wikipedia page of Norway having a fucking civil war or devolving into
well, it's just
anarchy because they established their
Norway is
sovereign
not
wealth fund.
socialist. You're making a claim
Didn't
that
say they
Norway
were.
is socialist. You just did.
Didn't say
What are you
that.
talking
Nope.
about?
Didn't
You
say that.
used Norway as an example of some
I
country
used
that
Norway.
implemented socialism peacefully.
I, no, I didn't. I used them as an example of a country that instituted my institutions. So, for instance, if you were to
Which you
say
said were socialist.
Econoboi,
Is it not? Is that not
no, no,
socialist
it's
now?
well, it's again, it's socialist to collectively own the means of production, right? Now, I've endorsed two things. I've endorsed socialism as an ideal and also a process by which we get there. Now, you guys are looking at the ideal and saying, well, that necessarily requires violence. And what I've said is, well, hey, look, we've got all these examples of all these different countries at different stages of development, different cultures, different types of governments, different people in general, different ages of technology, where they've engaged in a process by which they took privately owned means of production and put it into public ownership, and they've done that non-violently. They've done it with voluntary transactions, with expanding investment in certain key state industries, state industrial policy. That's a non-violent process, right? Now, obviously, some societies which have done socialism, like you guys are describing, like China and Russia, you know, they did have violent revolutions. And I don't endorse those experiments. I endorse the non-violent ones, the incrementalist ones. But to say that basically, well, hey, look, you know, all of these other societies that have been able to collectivize things non-violently, basically, what, Adam, you're saying I just don't buy it? Like, they exist. They did it without violence. And I feel like we could do the
They're
same
not
thing here.
socialist.
I didn't. Oh my
You
God,
did.
Sitch.
Wait, you keep no. Wait,
Oh
you
my
keep playing a shell game with
God.
this. No, you can
I'm not
act
playing a
exasperated.
shell
You're
game,
playing a
Sitch.
shell
I'm
game.
being
Okay.
very clear.
Wait a minute. No,
I'm
you're not
saying,
being
no,
clear.
I'm
You're
being
not
clear.
being
I
clear.
am being clear,
You're not being
Sitch.
clear. You
I'm being
said
clear.
you
I
said
disagree.
I'm a socialist and here's my system that's a socialist system. And then we got in this
I didn't say
conversation about
that.
whether stop. Then we got in this conversation about whether that could be advocated through violence. And Adam said he didn't think so. And you said, well, Norway did it. And then you said, well, Norway's not socialist. They don't consider
Norway,
themselves socialist. And you said,
Sitch.
I never said they were. And then
I
I
didn't say
said,
they
well,
were.
wait a minute. You said that they're advocating the system that you want, which you said is socialism.
I said they're engaging in an institutional framework that I recommend. Okay, Sitch, let me ask you a question.
So they're
Do you
doing
think, if I could
something
just ask you a
that's not
question, Sitch,
socialism.
do you think, no, Sitch, you already
Are
agreed
they
at the
doing
very
something
beginning.
that's socialism or not?
Sitch, let me ask you a question, okay? Do you agree that society, if a society becomes a socialist, that they have to engage in a process to become socialist? That at one point they're capitalist and then they become socialist? Do you agree with that?
Sure.
Okay. So what I'm saying is
They're on the road
society.
to socialism. That's their argument.
So what I'm saying is that society is a mixture, obviously, of capitalist institutions and socialist institutions. Because obviously we have a lot of, in this society, we have things like the TVA, which is a socially owned institution that produces electricity for people and does infrastructure development. But then we have a bunch of privately owned electricity companies that do the same exact thing. So it's a mixed market, right? I am endorsing a process by which we incrementally take those privately owned institutions and make them publicly owned
Yeah,
institutions.
I get all that. That's fine.
Norway.
That's nothing to
Okay,
do with what we're talking
so
about.
if you agree, then you would have to, Adam, you're laughing because you're a dumb fuck that doesn't seem to be following the conversation, okay? Let me talk to the adult in the fucking room, Sitch,
I am
okay?
following
Now-
the conversation.
No,
I
perfectly
think
you're
everyone's
clearly
well.
following
not,
what's
okay?
happening here, but
No,
okay,
you're
sure.
not. You guys are fucking insufferable with this point. I don't understand how you can agree. Okay, we have institutions that go from private to public. We agree that there's a process by which we socialize things. Now, Norway has socialized a lot of shit in their society. They're not 100% socially owned, but we can at least see, hey, insofar as we can get to 50% social ownership or whatever the fuck, right? That is not a nonviolent process. And I don't have strong reason to believe that going from 40 to 50 to 60 to 70 necessarily needs to be a violent process. And I've already said at the beginning of this conversation that to the extent that you get to, let's say, 70%, and all of a sudden you find that, hey, 30% of people are basically saying, take it from my cold fucking dead hands, you evil government pig, I'm never going to sell to you. I would just say, okay, fuck it, just let them keep it. I'm not really that offended by 30% of the wealth being privately owned, and I'm not willing to fucking throw people in gulags because what, we want to socialize an extra 20, 30% of wealth? I've already said that. Okay, but you guys seem to be completely misunderstanding everything that I'm saying in a bad faith way. Sitch, does everything that I just said make coherent sense to you?
What you said just now, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I understand the
Okay.
point you're making.
So,
Sure.
so in the future, for in the future, when you guys have a discussion
Uh-huh.
about my views, and
Uh-huh.
for the rest of the time that you're speaking to me, I don't want to hear he called Norway socialist. I don't want to hear he advocated for violence. I don't want to hear he believes that no matter what, you should socialize the means of production. I don't want to hear, oh, he's sweeping for tanky experiments, because I've never done any of
you
those
made
things.
an argument.
And you guys
You-
repeated that shit like 100 times during this conversation.
Look, let's
But
just-
you've just agreed that what I said is coherent. So I hope we fucking
No,
can
it's
finally move on from all the
completely
misunderstandings.
incoherent because you said
Okay, well, at least Sitch agrees.
there are
Fuck.
plenty examples of socialist countries that achieve socialism non-violently. And then you use Norway as an example. Obviously,
They've
you're saying
achieved socialist institutions. They haven't literally 100%ed social ownership, but I've said that a dozen times, Adam. I'll say it again. They've engaged in a process by which they've taken a lot of privately owned assets and make them publicly owned. I think that process has been overwhelmingly in many of these societies nonviolent processes. Those are the processes by which I would endorse. Insofar as we get to 60, 70, 80% social ownership, and then basically we have to wage a fucking revolution to get to the other 20%, I would say, I'd rather not have a revolution in this country just to have some weird ideal of social ownership. So again, Adam, I'm going to ask you, did you understand everything that I just said, or was it completely incoherent to you?
I understand what you're saying. It's very simple.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Please
I'm not sure you
do.
understand what we're
We've
saying. 'Cause
finally
you
gotten
just
Yeah.
accused us of saying a bunch of things about you,
Yeah.
which we didn't say in this conversation.
You guys have said about 100 times that I said Norway did socialism and like is a socialist country, which I didn't say. I'm just
Yeah, that
saying
was
that they
yes.
engaged in a process by
Well,
which
that was the
they've
implication,
created.
and then you talked for
Okay,
10
well
minutes to
now
say
it's
that
an
that wasn't the
implication. Now it's
I
just an
understand that.
implication.
And then you
It
said
wasn't an
we
implication
called
of
you
what I
doing
said at
tanky
all.
experiments and all sorts of other things,
Well, I
and
think
advocating for
thanks
violence and all
for
these things that
reeling it
none of
back
us
and
ever
saying,
said whatsoever
"Oh,
in this
actually,
conversation.
hey, Econoboi, you didn't say that. It was just the implication that I made up from what you said. Thank you for admitting that. If you think it was just an implication of what I said, you could have asked me
It's
to
weird that you
clarify.
say that we're bad faith, and then you keep doing this thing where you try to reframe everything I say in a
You
very
just
bad
said
faith
you
way.
said the word. Oh, it's actually just an implication of what you said, but you said I actually
Adam,
said the
we've
thing.
gone
I
through
didn't.
this 3 times. Adam said, "Where's an example of this where you could have socialism without violence?" And you pointed to Norway.
Why
Do you
did I do that,
understand that the
Sitch?
average person, a reasonable person, would be like, so you're saying Norway's a socialist country? And then when you
Nope.
go on for 10 minutes to say, no, I didn't mean they're a socialist country. I just meant they had this very specific institution. That's fine. You can make the fucking point, Econoboi, but you don't get to
Okay.
fucking berate us for when you say the most obvious fucking thing on the planet incorrectly.
I don't think it was that obvious. I don't think it was that
the
obvious.
most obvious
but-
fucking planet.
Okay.
It's
Well,
I don't know
now,
why
hey,
you're so triggered
hey,
by this. It's
at
so
least
crazy.
now, yeah, I'm really triggered. At least now we finally have agreed. Econoboy's not saying Norway's a socialist country. Econoboy's just saying Norway's
just wanna
engaged in
point
a
to them
process
as
that he would
having
endorse.
a socialist process to get your sovereign wealth fund
Yeah,
to a more
there you go.
extreme position.
There you go. You've finally
Look at that.
fully internalized my position. Okay, so back to the original point. I think that Norway's done this without a lot of violence. Many other societies have done it without a lot of violence. I don't see a reason to think that
Because
in
all
the
these
process,
positive examples of socialism or socialist institutions that you're pointing to
Mhm.
are all socialist institutions that exist within liberal countries in liberal frameworks. None of these countries are actually socialist countries.
Sitch,
If you wanted to
Sitch,
say you're in
we've
favor of
already
having a strong welfare system or welfare state
wait.
or having social institutions in liberal countries, that's a very different position than saying that you're in favor of socialism.
Sitch, we've already agreed. You've agreed on every one of my premises. You've already agreed that societies go from capitalist
agree with him. I
societies
said, I
to
understand your
socialist
point.
societies. Okay, then I don't know how you would not agree with this then, flatly. In order for a society to become socialist, if I could just finish, in order for a society to become socialist, it has to go from a previous system to the current existing socialist system, right? So similar to how we became a liberal society, but we used to not be a liberal society, we engaged in a process by which incrementally we became more liberal over time, right? So I wouldn't go to, for
When was
instance,
America not
when
a liberal country?
okay,
I mean, when we were a British colony, is that what you mean?
okay, presumably you wouldn't say we've established the liberal ideal when women couldn't vote and when black people were slaves. I don't think
obviously
we were a liberal
weren't living up to
society.
liberal standards, but it was still a country
Right.
founded in the process of liberalism.
Right. So we weren't, well, I don't know, historical disagreements, whatever. The point is, clearly we hadn't achieved not the socialists. Clearly we hadn't achieved the liberal ideal when black people were enslaved and when women didn't have the right to vote.
Of course,
Okay.
I would agree with
Now, I would say that, hey, look at when women got the right to vote, I would say we still didn't achieve the liberal ideal because we had Jim Crow and poll taxes and all that stuff. But I think that by giving women the right to vote, we went one step closer to achieving the liberal ideal. And so similarly, if in this country, for instance, we did
Well, wait,
something
hold on. Let me stop you for a second because I think it's a very important point. Okay.
Mhm.
The way in which people advocated for civil rights for black people and for women and for gay people and for everyone, it's been primarily in the framework of liberalism and liberal individual rights. And the reason for that is because this country was founded on those principles, even if we all agree that the country didn't live up to those principles. So the fact that that was the framework, that was the culture that people had to advocate for those rights for in the first place shows, yes, everyone was thinking along America on the lines of being a liberal country. And this is the point I'm trying to make. And I don't think it really helps your argument when you point to Norway or these other countries that are liberal countries that have some kind of social or socialist-esque type institution. Those are still liberal countries that have liberal cultures and liberal frameworks.
Liberalism
You're
liberalism
saying
is not
that there
in
is
contradiction
hold on.
to socialism,
You're saying,
to be
hold on.
clear.
You're saying that there is some kind of process that you think where we're going to go from being a liberal country to a socialist country. And if that process does occur, then those ideas, those arguments, that framework is going to change. And one of those things that's going to go away is the concept of individual rights, which is a framework of liberalism and is not the framework of socialism.
I don't know why it would be the case that in a world where all the capital is socially owned, you don't have individual rights. You don't have the right to free speech. You don't have the right to vote. You don't have the right to marry who you want. You don't have the right to express yourself. You
Socialism
don't,
fundamentally
what?
doesn't believe in individual rights. Marx did not
That's
believe in individual rights.
Marx did. First of all, that's not true.
He
Okay.
said rights atomize the individual and were used to separate people from the community.
Marx was a fervent defender of certain individual rights like free speech.
Certain.
Okay. It's just a matter of which rights do you think people should have or shouldn't have. Like, I don't believe in the individual right to molest children. I would hope you guys don't either,
Oh,
for God's
come
sakes.
on.
Okay.
Come on,
Well, no shit.
please.
Obviously, it would be a
No,
debate
come
about what
on.
rights you extend to people. Okay.
Come
Some
on.
people have radical views on gun ownership as an individual
Socialists do
right.
not believe conceptually in individual rights from a philosophical position. It's not rooted in the philosophy of socialism. There's
That's
no
not
basis
true.
for
And
it.
you can read there's a book called The Political Theory of Liberal Socialism where this
Oh,
guy Matt
okay. So now
McManus
we have
who
liberal socialism. Okay.
well, Sitch,
Okay.
okay, do you want me to explain the history of actually existing socialists that
Well, no, if
believed
you
in
want to
liberal
find that
principles,
there's
or do
like
you
the
want to
one
continue
carve
to
out,
just
the one
deny that they
framework.
didn't exist?
No. Wait. If I say that there's no framework for individual rights in socialism, and you're like, well, okay, maybe for like 95%, but there's one sect called liberal socialism, and they do carve that out. Okay, there you go. You got me. You got the 5% that's got on the free rights right
So
there.
once
Free speech.
again, it's not 5%. For instance, when you look at the history of many of the democratically elected socialist governments and a lot of the early labor and social democratic movements, they respected things like individual rights and your right to the ballot and your right to express yourself. They didn't move to prevent people from doing those things. Liberal frameworks, insofar as we're talking about like politically liberal frameworks, like, you know, individual rights and your right to interact with democratic institutions, is clearly not in contradiction to many of the existing histories of socialist movements in these Western countries, in these oceanic countries, right?
Do you
And if you
agree
want to
that
deny that history, then okay,
do you
whatever.
agree
I
that
mean,
the core principle of liberalism is that there's a prioritization of individual freedom and individual rights, and believing that individuals should be able to pursue their own interests with minimal interference?
yeah, of course, but there's clearly a wide like disagreement as to
Right,
what
right,
it means
okay.
to provide people
So-
access to those rights. And for instance, what a lot of socialists will say is that when it comes to your actual ability to obtain, like your ability to actually interact with those rights, that things like social ownership actually increase your ability to interact with a liberal democratic framework because of things like, oh, you know, whatever they'll say oppression in the workplace, they'll say wealth inequality as a means to interact with political institutions. Like a lot of socialists ground their socialism in a defense
hold
of
on.
the ability
Very,
to act freely and act individually. And that's,
very
of course, that's true.
briefly, if we say liberalism is a philosophy that's based around maximizing individual rights and freedoms, what is socialism?
So at the very beginning of this conversation, I
Yes.
said the broadest tent of socialism is the collective ownership of the means of production. Socialism in its most
Okay.
foundational sense
So-
is concerned
right.
with how production is organized.
Okay. So that is the issue that I'm getting at. The core of liberalism is the focus on individual rights and freedom. The core of socialism is something else. It's something very different.
But
and
they're
so
compatible.
individual,
That's what I'm
they
saying.
can
right?
be. Well, hold on. They can.
Well,
be
they can
compatible.
be. We agree
Sure.
then, Sitch.
They should. No, we don't agree. We
You
don't.
just said they
agree.
can be. That's what we agree
No,
on. The point
okay, yeah,
then,
you can
so
say they can be. That's fine. That's great. The difference is that that's not the core principle, which means a lot of people are going to be willing to sacrifice those individual freedoms to reach that core principle. And that's the history of socialism when it takes
Yeah,
over countries.
Sitch, first of all, I've never. Again, you keep sneaking this
I'm
in.
glad that you're not
I
in
have
favor
never
of that. That's
ever.
fine.
I have never.
But,
I have
the
never
rest
ever
of the
endorsed.
socialist world.
I have
unfortunately.
never. I've never ever endorsed autocratic socialist experiments.
I know
However,
you
what I
haven't.
have
Yes,
also
that's very
done
good.
is I've pointed out the actually existing history of democratic socialist governments that have done substantially the opposite of what you're
Existing
describing.
in liberal
right?
countries. Yes.
Sitch, you can be a liberal country and also have the social ownership. You already agreed. Yes, I agree. These things can coexist.
You can be
You
a
can
liberal
be a
country that has
liberal
some
country
level of social
that
ownership.
has
I agree with
social
that, yes.
ownership of the
But
means
you're
of
not
production.
advocating for that. You're advocating
I am
for things to
advocating for
become
that.
socialist. As you said, you said it's a
What?
gradual process.
I'm advocating for, okay, Sitch, you said earlier in this conversation, you can have social ownership and liberalism, okay?
Yes.
I'm advocating for, under our liberal framework, to engage in democratic institutions and to socialize different means of production to where, yes, maybe one day we can have, in an ideal sense, the social ownership of the means of production. But that doesn't mean that we abolish the right to vote, limit people's freedom of speech, limit people's freedom of press, limit people's ability to politically organize, that we get rid of this idea of equality under the law, that there's no necessary tying of these two things. And that's why I reference the historical socialist movements that took power in democratic frameworks and didn't do the things that you're describing. Like, I don't think it's quite as I feel like it's almost framed as like an ahistorical view to say that there were many socialists that respected liberal traditions, and it's absolutely not the case. You can just look at all the socialists that took power and what they did with it.
It's not ahistorical to say that the positive examples that you're bringing forward of socialism were all socialist parties that existed in liberal countries where the countries maintained being liberal countries, and all the negative examples of socialism are socialists taking over and making the country entirely socialist. That's not an ahistorical position to have. That's a completely fact.
Sitch, you can't say entirely socialist, because what you're necessarily sneaking in is the idea that socialism is necessarily in opposition to liberalism, which you've already agreed in this conversation. No, these things can coexist. And so when you keep saying, okay, Sitch, you literally said earlier in this conversation that yes, liberalism and socialism, in theory, you could have social ownership and also liberal political
I said you can have
right?
some social ownership in a liberal system. That doesn't mean that socialism and liberalism are completely, that they are compatible, or what you said, that they're not incompatible. Because socialism is inherently, if you actually follow the philosophy, is inherently anti-liberalism and is not compatible.
So Sitch, okay. Freedom of speech, freedom of press, equality under the law, your ability to politically organize and advocate for yourself. And let's just say we live in a world. Let's just say that we live in a world.
You keep listing a bunch of rights that are completely immaterial to the means of production.
It's immaterial? No, okay, Adam.
Look, you're just saying, look, you still have all these rights. Okay, that's fine.
You're so close, Adam. Adam, you're so close. It's immaterial to the means of production, which is to say, you can have all of those liberal rights,
except the right to individually own a productive business. That's the individual right that you can't have.
So, Adam, now we're shifting the discussion, but I would just, and I'm perfectly willing to answer that point.
I'm just trying to focus the discussion on the discussion we're actually having here, instead of going off on, you can still speak freely, you just can't own a business.
Right. So you can still, every single one of the rights guaranteed to you under like the fucking U.S. Constitution is still able to be guaranteed to you in a world with complete social ownership, except, like you said, in an ideal sense, you wouldn't be able to have privately owned businesses unless they were sole proprietorships, which I assume
and does that impinge on people's individual rights?
So the question would be, does a social ownership paradigm enforce your ability to access other rights to a greater degree than is the value?
Oh my God, this is the best dodge ever.
No. What are you talking about? So, for instance,
yes or no? Yes or no?
Adam, does tax money prevent your ability to individually freely associate when you charge taxes?
No, of course not.
Really? So when the government takes half your money, you're not able to keep half your money anymore? That's not infringing on your rights.
You can have
earned that money, right?
You can have collective ownership of institutions. I'm not against that. I don't think Sitch is against that. But in a socialist paradigm, you're trying to make that illegal.
Adam, if the government charged a 100% tax rate, do you think that would be an anti-liberal policy?
Yes.
Okay, so perfect, right? We would necessarily be anti-liberal in the sense that we're not allowing you to keep your income anymore. That's one way in which our society is not like liberal in the individual rights sense, because you're not allowed to keep your income anymore. Now, you said, hey, if we charge 70% taxes, I said 50% as an example. If we charge 50% taxes, that wouldn't necessarily be anti-liberal, because we're.
Well, I would call that illiberal, but.
Okay, so is it 30 what's the amount of taxes the government can charge before it's not anti-liberal anymore? Are you allowed to keep
I'll go
99%
I'll
of
go
your income?
10%. Sitch.
Okay, so we don't live in a liberal society because we charge way more than like that. That's in one way America is failing to live
We
up to
live
its
in
liberal
socialist
ideals.
America right now under
Right. I
Donald
mean,
Trump.
this is you see how incoherent this is. My point is that
It is.
I
It's
think that an
totally not
argument-
incoherent. At least we're talking
totally
about something
coherent.
of substance here.
So, for instance, when I take taxes as an example, right, that a lot of Democrats would argue that taxes are pro-freedom. Part of the reason they would argue that is because with tax revenue,
This
can
all ended up in the
guarantee-
dodging of the question.
It's not dodging the question, Adam. You're just
But
fucking
you don't
incapable of listening
have
to
the-
more than one sentence. Go flip on fucking Instagram.
You never
reels if
answered the
fucking
look.
attention
You
span
never
can't handle
answered.
it.
You never
Okay.
answered the question. It's not my.
Okay.
I'm not the one dodging here. You're the one
Here's-
dodging.
okay.
I don't know why you're.
Okay,
Well,
Adam.
actually, I understand
here's-
why you're getting upset
I think-
because I keep bringing
No,
up the question that you don't want to answer. So
You keep interrupting my explanation, Adam. Do you want me to
Okay.
give you an explanation of like I understand it's more than one sentence. I understand the attention span might be limited, okay? But I just give me a second here, okay? I'm using taxes as an example because it's considered to be a pretty ordinary argument to say, hey, by using tax revenue to pay for things like Medicare, that we're enhancing the freedom of the elderly because the elderly living in poverty and being unable to access medical care in some sense makes them unfree because even though they have equality under the law, they're not able to meaningfully access those rights because they're poor and they're unfree because they can't have their health care that they need, right? And so similarly, in a socialist framework, you could make a very similar argument that by distributing the gains of wealth and gains of society collectively instead of individually, we can use all of those fruits and we can use all of these different distributed dynamics of, essentially equitable wealth ownership to enhance people's liberal freedoms, that people are more able to access their democracy and they're more able to access their means of subsistence in a world with socially owned production than with individually owned production. Now you can say, the last thing I was going to say, you can say every day of the week that that's impractical, that's stupid, that's not actually how that would work out. Okay, fair enough. But to say that it's necessarily incompatible, that it's necessarily the case, but it's not though, Adam. Why would that?
You're denying people the right to own a business. You're saying, look, these businesses will be done by the government and that will be better. That will actually increase your individual rights over time. But you're still denying people the individual right to own a productive business. I mean, I don't know
Adam,
how you can get around that.
Let's say that I'm actually wrong and my society that I advocate for is actually 20 times better than I could have even imagined. Let's say that we collectivize the entire means of production. And because we did that, the median person is 20 times richer than they are today. Okay, 20 times richer. And we have like some radical level of equality or something like that. Would you say that that is a society that is more free on net or less free on net?
It obviously depends upon how you define freedom. You could set up a society where nobody can leave their homes, but they have all of their needs at their disposal. And
Okay,
you could
so
say,
who's
"Oh,
dodging the
look,
question now?
those people are
Adam,
very."
Are those people that are living in a free society by every right that we've been talking about, except for individual ownership of the means of production, but they're 20 times richer? Do you think those people are living more free lives, or are they living less free lives in a world where they're 20 times poorer, but you have individual
free
ownership of the means of Okay,
because
well,
they
then we would
can't
just
they
disagree.
can't
I
allocate
think,
those resources in the way that they prefer to allocate them.
I think
You're actually
and
infringing
okay,
on their right to allocate that 20%
Yeah.
more to doing productive means on their own.
well,
Therefore,
yeah,
they
I
are
think,
less free.
yeah, and so we have a different sense of things. I think that if somebody says, "Hey, Econoboi, you're not able to start a business, but I'll give you 20 times the amount of money that you have now," right? Like whatever that, I'm going to be worth $10 million or something like that. I would say I'm a lot more free because that $10 million allows me to basically choose not to work anymore. I can do anything I want with my free time. I can afford any healthcare that I need. I can travel anywhere that I want. I would consider myself to be more free if I had 20 times the money than if I had 20 times less money, but I could in theory start a business if I wanted. Now,
Look,
that's just our
so
different
you
philosophical
would,
sense of things. But,
Right.
but
you
that's a
admit
bedrock disagreement.
that you're infringing on someone's individual right to start a productive business. That's the ultimate question. It sounds like you have answered it. So
Adam, I said 100 times in this conversation that my ideal society is the collective ownership of the means of production.
yes, you want
Okay.
to infringe on
I've
people's
never-
individual rights. Do you actually understand
Yeah, and you it
How
seems like you
that
happen to think
is
it seems like-
contradictory to the values of liberalism?
yeah, first of all, I don't think it's contradictory to the values of liberalism
Why?
to say that I've already explained why, Adam.
Because
I
you
think
have
that if
because
somebody
you have
has
all
20
these
times the,
other
I
right, because
think
you
if
have all
somebody
these
has
other
20,
abilities.
I think if somebody has 20 times the amount of money, even if they can't start a business with that money, they are meaningfully more free than before.
Yeah, but
And
wait,
you
that's
disagree with
you're
that.
making that's yeah, but you're making my point here. Okay.
What
This
point am
is
I? I'm not. I've agreed with what I've agreed with Adam's framing, but I've just said
no,
I've
no, no. The
pointed
way
out
that
that we have a
you're
different sense
framing
of what
this,
freedom is.
the way that you're framing this is making my point about this difference, the inherent difference in the core philosophies of liberalism and socialism. Because, well, according to the little Google AI here, it says 75% of Americans earn less than $100,000 a year. Okay. So under your framework, you would say, well, we should take the majority of money from the top 25% of Americans to drop them down to 100K and give it to the 75% of Americans making under 100K. That way, everyone's more free. Okay. That's the framework that you're arguing for. And that's why I'm saying it's incompatible with liberalism and individual rights.
Okay, right, but Stitch, or sorry, Stitch again. If the argument is basically that things like progressive taxation and things like public institutions of ownership and things like that are necessarily, in opposition to people's individual freedoms, insofar as one of those individual
Progressive
freedoms
taxation is not
is,
against individual freedoms.
Stitch, you just said distributing money from the top 25% to the bottom 75% would be against individual freedom,
Okay.
right? Now,
I'm
you just
sorry.
said
Let
that,
He's
me
Stitch.
using
say
that as
this
a
very
analogy.
specifically again. Okay. 75% of Americans make under $100,000. You are saying that someone is, quote, more free. This is why you're saying it's not incompatible with liberalism. That someone is, quote, more free. The elderly are more free if you go and give them Social Security. I'm saying under the way that you're framing this, you're conceptualizing this, you open the door for someone to say, I think we should take the majority of wealth, not progressive taxation. We should take we should make a cap so that no one in America makes over $100,000 so we can redistribute all that wealth to everyone else. Therefore, we've created more freedom in the country for that 75%. Therefore, it's more free. That is what you're advocating for through this philosophy that you're talking about.
Yeah, so I don't think that's exactly what I'm advocating for. Again, I wouldn't use these absolutist terms. What I'm advocating for is essentially the financial and business capital of the world, which is not all of wealth. I think that about, I don't know, something like half of wealth in society is basically businesses. The other half is,
The
not
principle that
majorly
you are
touched.
laying out
Now,
here, you understand it goes to exactly what I'm saying. And you frame this way.
Sitch.
This is
Okay,
Again,
why
Sitch, are
so
the
many people have a
25% more
problem.
free?
That's
What
why
about
so many liberals have a
Sitch,
problem with socialism, because this is the kind of arguments that this is where it goes whenever you start making these arguments.
Sitch, I agree that a lot of liberals are very offended by the idea of collective ownership of the means of production, socialism in general. So I wouldn't disagree with that.
look, I'm
The only
not.
thing that I
That's
would
a
say-
complete
Hold on.
mischaracterization. Yeah.
It's you
What?
framing that saying, well, giving more people more money gives them more freedom. So therefore that's a good and that's liberal. Liberalism is about equality to opportunity. It's not to equality of outcome. It's not
No,
about
but
saying
Sitch,
everyone is
you don't
more
have the
free if
same
everyone has more
opportunities
money.
if you have radically different levels of wealth and income. Obviously, you'd agree with that. You'd be a dumb fuck to disagree that obviously wealth and income make a big determining factor as a proportion of what opportunities
Of course
people
they do.
have. Okay.
Yes.
Now, okay, so of course they do. So if I could argue that under my system, people, because of the much more egalitarian distribution of wealth and income, have much more egalitarian opportunity, then you would at least be committed theoretically to saying that my system is better for people's liberty because they have much more equality of opportunity. Because wealth and income are a big determining factor of persons' opportunities.
If you
right?
listen, I'm in favor of increasing people's opportunity to school and education and food and all those good things. That's fine. That's great. Okay. I'm just saying it's interesting to me that your framework went directly to the socialist framework of this sort of conversation of, well, we'll just the more we redistribute things to everyone, the more free everyone makes, or the
No, I
more
was
free everyone
making
becomes.
Sitch,
Okay.
Sitch. Okay, I'm gonna try one last time. Okay, I am not a strict egalitarian. I don't believe that literally anything is worth the squeeze when it comes to egalitarianism. Okay, I think that egalitarianism is really important. I would say that in general, we should take egalitarianism and egalitarian goals like pretty seriously, but I wouldn't say that they're literally the only thing that matters or like the only thing that we should care about. I just think that they're one of the really important things that we should care about. Okay, so I wouldn't say that we should all be equally poor. I would say that we should take like people's basic absolute standard of living pretty seriously. Things like economic growth, utilitarianism, this kind of thing. Like we should take all of that pretty seriously. Okay,
Do you
but I
agree
think
that there should be some level of inequality in society?
yeah, I think that yeah, in a society, there's always going to be some level of inequality for various reasons. And I'm
Hmm.
not, obviously people are going to have different talents and different desires, and people have different understandings of what even they want to do. Like some people might just work half as much as other people, so they're probably going to have half as much
Right.
income, right? So
Okay. That's
that's
good.
true. I mean, but again, I just, the point though is that just because I take equality seriously doesn't mean that it's like the only thing that I care about. My only point is that I think that there's I guess like a min max here that I think is very sensible to think about. That, yeah, I think that the current level of inequality in our society is not justifiable given the level of like economic growth that we see or the level of destitution that we see in society as well. That equality of opportunity is like not even close to being achieved because we have these radical inequalities of wealth and income in society that perpetuate each other. Which I don't know. I think most liberals would actually agree with that, and that's why most liberals support things like taxation and some public institutions and public ownership, like Adam mentioned. Obviously, I just go all the way on it for an ideal, like kind of normative framework. But along the way, it sounds like we're on the same train. It's just we would get off at different points, at different stops, basically.
Hmm. Okay. I guess that's let me
Wow.
see. There was a question here
Wow.
someone wanted to ask. Joe the Mig for $50. Thank you. Says Sitch, ask him this question. What does Econoboi do when if the system he implements becomes authoritarian, would he fight against it or not?
Yeah, I don't, it's not about socialism. Anytime the government became authoritarian, I think we would have a duty to fight against it, whether it was a socialist one or a capitalist one.
So even if it's your perfect system, but they're through authoritarian means maintaining that system, you would fight against that.
Yeah, yeah. Like I said, it doesn't, my government, another government, it doesn't matter. Anytime there's an authoritarian like government or something like that, like whatever happened in, South Korea is a mostly capitalist country, right? Like, they fought against that and they should have, because authoritarianism is just bad, period.
Okay,
So.
that's good.
Hey, Econoboy, we've tried our best not to 2v1 you here, but Dev wants to come on now. So
Yeah, sure.
you have to sign off on it, and obviously
Yeah, I don't care if Dev
I
wants to
will
come in.
keep Sitch in line. I'll make sure Sitch stays out of it if Dev comes
Yeah, I think
on.
it's,
Dev really wants to ask you some questions, so I don't know what those questions are, but so
yeah,
I
it's
sent
that's
you a
fine.
link,
Yeah,
Dev, if you want to jump on.
I
So
think it's been a
I don't
pretty
know
good
how much more
conversation.
time you got. So if you want to just tell Dev you don't have time, that's
Yeah, we tell Dev that once a week at least, so
Yeah,
he
yeah.
won't
No,
hurt
it's
his
fine.
feelings.
If he wants to, yeah, if he wants to come on, it's
Are
fine.
there any more
okay.
super chats for Econoboy?
Let's see. Let's see. Dr. Diller for $20 says capital is power. Socialism restricts individual capital in favor of the common good. The government represents the common. How can the mandated restriction of power, political and economic, not also restrict individual rights?
Well, again, if capital is power, then we have a radically inegalitarian distribution of power in society, right? And so, insofar as we're committed to political egalitarianism, right, which obviously liberalism is committed to the idea of everyone having, one person, one vote, equal say in how society is run. If we're to take seriously what you just said, the idea that capital is power, then we should probably take seriously the idea that capital is very unequally distributed because of private ownership. And so that's why, at the very least, like I said, at the very least, we should advocate for, some decently large amount of public ownership, which I do advocate for, but maybe not necessarily 100% public ownership, which I do think there's practical problems with. So we might actually agree fully with our applied prescriptions, but we might just have a difference of ideals and what we might be aiming towards.
Dev has
Okay.
joined the call, it looks like.
Hello, Dev. Oh,
Hello,
connecting the
hello.
audio. Hello, Dev.
I heard you, Dev. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, maybe I don't hear him actually.
Well, now
Nobody
I don't
hears
hear
him.
him. I don't know.
God damn it, Dev.
He's
Jesus
always doing
Christ.
this kind of stuff.
Jacob
He's
Lloyd for
always just
$10 says, legitimate question. In this new system, does the public get to decide on what I do with my 7 sheep and 21 chickens? On what level do private decisions get to be made?
Yeah, like I said, I mean, I think most socialists have a sole proprietorship exception. So if you just wanted to own a bunch of sheeps or whatever at your house, or you wanted to have a stove where you bake cakes or whatever, I don't think most people would have a huge problem with that under a socialist
Yeah,
framework.
but as soon
I
as you
certainly
hire
wouldn't.
someone to help you with your chickens, is that where the problem arises?
Again, I think in a my practical system includes all the flexibility that you guys are describing. So you'd still be able to hire employees and have like private businesses if you wanted. I have a hard time conceiving of what exactly, like you said, that's one of those practical problems that I would fully recognize that it's like, okay, you got like a guy who wants to, what, he wants to just hire some like day labor or something like that. It's like, is all of a sudden the government got to buy part of his farm or something like that? Like, I think all these practical problems are really worth, thinking about, for sure. That's why I say that in my sort of practical incarnation of my system, there'd probably be limitations on how far you could push public ownership.
Mark Twain for $20 says, Econoboi, would you support removing residential construction from being applicable to the Davis-Bacon Act in order to make federal loans like HUD 221D more financially feasible, or are unions more important than housing?
Oh my God, that's a deep cut.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I don't know the exact regulation he's talking about. But I think it sounds like you're referring to the idea of union, like a lot of different contracting standards will require union labor or they'll incentivize union labor. I'm typically against those kind of things. I mean, I don't think the best way to incentivize unions is to basically give them favorable contracting standards. The best way to incentivize unions is just make it easy to form a union, which we don't do in this country, and we should do.
Someone asked, do you think the government should have used force to break up the Chaz and the Chop?
I don't know what are we talking about here? I
You
don't
know,
know.
remember during BLM, there were like these autonomous zones where Antifa far left people would like take over a couple of blocks of the city and they'd say, like, this is an autonomous zone of America. Do you think the government should have sent police in there to stop all that, reestablish order?
I mean, I probably is that not do we have autonomous governments in this country? I guess is that
No.
what
So,
currently?
okay, so good. So you say, yeah, get rid of those, right?
Yeah, I mean, I
All
think
right.
obviously you should try to aim towards peaceful settlements, but if somebody's like, I don't like blockading the city or something and refuses to leave, I mean, you got to do something about it. So,
Gotcha.
Hi, by the way. What's going on?
Hello, Dev.
hey, Deb,
How's
what's
it
up, bud?
going? You guys
What's
have had quite the shit show. It's been really fun to watch.
this is not a shit show. I don't know
What
what
is
you're
a
talking
shit
about.
show? What are you talking about?
It's been
It's just
mostly
been a lot of fun.
productive,
It's been a
I
lot
would
of fun.
say.
I've enjoyed the stream.
I
It's
think
really
I think
fun.
the original I think the conversation with Destiny and Connor Pisco was like 100 times more shit show than anything happened
That's
here.
true. Yes. Yes, that's true. You guys all
So
took
what
some
did you want to
Prozac today or
ask?
something.
What did
Oh,
you want? You kept
just
pestering to come on.
I only pestered like
I
twice.
know, I'm just teasing you. I'm just teasing you.
um I guess just real quick since you guys were just talking about it. Econoboi, since you don't know about it, the Chaz was basically I think it was like 6 city blocks in Seattle that some far left goons took over and declared independence from America for about a month. And the city government was like, "Oh, it's no big deal. Everyone's just this is a radical new experiment on how to run our society." And then after a month of this shit and like 5 people died, they finally cracked down on it. It was kind of an embarrassment, to be honest, for the Democrats back in 2020. I suppose you didn't know about it.
Um, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I mean, I've always had views like when there's like that Colorado City like cult leader situation that happens where it's like they kind of took over an entire county and the government just kind of didn't do anything about it. It's like, why aren't we doing something about that? You know, that seems pretty crazy to me. So I don't know. I guess the government generally is like very scared of like Waco like situations, which is understandable. That's why I said, should always try to, do as peaceful a solution as possible. But, if you have a situation where people are like, abusing kids or something, you probably have to do something extreme at that point.
Yep. Okay, so just so you know that I know what you're saying because I have read the Substack now. Um, I read it twice actually at this point. So you're talking about sovereign wealth funds and publicly owned companies that buy up stocks in private companies, and then basically through an incremental process, the government ends up owning, you said between 60 and 80% of the means of production.
Yeah, sure, let's go with that.
Okay. Firstly, why 60 to 80%? Like, why is that your goal?
I think that's just the realistic target that I could imagine working out decently well. We have about 75% institutional ownership of the stock market right now, and we don't seem to have huge liquidity problems or allocative inefficiencies in the stock market. Insofar as we do have allocative inefficiencies, it's not because of the institutional investors at the very least. And so I figured, if we essentially took over that institutional management at about 75%, I think, something like that could make sense. And then that's just a business capital, but obviously we would have a diverse portfolio of more than just that when it came to wealth. And so that's the part of wealth that I guess I'm most concerned with. The allocative inefficiencies is the business capital. So I think 75% of the stock market is probably, you could probably
Okay.
get up to that.
This basically sounds like BlackRock, Vanguard, etc., but publicly owned and not
Yeah,
client owned.
that's
Okay.
one way to think of it.
Um, so you said there's going to be a whole bunch of public holding companies. Why would they compete against each other if they're all state owned?
They're just that's just what their mandate is. I use the example of there's a lot of portfolio investors and strategies where you don't invest in one company, you just invest in a whole bunch of companies in the same industry. So most people that want to have exposure to oil, for instance, they would buy stock in like many different oil companies, and a lot of companies or a lot of institutional investors and investors in general do this, and the companies still compete against each other, and the investors still compete against each other. One example that I have is, which I think is pretty interesting, is that BlackRock is publicly traded, and about 10% of their stock, which is just the largest single owner, at least the last I checked the data, about 10% of BlackRock is owned by Vanguard. So, like, literally,
Yes.
Vanguard owns part of their own competitor, but they still compete against each other. And it seems like the reason why that is because Vanguard invests in BlackRock, not necessarily because they want to capture market share, but because they're just doing diversified investing. And so, insofar as the mandate is that they compete against each other, and that's how they're compensated, and they have this like understanding of maximizing value with like good portfolio theory, kind of like finance fundamentals, then that's what we would expect them to happen. That's what we would expect them to do.
When you just said that there'd be a mandate that they compete against each other and they'd be compensated for it. What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, I think the compensation structure for the investment managers would be at least like what I would advocate for would be that it would be fundamentally similar to the compensation structures that we see today. You'd have like performance pay and you'd have bonuses for maximizing value and for certain return thresholds, things like that, and so they would be incentivized not to, engage in this kind of like coordination. And also there'd be antitrust measures and things like that, kind of monitoring them and making sure, just like we have in today's society. So there would just be a lot of incentives and there'd be a lot of regulations that would make it the case that they would compete, just like how we have those incentives and regulations today.
Yeah, because I was thinking initially, as soon as I was reading this, I was thinking monopoly, right? Because if you have a whole bunch of these holding companies and they're all competing against each other, it wouldn't be hard for them to just sort of rig the game in their favor by all collaborating with each other. So you get like it's not quite a monopoly. It's like a monopoly type situation where each of these people they say, "Oh, we're just gonna, I'm not gonna, push on you too hard. You're not gonna push on me too hard, and we'll just maintain the system as it is." Like when you say antitrust, I can see that working against private corporations, but these aren't private corporations; they're public ones. You're expecting basically an arm of the government to regulate these things despite the government owning them.
Yeah, I mean, like for instance, in Norway, they have the state oil company, but they also have an adversarial regulator, right? So they have, the state oil company is expected to follow like all the same regulations that the other companies are expected to follow. And insofar as they don't, they get fined or they have some haranguing, obviously, from the government. And so, I would just that's like what I would advocate for as a neutral set of regulations. And so if there's evidence that one holding corporation is uncompetitively basically coordinating with the other ones outside of a literal transaction. I mean, if two holding corporations wanted to, there was some kind of merger that would happen, that'd be fine. But if it was anti-competitive in that sense, then it would be, against the rules, I guess, similar how it's against the rules today.
I mean, sure, but if you look at the states right now, you have, I think, the Federal Reserve is like a semi-independent. It's somewhat isolated from the powers of the presidency, and yet Trump is still kind of pushing on it, right? Like, and it's a big controversy right now. What Trump is trying to get rid of the Fed head, and he's not really allowed to, but he's still trying to do it. You know the story, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's just that it really seems like the system that you're setting up, it's ripe. It's just ripe for abuse by the wrong leader to come in.
Yeah, yeah. I think if you do set up the system to be particularly vulnerable, right? So if you don't set up these independent governing frameworks like I talked about, it's much more vulnerable than if you do. If you do set up all of these like really good, solid, like, oh, we got all these rules-based systems by which these people are getting appointed, and let's say it works for a long time, but now you've got this like radical government that takes office that wants to do some crazy shit with the public wealth. Like, I fully concede, that's something that could happen. I would just argue that we've had crazy governments in the past who have tried to do crazy shit with the economy, and sometimes they do, right? And those people are typically voted out and replaced with people who are more competent managers. And I will say that with regards to public wealth specifically, that's one of the arguments that they make in the Public Wealth of Nations book is that there's like it seems like with public wealth, if you set up the institutions right, the political economy is really strong. That, hey, because we set the institutions up right, they make a lot of money for the government. And because they make a lot of money for the government doesn't have to raise taxes as much. And because the government doesn't have to raise taxes as much, well, it's kind of incentivized to just let things keep going how they're going, right? So that's another reason why it's really important to set up these institutions properly.
So I get all that, but I know that Adam, you're going to disagree with me on this. I understand, but I keep pointing back to Trump as the ultimate counterexample because, like, America has its problems, but it's been set up pretty well. And then Trump, being the bull in the china shop that he is, he constantly just runs things down. He pulls institutions apart. America has tons of problems right now, and they are at least in part predicated on the idea of, well, he can't be that bad,
Dev,
and
you don't
surely things will survive. And it's like, well, they might not.
you don't
Right, but
you don't
again,
need Trump, Dev. You don't need Trump to make this argument. Like a huge, if 80% of the wealth is held publicly, that wealth is only accessible through politics. That's a huge chunk of everybody's wealth that they don't have access to without some sort of political process.
Well, again, I think that if that were
Go ahead.
again, like if that were the case, the political economy is really important here, right? That if it were the case that people were voting politicians in that would manage this like huge pot of collective wealth, and we see this in other countries that have these huge pots of collective wealth, that seems to be internalized in how a lot of people vote. That people are incentivized to vote for politicians that will openly say, "Look, I'm not going to fuck with this system because I understand how good it is." Like Dev in Canada, you see the same thing with your healthcare system. Like so many politicians, maybe some of them are pretending, maybe they have to feign this kind of position, but at the very least, like the Medicare system in Canada has such a strong political economy that for the most part, they can make changes on the margin, but you're not going to see like a party become, a majority government in Canada running on completely fucking up the Medicare system, right? Even in the United States, right? Trump didn't cut Medicare and he pledged not to cut Medicare because the political economy of Medicare is so strong. And so I would just make the argument, and this is, I think, based on other historical examples, obviously it's conjecture because we don't know how the future would go, but I would just make the argument that the institutions that I describe have a very strong political economy and that we wouldn't have a lot of reason to believe that uh, basically the economy would collapse.
Okay. I mean, it sounds like if for your changes to have a shot at working, there need to be a massive cultural shift in the United States regarding how Americans view their relationship with their own government, basically.
Maybe. I mean, I think ultimately, I think again, you can start small. Like these institutions can start pretty small, right? So you could start like one holding corporation with $50 billion, and then it's like, oh shit, like hey, like it turned into $100 billion, and that worked out pretty well. Like and then you can start more of them from there. Or like you could accumulate capital in a sovereign wealth fund. Oh shit, we've got like a $10 trillion sovereign wealth fund, right? Like that's pretty nice chunk of change at this point. And like I think eventually people kind of incrementally, as the incremental kind of reform takes hold, kind of form that understanding.
Okay. See, this you and I have had this conversation, not on stream recently, where I basically said something along the lines of what your I don't view your positions as inherently socialist, and I don't think that liberalism and socialism they work together the way that you think that they do. And I'll give you my reason why. It's a little bit different than Adam and Sitch's. One of the core liberal values is restriction on state power. If you look at any liberal political philosopher, they talk all about you have these massive authoritarian states. I know that I'm not going to make the claim that you're advocating for this. I heard that conversation 10,000 times today already. I'm not making the claim that you advocate for an authoritarian state. But one of liberalism's prime concerns is that the government might get too strong and might oppress the people, because the first liberals were writing in an era when that was very common with all the monarchies in Europe. And you would need a massive expansion of government power to do what you want to do, which I do think is fundamentally anti-liberal.
Yeah, I guess I disagree in part. Like, I think that you find a lot of liberal thinkers who expected a lot out of their government. Thomas Paine, for instance, he was a foundational liberal thinker in this country. He's taught in our history classes, of course. He advocated for things like universal inheritance and basic income and stuff like that. That was, on the government's, obviously, their responsibility to do. And I think that you find, for instance, like John Rawls, who I'm sure you would agree is kind of in a contemporary sense, like probably one of the most foundational contemporary liberal philosophers. He thought the government should do a shitload of things. Like he thought the government should provide for so many different sorts of rights and welfare systems. And, he said that, although at the end of his life, it's kind of controversial whether you would call him a socialist, he did at the very least say that, look, my liberal ideals of justice are achieved by democratic socialism, by a democratic socialist government. And so I think these people were in fact committed liberals, but they were liberals who believed that one of the ways to achieve their ideas of liberal freedom was through having a democratic state that did things like I'm describing, engaged in collectivization projects and engaged in welfare redistribution. Or in the case of John Rawls, just like literally did socialism. Like he said that socialism would be a way to achieve his kind of liberal ideals. So it's liberalisms, which you would agree with. And I just happen to be on the I guess pro-government side of liberalism.
I mean, I think there's a lot of good faith discussions to have on, how much should the government interfere in the private sector? How much should the government spend on like public health care or something like that? But I think most people who call themselves liberals, in good faith, call themselves liberals, they would not say something like 80% of the means of production. That's really high.
Yeah. Well, that's probably, I wouldn't, yeah, probably that is true. Most liberals are not socialists, I would say.
Well, right, but the amount of state expansion you'd have to implement to get to that 80% number is more than what liberals would be comfortable with, which is why I don't think that you can be a liberal and a socialist at the same time.
Well,
I don't know. Just real quick.
Well, it sounds like you didn't disagree with my history. Like all those liberal thinkers seems to endorse an expansive role of the state, right? And I mean, insofar as we want to just say, well, but they were a minority of liberals. Maybe I don't have maybe that's true. Like I don't have a survey available to me. I'm just saying that they were part of the liberal tradition. In the case of John Rawls, a very pivotal part of contemporary liberalism. And, they endorsed expansive roles for the government. I mean, many, people that in this society, people today who call themselves liberal, like just like in a common parlance, like liberals in America vote for the Democrats, and that's the party of big government, right? So obviously, if we're talking in a more pure philosophical sense, maybe not, but if we're saying like, well, most liberals would say this, it's like most liberals in this country vote for the Democrats, so.
And well, to be honest, I don't think Americans understand what liberals or conservatives are generally, because I don't know. Like there's people who think that liberals are communists, people who think that conservatives are fascists in the United States, and it's like, no, guys, these labels have meanings. I don't like using the American definitions of these words because
but I'm saying even if you think of actual like philosophical proper liberals, John Rawls, Thomas Paine, people like this, there is a tradition of liberalism, which is one that believes that the best way to expand liberal freedoms is through things like public ownership and state and welfare. And even like a guy like I said, like a guy like John Rawls even endorsed socialism as a system by which he didn't necessarily endorse the system. He believed in property owning democracy, but he did endorse, at the very least, like as an option for his liberal ideals was democratic socialism. You can say that's an idiosyncratic view and that that's a minority view. Maybe that's true, but I don't think it's true that I think a survey of liberal history would include people, at least like a couple of slides on people who believed in an expansive role for the government.
Okay, where would you personally put the switch being flipped then? All right, so like would it be like 50%? If the government owns 50% of the means of production, now it moves into now we can rightfully call it a socialist government. And if it's 49%, it's not like
Yeah,
I'm not
I don't on the binary. I don't know. I guess I typically would speak in relative terms. So if an economy is like if most of the GDP comes from the collectively owned entities, I would say, well, you got a mostly socialist economy right there. The actual binary classification, I don't know. I mean, you could. I say in my article, is this socialism was the question I asked myself, and I basically say that, look, I mean, if we could get to a scenario where 85-90% of the wealth is collectively owned, I mean, if you got an 85 or 90% on a test, usually that's considered a passing grade, So you probably at a certain intuitive point, you just call it socialism flat out. But hard to say at what point.
Okay. You are saying that 90%, if you're at that point, 90% of the wealth in America is collectively owned. People can only access that wealth through the political process, through the government dispensing some sort of check to them. Correct? Like how do they have access to wealth beyond that?
Well, the fruits of that wealth would be distributed through a democratic process, through the government, right? So you'd vote for the government and they would do something with the money, obviously. In terms of meaningful access, I mean, I don't know. I don't think that we would typically think of ownership in quite that way. Like, for instance, if you were to have like a trust fund, you have a trust fund and it's going to pay out a certain amount of money every single year to you. But it's like an inheritance trust fund. I would think that would still be considered ownership, even though it's like in this kind of trust.
Yeah, but you
system.
wouldn't have access to it. That's the whole point of a trust fund. You get access to it at a certain age, or you get access to a certain amount of it at certain times.
Well, even if it's paid, I'm saying like even if it's like this, even if the stock is held, and you're only paid out dividends from the stock of wealth, I think that'd still be considered ownership or like wealth accumulation in some sense. And collective ownership is not quite the same thing as individual ownership.
If you're if you're getting the dividends, yes, but if the sovereign wealth fund is getting the dividends, I mean that's the biggest problem I see with this, because obviously individual investors own a lot of wealth in the stock market, but in this situation, a lot of that wealth would be being bought by the United States government. So the investors would own the public would own a smaller and smaller share of that as individual investors.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with your characterization, Adam. I agree that the public wealth that exists in society that's owned collectively is owned and controlled in a democratic fashion. But I guess most socialists would say that that's a feature, not a bug. I mean, that's what kind of makes that's what makes the wealth ownership horizontal, that we all have an equal say in how to manage that wealth and what to do with the fruits of that wealth. And obviously you'd say that's bad, but I think that's a good thing.
I just think it's technically, I mean, it puts us at the whims of the political process, which, I mean, you can have wealth accumulation outside of the political process in America, obviously. If you want to start a business, build a business, and build wealth that way, you don't have to be a part of the political process at all, right?
Yeah, people obviously, most, that's what I already said. The top 10% of individuals own 67% of the wealth. I mean, you can individually accumulate wealth. Of course you can, right? But the dynamic of capitalism and private ownership is such that wealth concentrates to a pretty radical degree to, we see this in every society that has, capitalist markets, that, capitalist markets are good at creative destruction, innovation, things like that, because of market competition, the profit motive, things like that. But because of private ownership of that process, we see the wealth the wealth is extremely concentrated, right?
Yeah, it totally accumulates. I agree.
Right.
Yeah, but if the government owns 90% of the wealth and they're doling it out through a political process, isn't that going to be a highly demotivating thing for people to enter into private business, to start businesses, to even work? Because they're not going to have access to any of that.
No, I mean, we go back to the example of the shoe shop owner, right? So in my system, the shoe shop owner, he can, he wants to start a business. Like, how does he do that? Well, he has to convince
Why?
people. Why what? What are you
Why does he
asking?
want to start a business if the government owns 90% of the wealth?
Because he still can own and control his business and his business's wealth, right? So again, my system, my practical incarnation doesn't abolish the private ownership of wealth, right? That I do think I've said this 100 times now, that there's a lot of practical considerations to think about. But when it comes to the individual dynamics, like the reason why the wealth accumulates on the public side is just because the public is making investments, right? Like rich people like it when you make investments for the most part. Now, when a business owner says, I want to start a new business in Econoboi system, he has all the same incentives, right? He maximizes profits, he can accumulate capital, he can, change the business how he wants. If he goes public, that's a choice that he can make, and he can retain as much of the shares as he wants, because you can list whatever proportion you want. If you only want to list 30% of your shares and you want to keep the other 70, you can do that, right? So you have all the same incentives in my system.
Those 30% of the shares are going to go to the government, though, right? Because they're the ones that are controlling the sovereign wealth and doing most of the investing.
Well, it's going to go to just anybody who's interested in the IPO. So that could be a lot of retail investors. It could be, like you said, a lot of the institutional public investors, right? It could just be wealthy, individuals who just have a lot of money hanging around that they want to, I want to buy 5% of this company because I think it's a good value. It's a stock market. Anybody can buy the stock.
80% of the money in that market, though, is going to be controlled by the government. By necessity, if you're saying that the government controls 80% of the wealth, they control 80% of the assets and currency.
Right. So, for instance, 75% of our stock market is already owned by institutional investors, right? So the concentration isn't, I don't think, allocatively a problem. You can make arguments.
They're private institutions, though, right? Correct? Like,
yeah,
privately
that's what I'm
owned
saying.
institutions.
Yeah. Right.
Right, but
So
everyone's
again,
motivated to be involved in the markets to get their piece of the pie. And I'm
Right.
struggling here to understand if 90% of that wealth is doled out through a government program. It just seems like, why would I work at all? Unless you're going to be highly restrictive with this, what you're doling out.
you would work because capital income doesn't, it's not all income. 2/3 of income is labor income, not capital income. So you'd still be incentivized to work. With regard to why would I be incentivized to still start a business? Again, it's because you have all the same incentives to start a business as you do now, right? You'd still be able to start a business, make profits. If you don't want to sell it to institutional investors that are public or private or other private investors, you don't have to, similar to how you don't have to do that now. However, if you want to raise a bunch of equity capital, well, you've got to be willing to sell part of your ownership to raise equity capital. If you don't want to raise equity capital and you just want to do fixed income, or you want to charge royalties or something like that, you can do that too, right? I mean,
So
we could have all the same.
You could have a system where there's all these businesses that they go public. The government buys 49% of the shares. The rest of the 1% of the shares is owned by the board of the company and the CEO and high level people in the company, right? And they would not be co-ops. They'd be run the same way as capitalist companies. And you're saying that would be the system?
That could be the system for an individual institution, right? So if somebody says, I'm gonna go public, but I only want to list 49% of my shares, then they don't have to do that. Well, they wouldn't all do that, because again, like, a lot of people just want to make money, right? So it's like, I'm gonna list 90% of my shares because I want to cash in.
I mean, they don't want. Yeah, but they usually
IPO
people don't want to give up
processes.
controlling interest to a company that they create.
That's not true. That's not
How
true.
does that
I mean,
stop?
unless they're just selling out and they just want to,
A lot of people do that. Like Bezos
They sell it a lot,
I think
yeah.
Bezos owns like 15% of Amazon. Like, he doesn't own even close to a majority of Amazon, and the Walton family doesn't own a majority of Walmart.
Does someone own 16% of Amazon?
Does
If an
someone
activist
own-
investor got involved and started buying up shares, that's how they would.
I'm saying like
get a
can
seat
some
on the board.
yeah, because you're saying
get
yeah,
some
Jeff
sort of
Bezos owns
controlling
50%,
share.
but that's because he's like that there's a bunch of other people that own shares. Does anyone own more
Right.
shares than Jeff Bezos of Amazon?
No.
Well,
Okay. So
but
but
you
that's
mentioned
the
controlling
difference.
interest, right?
Yeah.
Well,
That's what I'm talking about, yeah.
By
well,
definition.
so it would still be a liquid market, right? So if you, for instance, if you wanted to buy, they'd still be listing the share, like, because again, these holding corporations are engaged in an entrepreneurial activity, right? So they'd be buying the shares, selling them as well. They'd be holding them for like short and medium and long term investment. So, for instance, if you were like a big owner of a company, and like let's say the holding corporations, like all the different holding corporations own 70% of your company on the public stock market. Number one, you made the choice to list the shares that way, right? So you made that choice and you can control that choice if you want. Number two, let's say that you're like, you know what, I think I want to take this company back private. I think that these public shareholders are fucking everything up, and you do see a lot of founders. Elon Musk did this. Tried to do this with Tesla, for instance. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to take it private again, so I can fully control what goes on in this company. You just buy a majority of the shares. You just buy back the shares at the strike price. You could do that at any time if you wanted.
If the government will sell them. How does this avoid the concentration of wealth? Because obviously, if you go to your example of the shoe store guy, he starts a mom and pop shoe store. He builds it up, he franchises, he ends up going public. He sells 30% of his shares to the government and cashes out. He's still fabulously wealthy. I guess the only thing he can really invest, well, no, he can invest the same way, according to you, right? He can buy shares in
Right.
other companies and whatnot.
Yeah.
So how's it stop the concentration of wealth? How's it going to stop Elon Musk from still being?
Yeah, two main mechanisms by which the public capital kind of accumulates faster than the private capital. Number one is you've got principal investments on the side of the public. So every time you capitalize a new holding corporation, or you further capitalize a sovereign wealth fund, that's like, you're sort of necessarily taking private capital and making it public, because you're taking tax money and things like this, and then using that and saying go out and buy part of the market for the public. So that's one way. Another way is that throughout the process of the voluntary transaction, if let's say that a guy lists whatever.
So you're
50
taxing, just to be clear, you're taxing the guy, the shoe store guy. He just sold you 30% of the stock in his company, and you're coming by and you're taxing him, and then you're using that to make a capital investment on another company.
Yeah, we'd still have taxes in my system, of course. Yeah, you'd still pay taxes. Now I believe in a hyper efficient tax code, right? So I believe in basically only taxing consumption and not investment. But the second thing that I was going to say, the caveat is like why the capital in the public accumulates in my system, and it doesn't just get out, eaten by the private investors, is because when a private investor, a lot aggregately speaking, when private investors sell their ownership to other investors, they don't use all that money for investment. They take a lot of that money and just consume it, right? They buy cars and houses and all this other shit, right? And so
Sure.
That's money that's not necessarily accumulating capital. And so those are the two main ways that, and you see this in other societies that really invest in their public wealth, that the private investment, it's not that private investment and private capitalization doesn't exist. It's just outstripped by public investment because, I don't know, the public just puts a lot of principal investment into it. And when you buy out the wealthy's shares, they consume a lot of it. And so the capital from the wealthy doesn't accumulate when they purchase basic consumption items.
See, yeah, this is something that I've been thinking about as well, because so let's say we're starting the Econoboi system up. Okay, you're gonna
Econoboi with
need
socialism character. No, socialism with Econoboi characteristics. Dev, please. Proper name.
econo-socialism. How about that?
Economism. Yeah.
So we're starting it up, and you need initially you need to actually create these public holding companies. So you're going to probably be building them up using tax dollars. So that might be way more taxes than people want to pay, basically. But okay, you build them up, and then you
Mhm.
have these companies buying stock in other private companies until they start to get a controlling amount in those private companies. But then when they reinvest, okay, maybe I'm just too stupid to get it, but like from what I understand, when you buy stock in a company and then the company does well, the value of the stock goes up. You sell the stock and you get a profit. It sounds like for the government to actually be able to enjoy any of the collective wealth. It would also have to be selling stock as well. And if they're not selling it to someone who's a private owner, where's the money coming from?
Yeah, so it's a
Good question.
combination. Yeah, it's a combination of things. So, for instance, I think that number one, these holding corporations would have a dividend policy. So, they would have like probably loose dividend guidance to where they would just like directly pay a dividend each quarter or each, month or whatever they would do it.
To who?
And
The
so
sovereign wealth fund? Who gets the dividend?
to the treasury, to the public
Okay.
treasury, the people, the owners. And then obviously the government does whatever they want with that money. Now you could also have a fiscal rule, which is kind of what you're describing, where you have like actual capital gains, where part of the portfolio is sold. So the question is, okay, well, who buy? Like if you just tell like the holding corporations to sell their stock, well, who the fuck's going to buy it when basically like the very same entities basically dominate the market? Well, the answer is proportionally those same exact entities, right? Because these are entities with hard budget constraints. So it would be a bunch of other private investors, and it would be the other holding corporations, which would want to essentially repurchase other stocks that are now in the open market. That's part of what I think. That's part of why I think that you'd have like this limitation on, essentially like the upper limit on how much public ownership you could have. Like I say, 75-80% or something like that on the stock market, because you do need some kind of external liquidity and retail investors and like private investors that are able to purchase stock when it's sold on a fiscal rule in order, like you said, Dev, to capture capital gains for people. But I guess it's also possible that if you have a situation where um, the state basically owns like almost all of the stock market, I guess like maybe you don't even, you could make the argument that you don't even need the fiscal rule at that point because the dividend payments are good enough. Like it's just like straight cash, injection at that point. You don't need the capital gains, but I don't
Wait,
know.
where
I'm
are
not
the
as
I'm confused. Are the dividends coming from the private company's profits?
yeah. So each of these companies would have a dividend policy for its holding corp that it owns. So similar to how like Amazon has, a lot of companies don't pay a dividend, a lot of companies do. Those dividends would trickle up to the holding corporations, and then the holding corporations would make the decision about, okay, well, we got all these dividend payments, we got all of our own capital gains. That's our balance sheet basically that we've built. And we've got this guidance from our owners. So what do we do with this money that we have now? Like we've got this guidance where we need to pay a dividend to our owners, which is the public in this case. We want to
No,
make
right.
some
I understand that
reinvestments.
aspect. I guess what I'm asking is in the system you're talking about, would it be set up so that if a company goes private, that they automatically have to pay dividends to the government, which would then turn around and distribute those dividends to the people or through social programs? That's
No,
what
no, no.
is that the system?
Dividend policy would be dictated by the boards at each company, right? And so if you were to have a private company and you were to own most of that company, well, you're the one who's basically deciding who's on the board, and so the board kind of is probably going to whatever dividend policy you want is probably what the board's going to decide. Just like how it works in our current system.
Right, but
Okay,
so
so hold on,
if all the
just real quick,
companies
Sitch.
went 51% or they went public and they can retain 51% of the shares, so the government would get zero dividends because they don't have 49% ownership, right?
Well, no, they would get the dividends in proportion to just whatever the dividends that are paid out. So the 51% of shareholders would still want dividend payments, right? Like the shareholders want you to pay them
Well, I
dividends,
mean,
right?
a lot of companies don't have dividends.
Well, right, but then insofar as a company doesn't pay an actual dividend, you still have the capital gain associated with the stock as
No, but
well. So I
but
mean,
Dev's question was like, if the government owns 80-90% of the stock, it seems like how are they ever going to make? They can't sell it off. Who are they going
well,
to sell
but
it off to?
so these are so right. So these are two kind of these are two different scenarios, right? If the government owns 75 to 80% of the stock, well then, they have 75 to 80% of the controlling interest in these companies, right? And obviously that's not totally proportional, but you get what I'm saying. And so if that's the case, then the government's dividend guidance becomes essentially binding to those companies at that point. Now, in the case that like you're describing where, okay, well, the government's only at like 40% ownership
Well, no,
and
wait. Just to be clear, when I said 75, 8%, I meant using what you're saying that the government owns 80% of like the entire market, not necessarily 80% of an individual company.
right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So you're stuck in a rock and a hard place essentially. So either the government owns 80% of the market, in which case the dividend guidance that they give is binding. So the dividends trickle up to the state, or they own a much smaller minority into where they only own we only own 49% of every company, just as a kind of bizarre hypothetical.
Mhm.
Well, the majority shareholders are still in large part, and we see this today, incentivized to pay out dividends to shareholders. Like a lot of there's a lot of dividend payments that get paid because those other shareholders want dividends to be paid out. They eventually want to, capitalize. They eventually want like capital gains or returns to their capital at some point. So either through dividends or through things like capital gains income. And so you're still incentivized as a shareholder, even if the government is only 49% owner, to provide capital gains or dividends to the people that own your shares.
Okay, so if I was going to describe this using socialist language, it would be that the surplus value that is extracted from the workers of a company, rather than going to the CEO of the company or the owner of the company, instead it goes into the collective dividend fund of the holding company, and then the government looks at that holding fund, that maybe it becomes part of the sovereign wealth fund or something, that there's a big pot of money that's been extracted from all these workers, and then you have various political parties that'll say we're going to spend it on this social program, and then another party will say we're going to spend it on this one instead, and then you can vote, and whichever party gets into power can spend that pot how they like.
Yep.
Okay, I think I understand.
Yep. Well, guys, it's kind of late for me, and we've been going for a little while. Are there any other chat or questions?
Yeah,
I
read
think it's been
JMac's super chat before he leaves.
Yes.
Yeah,
Thanks so much. Our surrogate father, Daddy JMac, with the $400. Thank you so much
that's a lot.
for $400 super chat. JMac says, the problem with trying to have a reasonable conversation with people like this is people with a liberal mindset should find his claim, quote, ideal society to be antithetical to our accepted idea of private rights. The fact that he can express these policies that are contradictory to liberalism and some just shrug speaks volumes.
Well, we addressed that point in the conversation, our conceptions of freedom. So I won't repeat myself, but anyway, it's been a great conversation. No, I do. We got heated at certain points, but this was definitely pretty productive, guys. And thanks so much for inviting me on. It was fun talking, and yeah, no, just overall, I thought it was an overall pretty good conversation, guys.
Yeah, thanks
Thanks
for
for
coming
coming
on.
on. Yeah.
All right, bye, guys.
Take care.
See ya. Wow.
It was a good conversation until Dev came on and ruined it.
I'm sorry.
I'm just kidding.
I have a feeling at the end there, I asked him a few questions that might have helped shine some light on what he's going for, you know?
I still don't understand how, if the government owns 80% of the market, they're going to make money. I think that was a good question that you asked. So, how do you feel about the claim that he was making that like he thinks the majority of socialists in America are moderate and not that the online socialists are not indicative of the moderate socialist out there in America land? How do you feel about that?
Um, I don't think there's enough of a socialist base in America to make a claim like that. There's just not that many socialists in the
Well, no,
States, I
he was
think.
saying that like if 5% of Americans are socialist, he thinks that the online socialist movement is not representative of the views of that 5%. And I'm saying I think that's a
I did.
ridiculous claim. I don't know how you'd make that claim based purely on the fact that those people would vote for Democrats.
I mean, to be honest, I'm not an American, but I'm gonna assume that it's similar
Well, you
enough
talk
in
about American
Canada.
politics.
Yeah. But like in real life, when I do encounter people that are political and that we could call socialists,
Mhm.
they're more leaning in the anarchist side of it than they are in the like tanky side of it, for sure.
Oh, I mean,
The
that's not
tankies
much
seem to be
better.
pretty rare.
But
No, it's
okay.
not. But the tankies seem to be pretty rare, in
Right,
my
right,
view.
right.
Yeah,
Okay,
my
interesting.
my big critique of what he was doing is that
Hmm.
one, it doesn't really sound like socialism or anything that I would call socialism. But that's just a labels argument. Like maybe we shouldn't be normalizing the label socialist because of what gets attached to it. I understand
Right.
that argument too. But in terms of the actual plan itself, like how feasible is this plan? If you have companies that are increasingly more and more owned by the government, even if it's not done through violent means. The government just buys these companies, right? Well, one, you need a lot more taxes to buy these companies, which is going to be a lot more of a squeeze on the average person, because the government is now spending way more than it would be otherwise to buy all of these companies.
Hmm.
And then it's like you said, if you're going to be selling off parts of these companies to get capital gains, who do you sell them to? It has to be back to the private sector, or else
Right.
there's no money being generated. And he even admitted that in the conversation. And then the other way to do it is dividends. And that's why my final conversation was, so you're just taking the value from the workers of each individual company and then pushing that up into the dividend pot and then spreading it out across society, which he basically at the end just said a blanket, yes, that's what I'm doing. And it's like, well, okay, I get that. But that's just way more complication and red tape to get just taxes. Like it's the same thing that's happening with taxing like
Right.
income tax, but there's way more bureaucracy to go along with it now.
Well, if you had a situation, because again, like if this situation he was talking about existed, I do think you'd have what would happen would be every company that went public would maintain 51% of its shares because they don't want the government to have control over the board. And the government only be able to own 49% or less, because I guess there'd be 10 to 20% of private ownership, maybe. Um, and then you're right, because then if that's the situation, if the government just owns, 30 to 40% of every company through stock, isn't, and then they only make money through dividends, is that not the same as just saying we're going to put a blanket tax on all corporate profits? Like, how is that substantially different?
Yeah,
Well, they have
it
a
seems to be the
huge
same.
say in how the business is run. Obviously, they're a 30% shareholder. They might be the largest stakeholder. That's a huge difference.
No,
That's
right. But
true.
I'm saying
There's a
like
difference, yeah.
if the majority stake owner is still the company, right?
Sure, but
Like from
look,
the economic
30% is a
perspective.
huge stakeholder. If some activist investor accumulates 30% of stock in a company, they're going to want to see it on the board. They're going to be like,
Yeah,
"Holy
but
shit."
here's what I say the difference would be. If it's some kind of I think this whole system would like really fuck up and make asset prices very bizarre because you'd have there's like nothing for private people to invest in at this point.
Yes, that's the big problem
And
right
right,
there.
so like asset prices would be like hyper inflated. So you either have a situation where the government would just have to completely go into super inflation debt mode to print money to buy all these assets to maintain their market share. And then even then, if you're like, if I'm Jeff Bezos and I own 51% of Amazon and the government owns 49%, and they start to making demands, I'll just tell them to pound sand. I don't give a fuck what they do. Go sell some shares. There's like an entire population of the earth is clamoring to buy them that you're hogging. Like
Who
there's
doesn't
no
that
there's no reason.
population doesn't have any money to invest in shares in this system.
Well, maybe I guess maybe that's the problem. Yeah.
Yeah, they only get money when the government doles it out from the sovereign wealth fund.
Okay. Wow. That's
I
a
mean,
very,
I'm not even
system.
against the idea of sovereign wealth funds. They have worked well in multiple
Yeah,
countries.
and
I
a much
just
smaller scale, not like owning 80% of all the wealth that the country
of
produces.
the entire economy. Yeah,
Yes,
that
like
seems to be a
that's
bit much.
yeah, I agree with the concept of sovereign wealth funds. Fucking Trump agrees with the concept of sovereign wealth funds, but like not they're on a much smaller scale.
But look at already how Trump is talking about allocating the funds of the sovereign wealth fund.
I know
He
he wants
wants
to
to
buy
buy
crypto.
Bitcoin. Why do you think he wants to
Yes.
buy Bitcoin? Because a bunch of his supporters own Bitcoin and it'll make the value go up.
What are
You
the
don't think that's going to
odds?
happen? You
Yes,
don't think that's
100%.
exactly what's going to happen with the sovereign wealth fund?
100%. What are the odds you think that if Trump does create some sovereign wealth fund that they're going to try to buy Trump coin or Millennium coin with that?
We're going to tune in too. Econoboi is still live, probably
Okay.
talking mad fucking shit. I have it in
There
the watch together. I sent you a link, Dev. So
there was an
Okay.
interesting
we've already
there
got
was
I
an
don't,
Josiah complaining in the super chats.
I don't know.
Whining.
Okay, that's
I'll
fine.
grab it real quick.
There was an
I think.
interesting
Go ahead.
Just
Go ahead.
go ahead.
I don't know. I thought there's an interesting uh video that I sent Anne that we watched where the Trump administration was kind of making noise like it sounded like it wanted to sell off US gold reserves to buy crypto for the sovereign wealth fund. And I was just thinking like, oh my God, every like Republican
They're
and
going to
libertarian is
turn
gonna lose their
gold.
mind if
They're
they
going to
do
turn
that.
actual gold into fucking Bitcoin.
That would be
That's
insane.
hilarious.
That would be
Keep in
so
mind that
That
the
bad.
last
talk
time
about
Trump got
looting the
involved.
treasury.
Hey, listen, the last time Trump got involved with this shit, he rug pulled his own fans, his own voters. So I'm kind of here for it. I love the Trump chaos. It's so funny sometimes.
It's one of the reasons why I think the American economy is so successful is because there is some insulation from politics. And this is just, oh man, the intertwining of politics and the economy. Even in the example of the business owner, right? I mean, you can't fully escape government. There are permits, all kinds of different places where the government gets involved, right? This is like that times 1,000.
Mm-hmm.
This is just unbelievable amount
Dutch,
of government intervention. The concentration of power is so insane to me, but whatever.
yeah, it would be very strange.
I don't think he understood the analogy of, and he kept defaulting back to the number of people who are authoritarians, which is completely unimportant because the authoritarians are the ones that have the fucking balls to seize power, and the people like Econoboi stand aside. They just get out of the way. So you don't have to have 80% of the people being authoritarians. You can have 5% of the people being authoritarians, and you're still going to be down that violent path.
Right. And that was that was the point I was trying to get at with the whole, if he agrees.
It wasn't sinking in though.
That if he agrees that wokeness was a minority opinion, and yet it completely had such hold over the public, I don't understand why this, and all the leftists and socialists that are pushing the woke stuff. I don't understand why he thinks this would be any different.
I tried to get at it with the ethno-nationalism, and it still wasn't sinking in. So
yeah. Dutch from Red Dead for $2 says, Dev, will you please wish Addie a happy birthday?
Who?
Is ADE? Aid? Addie?
Well.
Aid, Addie, happy birthday.
And then there was one.
Give it a little bit more zest.
Happy birthday to you.
There you go. You have to do the whole song. All right. Thank you. So there you go. Clark Kent for $20. Let me read the $20 and up super chats. Thank you so much. It says, what will happen? What is about to happen? This is before the conversation. Sitch will ask good questions. Adam will crash out. Econoboi will be outed as a commie. Dev will crash out and say no one understands. Like your favorite record, it's always the same.
That was all true, pretty much.
There you go.
I mean, I try to keep my crashing out to a minimum, but
yeah, you upfronted it, and then for the rest of it, you were totally chill. So there you go.
Well, look, I tried to. This is why Sitch and I were arguing before the stream about the 2v1 situation, and Sitch was like, "Nobody gives a fuck. Just speak whenever you want." And I thought,
yeah,
I'm gonna punch him in the face, and you just can't. You can't do that.
Well, I didn't know that's what you meant.
You can't have that level of intensity and then be 2v1ing somebody. So
okay.
Yeah.
Joe the Mig for $20. Thank you. Says, do not let Econoboi use Norway as an example. Norway's public utilities, particularly oil production, operates as a capitalist entity with boards made up primarily of civilians whose entire focus is profitability. Yeah, and he has a weird. I mean, what he's suggesting is it is some flavor of socialism. It's just not the type of socialism that like the majority of socialists would advocate for. And also, I think from the numbers perspective, what he's advocating for, I don't even understand if it's mathematically possible through the many things that we've already just talked about. Like, how could a government really own 80% of a company, and wouldn't that just change all the incentives of the entire market system? And it's kind of hard to anticipate all the weird changes that would occur in some system like that.
I do know that his views are kind of something like, if the government owns something, that whatever it is has been socialized, and so it's socialist. So like, you can, how much of your economy is government owned, and you can put a percent on how like, you're 40% socialist, 60%
that was a good
capitalist.
question, Dev.
Something like that.
Yeah. Asking him the exact percentage, because obviously America has some socialist institutions or collectivized, not really socialist, but collectivized industries.
Yeah, he just views government ownership as being socialist. So the more government ownership you have, the more socialist you are. That's kind of that's what he's using it as. Yeah.
I mean, I don't agree with that system. I wish if the entire socialist left right now had that system, I wouldn't like it, but I wouldn't be like as worried as I am about the socialist left at the moment, because that's not really this. They're advocating for something far worse. So
And you know what? I do think he's at least being honest about it. Like there's lots of people in the chat who are like, oh, he's a subversive, he's like a crypto tanky. I don't think he is. I really don't think he is. Um, I remember in the WIC debate
but
on
do
this
you think
exact
he's a
topic.
useful idiot?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Well, I like him as a person, man. I just think that
That's
like
fine.
I,
But
I think that he wants to use the socialist label for something that whether or not you want to call it socialist doesn't matter because other bad people will sneak in behind him. That's
right,
gonna
right.
definitely gonna happen.
No, because yeah, I agree. I don't think he's a crypto tank either, but I do think he's a useful idiot. Or I don't know if there's a nicer way to say that. I think he's a useful idiot for all this stuff. So
Dev, click on the. Oh, you did click on the watch together.
Yep,
Sitch,
I'm in here.
bring your watch together up. Come on.
Okay, well, just real quick though,
This could be comedy gold.
What I
We
was
have-
basically going to say is when I talked to him on
Nobody
Wix
cares what you
about
were gonna
this,
say, Dev.
it's
Come
like
on.
15 seconds. I'd be done by
I
now.
care.
Okay.
So when I was talking to him on Wix, I pointed out that like, hey, you know that people on the left tend to absolutely hate it when you say that the Nazis had socialist policies by this very definition you're using. They usually soy out and scream that fascism is capitalism and decay. But Econoboi he was like, yeah, we could in fact call the Nazis socialist by my definition. They were just bad ones, and I'm going to be a good one. It's like, well, okay, at least you bit the bullet.
Right.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Sitch, are you in here?
I'm in here. I don't know. What is this clip you have?
Well,
This is his live stream after he was live streaming at the same time as us. He's still live.
Yeah,
so I
yeah,
want to
yeah.
see the mad shit he's talking about us. Come
What if it's all nice?
on. Okay, you want to make a bet? You want to put some
No.
money on this?
I don't want to make any bets.
well. And then there was one, guys. Also, I must have got rated at some point, but I don't think I got a notification for who rated me. So thanks to whoever did that, I guess. Streaming to almost 200 viewers at some point. That's pretty based. It was by Hutch. Okay, thank you so much, Hutch. Thank you so much, Father, as I should say. Being respectful. As you can see, I'm a little splotchy. It's been a long conversation. Start, Live and Learn World War II. I don't know what that means, KW. Patience of a God. Yeah, it was getting testy there for a second, but I thought I did at least a decent job staying calm.
I mean, I thought he was more testy than me, Sitch, but I'll let you be the judge. What do you think?
As I said, you front loaded all your testiness in the beginning, and then we're pretty chill.
Yeah, but he got way testier.
He was testy
towards the end. Yeah.
Yeah, throughout.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
I don't know why, but
as soon as I showed up, he chilled out. But before that, you guys were sparking.
yes.
Lots of ad hom insults.
Well,
but-
he does this thing that annoys me, which is that, like, I'll say like it kind of the same thing with the sovereign wealth. Like, I do feel like there's some level. I don't think it's a tanky. But I do think there's some level of obfuscation, like using the sovereign wealth fund or these other things as examples, because like you're using. It's like someone saying, you should drink water because water is good for you. And everyone's like, yeah, we all agree with that. And it's like, okay, you should drink 20 gallons of water every day.
Right.
And you're like, wait a minute.
That's not
like,
good
that's
for you.
too much water. That's going to kill you. And you're like, whoa, water is good for you. And it's like, wait a minute. Like, obviously we're talking about, the amount that we're talking about in this conversation. It's kind of the same thing with the sovereign wealth fund. There's a very big difference between Norway's sovereign wealth fund, which, I mean, I'm unfamiliar with the one that owns the companies within Norway, but the one that owns a bunch of, stock and private companies in other countries. I mean, that's very different than the government owning 80% of the wealth a country generates.
Yeah. I looked it up. 42% of Norway's wealth is in the homes that the Norwegians own. And 80% of those homes are privately owned. So
Well, also
I guess
under
that's
this-
20% renters.
I mean, under his system, would now we have
Would the
private
government
for
own those homes?
No, I
don't
mean,
know.
like, so if the U.S. government owns 80% of stock, does that mean that U.S. citizens and foreign governments now have to compete for the 20%? The foreign governments would obviously be able to outbid individual people. So people would have no. How would anyone invest in anything?
Yeah.
in this
And
system.
wouldn't the government have the ability to just set the stock price?
Essentially.
Since they're the only ones holding the stock, able to buy and sell at will. They could definitely crater the stock if they wanted to.
When also as I think, if most companies, I don't think would ever sell out majority to the government anyway. So I don't even think it'd be possible for the government to own 80% of the entire
Right.
market anyway, unless they forcibly just passed a law that mandated that they did it, which they very well might do if that's kind of the way the incentives line up.
How do you guys think I did? Did you think, did I do you proud, chat? Chat, was I a good socialist? And then it's like, no, actually, you were among the best. That's my goal, really. I want to be the meme where the Grim Reaper says, no, I'm told you were the best socialist. That's really what I'm hoping for. Are you ready for your Destiny debate? Easy money, I was born ready, okay? Born ready. Destiny is not nearly the caliber of debater as I am, okay? That's why I've made millions of dollars debating people on the internet, and he hasn't. Econo, I am a democratic socialist and have always considered myself such. Why do you take politics like a joke? Raymond, I don't know what you mean. I tend to take...
Okay, this is kind of boring as shit.
It is, yeah. I guess we'll have to
Which is
listen,
what I anticipated.
listen and report. Obviously,
Okay.
you guys will listen, and you'll be the first to send us a clip if he says any. If he
I
talks
don't
any
care.
mad
Crazy.
shit.
Econoboi can talk all the shit he wants. So don't
He does not
say.
seem like the kind of guy to
Right.
talk behind somebody's back, I
Um,
don't think.
Keaton Kitsune, thanks so much for $35. It says, I want to correct my last super chat. Pisco interrupted a debate panel where Vivian Wolf was getting grilled for supporting the Reinhold shooting and equating it to Rittenhouse. Her Antifa group docs list was another panel. Well, there you go.
Oh
You
my
should
god, is
read
Vivian
the-
fucking Wolf back?
I don't know. There was some super chat about that last stream.
You should read Death by Sloss also
Where
in
is
the
it?
DMs.
Oh,
Oh my God. Oh no, that's the
don't
wrong
see it.
DM group.
I sent you a picture Majin made, but I don't see the Death by Sloth one.
I will
Okay,
move it to the top for you. Here you go.
thank you.
Death by Sloth, 40 members. It's actually from the last stream, remember?
Oh,
missed
yeah,
it.
yeah.
Yeah. I told him
Right.
we would read it.
Thank you so much, Death by Sloth, for bringing a Frugal Seeker for 40 months. Says socialists are so sure that socialism is guaranteed to make everyone's life better that lying about it is akin to planning a surprise birthday party.
That's funny.
That's pretty funny and kind of accurate. So,
Yes.
hey, Tally. Tally's in the chat. Barry Bruiser for $20 says 40% of the 70 million, so 28 million Trump supporters are self-described radicals, question mark. Radicals would be standing with or just next to Nick Fuentes. Find me 28 million Americans who have softened yet empathetic criticisms for people like him. Yes.
Mm.
I guess that's what you were getting at, Adam, when you were asking those questions. Mark Twain's Revenge for $20. Oh, no, I read that one already. Yeah, so there's a lot of questions that we didn't get to for Econoboi, but that's just the way it goes. Sorry about that. We didn't want to keep them for a million more hours. Also, Yar for 20 Aussie bucks says, just got here, get Hutch on instead. Well, I mean, we'd have a completely different conversation with Hutch because Hutch obviously would agree about the whole not aligning with socialist. So,
I mean, I'm gonna assume that there's no super chats from me, so I'm not the focus of this.
you
but
can
are there any?
dip out if you want.
Yeah, take care.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming on, Dev.
Do you see any before I go?
Uh,
With Dev in them?
let's see. Let me
Well,
look
if
at
someone
here.
paid you for a question for me, I'll answer it, but I don't think there's gonna be any this time.
Here we go. It says, Dev sucks for $100. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Oh, okay.
Fair
Gotcha.
Practical Progress for 2 Aussie bucks says Dev is good at amicably extracting answers. That is true. That is very true.
Oh, thank you very much.
That's very true.
Calling in the good cop.
Dev is a good cop, usually. Yeah.
I mean, I've found that like if you do genuinely understand what they're trying to say, then you can engage with them on their terms, which means you don't have to do the dance about like, oh, what does this word mean? What does that word mean? Just accept all the semantic arguments, and then be like, okay, here's where the actual problem of substance is, and you can kind of drill down to that really quickly, in my experience.
Were you frustrated with the more freedom conversation? when Sitch kept saying like, "Oh yeah, see the 75%, yes, they have more freedom, but the 25%, they're getting fucked."
Yeah, and he mentioned something along the lines of if you implement his system and people get, 20 times more rich, but they don't have the freedom to open a business anymore. And his
Mhm.
argument is something like, well, the extra access to that all that wealth will grant you other freedoms because now you can do more things with that money. And maybe the freedom that you gain from having that money will offset the freedom you've lost from starting the business. And that's true on some level. I understand his argument. Um, but his
It's a
argument basically
huge.
it it,
This
it
would interfere with creative destruction, obviously, because there are a lot
it
of
would,
people
yeah.
that want to use that wealth to start a business.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, it also it boils down to the idea of golden chains, right? Like, would you rather be,
Yes, of
provided for and
course.
cared for, but you actually can't make choices in your life, or would you rather be poor, but you can choose to do what you can choose to do what you want with whatever little amount that you actually have? And I do think there's probably going to be personality differences in that, right? Like some people
Of
will just be like, you know
course.
what? I would rather have absolutely no free will, but just have all of my material needs provided for. Some people will take that. Will take that. Others will be like, no, 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 no. I'll be poor, but I want the freedom to choose what I do with my time. And those are two very different lifestyles, two very different personality types that will choose those two things. And they're both in a different way. They're both freeing, you know? So,
Yeah. Well, just to me, just framing saying that if we reappropriate people's wealth and give it to other people, that those people are more free. I mean, I know, listen, I don't think he's a tanky, but you're really making it very easy for your system to be subverted by the tanky. That's like the equivalent of a girl dressing up in like a mini skirt and a very, very low cut top, and she's got $100 bills, falling out of her pocket and walking in a very, high crime area. It's kind of like, oh, we're getting to you're basically asking for it at that point.
oh my God, Sitch says she asked for it. What was she
Yes,
wearing?
exactly.
Oh,
Exactly.
okay. Yeah, I think one of the last times I was on here, we talked about American libertarianism and why it was so right wing compared to European libertarianism, which is more left wing. And I
Hmm.
think the idea is that because America, after all the natives were dead, America was like this empty continent, and all sorts of people could like arrive on America's shores and run off into the wilderness and kind of
Right.
escape the state and build whatever society they wanted to build. And so you kind of develop this notion of freedom as being freedom is something where you are away from restrictive institutions. But in Europe, because they had no room to run off, there was no wilderness to run off into. In Europe, freedom became institutions providing things for you so that you could then take those resources and do something with them.
That's a
And I mean,
great point. Yeah.
I think those are both there's reasons to value both of those things, I think.
Yes. But Econoboi from
Oh,
Texas. What the fuck? You should have an American ideal of freedom. The hell?
Sammy just asked if I'm going to the gym. I worked out this morning, Sammy, but thank you.
Look at that. Barry Bruiser for $2 says Dev is gay. There you go, Dev. Heart.
Nice, thank you. Thank
You're
you.
Ray for $5 says Suffa, Dev. Suffa. Trump owns your mind and in the end, your
True.
life as well.
True. Dev, when are you going to free your mind?
Sorry, I can never be pro Trump. Sorry.
I'm not asking you to
It's
be pro
it's
Trump.
too
You
far.
just got to
Well,
leave the TDS behind. That's it.
Listen, every day Adam's becoming more and more anti-Trump, I think.
listen, I do not have Trump dick rider syndrome.
That's true. That's true. But well, I guess we'll see because we had the last time he came on, we had this conversation about how far could Trump pull his base? Like, what could he
Hmm.
do where they say too far? And it looks, we'll see. I'm curious. We'll see how all the Epstein stuff plays out because that is sort of a good
That's
test. And
true. He is in fact losing some support among like the really diehards.
yes,
I've
yes. So
noticed
we'll
that. Yeah,
see.
fair enough. Fair enough.
Right, right.
All it took was him being accused of being, credibly being accused of being a pedophile for him to
Well,
lose support.
covering up.
Holy fuck.
I thought that he might have fired the stats person, the job stats person, to change the story from Epstein.
Oh, really?
And I
Okay,
was
yeah.
thinking,
Really?
oh, that's too, I'm being too cynical here. And
I don't know. That's That's what what's his face said. What's the guy?
Scaramucci, yeah.
Scaramucci said that.
And then I heard Scaramucci say it, and I was like, oh well, fuck. Maybe he
And
did.
Scaramucci knows Trump personally, so
Yeah,
I don't know.
he wants to turn the page on the Epstein stuff. And I did listen to an interview with the woman you were talking about who said
Yeah, she just
was
gave another
dating
interview
Epstein.
like yesterday.
Yeah, I saw it. She was dating Epstein, and Epstein took her to Trump's office thinking that Trump would try something and she would fight back against him, and Trump did try something and she didn't do anything. She just basically was like,
She froze.
grope
Which is
me.
It's weird because on one
Grab him by
hand,
the pussy.
yeah, because on
And they
one
let
hand,
you. That's what he's talking about. He's talking about this this situation.
well, it's that interaction. Yeah, for those who didn't listen, it's very interesting. There's this woman who says that she was dating Epstein, or actually, well, you can go, Deb, if you need to go, but this is gone.
I'll stay for this final
Okay.
convo. I don't mind.
I know it's bashing Trump, so you're happy.
Yes, based.
Yeah,
Let's do it.
fuck.
But no, this woman was saying that she dated Epstein for like 6 months or something, and that she had this interaction. Well, first of all, she said that Epstein talked about Trump all the time, which is kind of
Constantly.
interesting.
Yeah.
And that was like the only friend of his that he would talk about. So she's saying they were very close. But that they had this interaction where he took her up to see Trump in Trump's office, and Trump is like roping the crap out of her, like grabbing her tits and her ass and everything. And during that like when he's doing that, like Epstein is not angry about it. He's not interacting. They're just talking. He's talking with Trump normally about like her career. She was a model at the time and everything. And then after that, when they leave, Epstein was like furious and very angry at her because he wanted her to like fight back against Trump. And apparently she had a reputation of fighting back against, because she was a model, and a lot of the photographers in the modeling industry would try to, always try to try shit, apparently, according to her, and she would have a reputation for not taking that shit. And it's a weird story because on one hand you'd say, okay, well, if the accusation is that Epstein and Trump like shared a girlfriend or something, why would he take a girl up there with the purpose of having her like blow up on Trump and get mad that she didn't? But then on the other hand, why would Trump think it was acceptable to start groping a girl that he thinks is this guy, his friend's girlfriend, like in front of him?
Yeah, to fuck with him.
I don't know. Like, I don't really know how to interpret that story. It's such a very
weird
bizarre
story, isn't it?
interaction.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a very weird story. So
I'm not sure we know the relationship between Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. They could have been both people who wanted to become famous, and were both trying to become famous in different ways. So they really were frenemies. They had this competitive thing going between them.
They were the same person, actually.
No.
They're secretly the same person. Trump was just changing like out of the costume constantly.
there you go.
People have been saying now that Trump killed Epstein, that Epstein was worried Trump was going to kill him, and that perhaps Trump had a hand in killing him.
There was one article where like someone was examining the security footage outside of Epstein's door before it went out, and someone
And Donald
was like,
Trump was there.
someone said like a strange orange figure like descended from like the
That
top of
was
the
a
stairs.
jumpsuit.
A strange orange figure descends, and then the
Oh
camera
my
cuts
God.
out.
You're right.
And it's like it
See,
was
that's
Trump.
the problem. In the video, you see like a little orange, you see a pixel of orange like ascend the stairs. And we assume it was a jumpsuit, but it wasn't.
It was Trump.
It was Trump. It's a perfect disguise.
Coming to finish the job.
Exactly. The real Hustle for $20 says tag Dev in, please. There you
Oh,
go.
hi, I'm here.
They
Okay,
got your
here, real
wish.
quick. So, Epstein, in my opinion, there's two possibilities here. One is the one that everyone's running with, is that Trump's in the files. Two, this is the one that is more boring, but I think probably slightly more likely, is that there's actually nothing in the files at all. And basically Trump doesn't want to release them because it would basically mean he loses all of the support from all of the crazy conspiratoids.
I don't that can't possibly be true, because if it would be the way he would handle that would be very different. He would say, I'm president. They wiped the files. Joe Biden wiped the files. He would just say this: Joe Biden wiped the files for the 4 years president, and I'm reopening the investigation, and we're at the bottom of it.
Maybe it's possible, but yeah, I would love it if the meme is true, but usually, I'm kind of in the nothing ever happens camp at this point. Usually the memes aren't true. Usually the crazy stories end up being false. It's usually just something really boring.
Well, I don't. I think the most likely scenario is I don't think Trump was a pedo or anything. But I do think he knew what was going on with Epstein, whether it was just Epstein was doing it for himself or doing it for blackmail. I do think he was aware of Epstein doing it. He made that weird comment that everyone's talked about where he likes him young. And I do think Trump probably was sharing girls or doing weird, lewd shit with 18-year-olds or higher with Epstein. And he just knows that if that gets out, it's going to look so bad for him that people will automatically assume he's a pedo. And that's why he wants this to just go away.
Listen, it's not pedophile, Sitch. It's ephibophile.
Oh, excuse me.
The fact that you know that, Dev, is very disturbing to see.
There's just like three.
The fact that you're making that distinction.
Yeah, there's three of them. Yeah, there's three of them. I don't know the third one either. I have to go look it up.
Oh, look, now he's like, but I don't know. Thank God.
I don't. You just see here.
Listen, Deswall specifically for TR says, I'm at the gym. Where you at, Dev?
God damn it.
Oh, someone's paging you at the gym.
For $5 says, while Dev is here, I'm happy to see him posting videos again. I never became a Dev hater. I just think his take on Ruby Ridge is horrible.
Well, thanks very much, man. Yeah, I mean, people thought for a while that it was like all the drama that was keeping me offline. No, it was real life stuff. It was IRL stuff happening. But I'm back. Right. I'm finally
That's good.
Back.
I always like Dev videos.
Thank you. I can't find the third one. Fuck.
Don't worry about it. No one cares. It's actually better if you don't know it, because if you do know it, people assume some bad things about you.
Oh man, dude, hold on. That's actually the best way to cover your tracks as a real pedophile. Is just pretend you don't know.
just say digging. He's like, give me that fucking shovel.
You just say I don't know the other two. I don't know.
Exactly. There you go. Yeah. There you go.
I'm gonna take off though, guys. I'll see you later.
Thanks
for having me on.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Get out of here, punk.
J-Mac, our circuit father, thanks so much, Dad. J-Mac, for the $20. Thank you. Says, this guy's pie in the sky utopia is no different to me than some Nazi boys' pie in the sky dream of a purely white ethno state in the United States.
Yeah, I kept trying to make that
true.
He did not like that analogy at all.
Well, yeah, obviously, yes. Not going to be happy about that.
With the violence, with the violent component. But I mean, he would agree that obviously the ethno state people are that's going to lead to violence.
Yeah.
Can't sugarcoat it.
Well, the other thing I would have liked to get at, which we didn't, and maybe I'll read it from a Substack, was
Massachusetts.
Was what is this core principle of socialism that he has that's so important for him to sort of turn away from liberalism in favor of socialism?
You were setting that stuff up great. You were doing great there on the limiting principle. It was bugging me. I finally had to interject just because he kept saying, well, look, we're not limiting your freedom in any of these other ways, right? You still have the individual freedom to speak your mind.
Right.
You just can't hire people and start a business. I'm like, well, how people make a living is a pretty big part of their freedom, don't you think?
Of course. And I think I said this on Sunday, or it might have been on Thursday, I think part of the benefit of America, or one of the best benefits of America, is the foundational libertarian aspect that's kind of encoded in our government and our philosophy from the beginning. Because any government, any institution is going to have the pull of wanting to generate more power for itself. I think everyone seems to sort of agree with that.
Yeah,
and so you
the
need
people are going to want to use the institution to generate more
course.
power for themselves.
The
But
people in the
yes,
institution, yes,
yes,
right.
exactly.
And so it's very important that you have a lot of checks on institutions of power to prevent that. And one of the greatest checks you can have is you can have this entire culture like we have in America of wanting to keep the government out of our business as much as possible, wanting
Yep.
to have a big respect for the rights of the individual. And with all this socialist stuff, it's like, this is what I was trying to say is that, yeah, you can have social programs or even socialist-y sort of programs in liberal countries. As long as it's still a liberal country that's still operating on that principle, it's going to prevent the authoritarian, or it can, I guess obviously Germany didn't work with Germany, but it can prevent the socialists from, running unchecked out of control. But if you don't have that, and you actually have a socialist country based on socialist principles, the first principle is not individual rights. The first principle is some form of equality or equity for everyone. And what that means is that, well, then you're going to sacrifice individual rights to get there.
Yeah. And most people are more than willing to sacrifice other people's individual rights.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, which sucks.
Brian for $20 says, more importantly, the private institutions are investing on behalf of individuals that have ownership of their funds and can be withdrawn whenever they want. You can't do that if the institution is owned by the state.
The people owning it don't really have skin in the game, right? They're just fund managers. Unless they make money based on how much the fund makes. And then you're going to run into the same problem. You're basically going to have a government worker that keeps voting for increasing their salary, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is just bullshit. But
Simon
I mean, it's
McGrath,
fun for a live stream.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. Simon McGrath for $20 says he's completely out of his depth outside of any economics. That's why he is getting emotional. Yeah, it was weird. Going into this, I didn't think he was going to say, that he was woke. I thought he was going to say that he wasn't.
He had
didn't know
him.
I thought he was going to say, I don't know what that means. I'm not woke. I thought he was going to try to do kind of the classic, that most socialists do, where they try to say that woke is like nothing aligned with them whatsoever. And I was kind of surprised that he didn't do that, that he said that he was. So then I was further surprised where he didn't really want to. Later in the conversation, he said he didn't really know about any of that stuff at all. So I'm like, okay, well, why did you say you're in favor of all these things? I don't know. I would like to interrogate his position more on the cultural issues.
Yeah. Adam Gaboff is a member for 36 months, says Adam should come out swinging from the get-go more often. Look, the thing that set me off was just that fucking smug attitude that Trump is an utter failure and the country would have been completely better if Kamala Harris was president right now. How can you make that claim? How can you make that claim?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it'd be a completely different world if Kamala Harris was president.
To me, it's really outcome dependent.
On what he's doing. Yeah, exactly. The policies have not really been fully felt yet.
Well, no, I mean, like, from the economic policies, I do think that these Trump policies with the tariffs and everything, I do think that's going to end up causing a bunch of problems. I do think a lot of the job numbers that we saw were because of that, because of the cuts to USAID or the cuts to government program, cuts to government jobs and things of that nature. So economically, I don't think we're going to go in a good direction. And then, I mean, I am in favor of Trump, stopping more people from coming to the country. I do appreciate that. I am appreciative of him slapping a lot of the DEI stuff away as fast as possible. I think that's all fantastic. I'm not in favor of these draconian deportations to the CCOT prison, which I think is insane. I mean, I don't know if you saw, or I think you saw it, but I don't know if people in the chat saw it. We talked about some of the people that were wrongly sent to that prison under suspicion of being drug dealers based on tattoos. One of them came back and said that he was sexually assaulted by the guards there and beaten by the guards there. And I'm just like, Jesus fucking Christ. So I really don't support these kind of insanely draconian policies like that whatsoever. And so with Kamala, like obviously we wouldn't have those policies. We have different policies, and I don't know what the outcomes of that would be. I am curious to see, if wokeness goes away because of Trump and our country has a bad economy but bounces back, I would say it would be worth it just for that. But if it doesn't go away, then I don't know. I would think Trump so far is probably not going to be worth it.
But yeah, I can't make that determination at this point. And to smugly make it out like, oh, everyone just knows this is the reality. Well, this is a reality in your fucking bubble.
Mm-hmm.
But to declare it, just that's what set me off. I was like, what a fucking smug piece of shit.
Christian Baller, thanks so much for $2, says MMT. There you go.
Yeah.
Lives
Which
in
never came up.
Never came up. Lives in Des Walls for $2, says Deb didn't tattle. I would have heard it. There you go. Joe the Mig for $5 says, over and under how many times Econoboi tries to hide his power level about not being a genuine socialist. Well, actually, it was kind of like the opposite. He keeps saying he's a socialist. He just has like a weird version of it that I don't think matches most other people's.
Well, I think we can say that he is, because ultimately he didn't come right out and say it, but he would want us to get to that 100% collective ownership. He says 80% he thinks is feasible. Well, he thinks 80% is feasible, which I think is crazy.
Fantasy.
Like totally bananas. But if you desire to get to 100%, you just don't think it's feasible, I think it's safe to call you a socialist.
No, I would say even 80%. If you want to have the government own 80% of wealth, I'd say that. I mean, I agree that is socialism. It's just a weird mechanism to get to socialism compared to most other people. Most other people, they want socialism through individual people that work at jobs to not be taken advantage, well, in finger quotes, taken advantage by the profit motive, right? That's why they all want to have co-ops and all these other things and not have any private companies anymore.
Yeah.
This is just kind of like a weird way. It's interesting because it's actually because he's saying, and I guess I didn't realize it until I was saying it just now, because he was saying that he's very against authoritarianism and Marxist-Leninism and these sorts of things that the other socialists like Hassan seem to be more in favor of. But the same token, whenever you ask those socialists what their economic policy is, it's generally just government says you can't have a private company. All companies have to be co-ops. And yet his version of it is way more rife for authoritarian abuse because you're literally giving the government access to 80% of the wealth that a country generates.
And most socialists would call it state capitalism anyway.
Yeah. Ace for $10 says, Econoboi, please articulate the material differences between Marxist, Leninist, socialist, communist, and the tradition you follow. If it's just, quote, totes not authoritarian, bro, trust me, then much of this is hot air.
Good question.
Yep. Dutch from Red Dead for $5 says, Econoboi's complicated position is that he is subversive. Ace for $10 says, Adam, your outburst was out of line. You can't blame people. You can't blame when people are hard. When people are hard, are you? When you attack Econoboi for no reason, he isn't Pisco. You have a tendency to needlessly be petty and emotional.
I didn't attack him for no reason. I attacked him for being a smug prick. And for asserting something that no rational person should ever assert unless they're just a partisan douchebag.
KT Batosai for $5 says, can we ask Econoboi why he's married to the socialist title? Seems weird if he is willing to call it something different. Anonymous Cow for $5 says, and there it is, socialism is just a matter of semantics. Daniel Gonzalez for 5 Canadian says, Venezuela got to socialism democratically. By the time people flipped, power was too centralized. Econoboi, what would you do differently?
That is the problem. Centralized power is the problem.
Yes.
People have to read that book, The Narrow Corridor to Liberty. That book is really good at outlining the problem, the Gilgamesh problem, they call it, where you have to have a strong centralized state because it needs to accomplish things in the world to protect the people and to ensure those rights. But you also have to have a strong society that can shackle the state, that can keep the Leviathan in check. And what Econoboi is advocating for is taking the fucking shackles off the state and giving them everything.
Right.
What the fuck? Taking everything from the population.
Yeah,
That's bullshit. Total bullshit.
that's true.
And it's going to end in catastrophe.
Yep. Sammy G, thanks so much for the $5. Says, talking about socialism under my roof, spits in Spanish. I like
There we
it.
go. Look at that.
Ace for $2 says, I am an actual catty teenage scold. Fear me.
He's coming after me, but I
think he's talking about himself. But
Oh, okay. I
That
think
is
he's
true.
talking about me, but I regret
okay.
nothing.
Red 473 for $5 says, Econoboi, how do you feel about collabing with streamers that advocate for doxing their critics and abandoning their children? Enjoy the debate Thursday. Big oof. Big oof.
Well, he's going to beat, we all heard him say he's going to beat Destiny because I think he was
Very
being
big.
sarcastic though, in
He
all
was
fairness.
being sarcastic, yes.
You think if
Ginger Miss-
we got in front of a bunch of Nazi flags and just as a joke, obviously, and a bunch of Nick Fuentes Groiper fans came and they were like, "Oh, base, this is awesome." You think they would give us a pass on that?
No,
The live
obviously
and
not.
learn people?
No, of course not.
It's just a joke. I mean, if you were offended by it,
Yeah.
it's funny.
Well, that's why
It's a giant double standard. But go ahead.
No, and that's why I mean those imagery, the iconography that he was memeing on, should be as reprehensible to Americans as the Nazi flag, as the KKK flag and outfit.
Especially now, you could ask him, "Hey, how many Ukrainians has Russia killed today?"
Yes.
I mean, you're in front of the Russian flag right now. How many Ukrainians did they kill?
well, that's why Anna was disgusted by the whole thing. So it was
Yeah.
Ukrainian. Ginger Miss Prime for $5 says, won't this provide a massive incentives for companies to not go public out of fear of the government inevitably owning a controlling share? Yes. Yes, it would.
Of course.
This would have all sorts of the system I'm in favor of some type of sovereign wealth fund, but the system that he's advocating for would have all sorts of bizarre, weird effects on the market that I think would all be mostly negative in terms of how they would incentivize businesses to behave and the government to behave too. Because I mean, we didn't even talk about how you're basically incentivizing the government to allow most of these big businesses to just run unchecked as long as they're making more and more money for the government, right? Which is a huge issue. So
Look, the government can't even build housing without it costing 5 times as much because they want things done in a way that's going to make them look good politically. Now you've got the government owns 30% of all the companies in the stock market. What the fuck do you think is going to happen there?
right.
Oh man, there's so
Dutch-
much political hay people could make.
Dutch from Red Dead for $5 says, quote, when someone says I'm a socialist because I like communism, but I don't think it's very feasible right now, that means you're a communist. Dev. True.
Yes.
True dev quote right there. $2 Ace for $2 says the profits go to the party, comrade. Old news.
Oh, maybe you're right. Maybe Ice was turning around at this time.
Yes.
He was like, "Oh my God." He went full mask off.
Real Holton for $5 says, Sitch, you're selling it short. A convoy system would give the government the right to force any company that had 51% stock in to do anything, which is fascism. Yeah, obviously. Obviously, that would be the case. I don't even know why any company would sell 51% of stocks. But yes, if they did, the government would have controlling ownership of all these private companies. Which I guess we should have brought up because there's no way that the government could own 80% of the wealth without having controlling ownership of a bunch of companies. So you're basically just having the government's going to run a bunch of companies. So
Well, he would say that they're hands off, right? They're
Oh,
just,
of course. Until
yeah.
you get someone who is very politically, ideologically motivated, like almost all presidents, and wants to, either make the companies be woke, make the companies be anti-woke.
Or you get the people that say, oh, this company's charging too much and it's terrible. They're fucking horrible people, or they're not hiring enough brown people, or
Right.
whatever they want to say.
Right.
And they're
Right.
like, we vote for you. We're going to vote you out of office if you don't rein this company in. Well, we can't do that. Well, what do you mean? You own 30% of the company. Why can't you do anything about it?
Right.
You need to get in there and fix that. Fuck them.
Yeah, that's a very good point. It would make it would make it so that the government would have to bend over backwards for the voters to force all these companies to do X, Y, Z.
Yeah, exactly. It would make it, it would just make the whole business environment so much harder. We're talking about how regulation are standing in the way of us building enough homes to bring home affordability into line.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This is going to make it a fucking billion times worse.
Right. Right. Sammy G for $5 says, my government came and run things now efficiently. How the frick would they run all these businesses? Right.
They're not going to run. They're just going to take the profits.
Then they wouldn't own stock. They'd just tax them, right? Wouldn't that be?
Isn't it funny that there's
it?
already a way to deal with this? Way already exists for this to happen.
What?
I didn't even want to get it. Taxing the companies
Oh,
directly.
yeah, I know.
You remember?
I know.
I mean,
tax. Yeah.
they do have the power to do that, right?
Yes.
Why use this complicated system? Well, and that's, I mean, it is. I didn't want to get into his monetary, because he's obviously got a classical economics view of the monetary system, almost a gold standard view of the monetary system, right? Because the government manufactures the money. So,
Mm-hmm. Though I did hear him say that I think he did say he was in favor of MMT.
no,
in a
he's
recent
not.
stream. No, in a recent stream.
Oh,
So
really?
maybe he changed on that, but I mean, he's not acting like he isn't. It's not acting like he has a view of MMT in terms of how monetary works or money
Yeah, he
works.
doesn't.
So,
He doesn't really. He's not using it in his thinking at all.
right. Ace for $5 says it is disappointing that Sitch is the only one being good faith. The Econoboi is wrong on socialism, but the response to him has been deranged.
Oh,
Are you talking about
okay.
in the chat? I wasn't really looking at what people were saying in the chat. I mean, listen, our chat is very anti-socialist, so I'm not really surprised by that. But Paul Watson for $5 says, you'll be under the prison, buddy. This guy is no different than the communists of old. Wow. Coming out hard.
It's hilarious. I responded to that super chat. Wait till I call him a retard and kick him off the street.
Britt Cormier for $5 says, in this system, you cannot have something like HEB. It's too big to be private, so it would have to go public. What is HEB?
I'm not sure.
Oh. Ace for $2 says, I can't believe liberals don't like communists. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, shocking. Andrew Bear for $2 says, why would your version of a failed system work? It's a good question. HEB is a grocery store chain. Oh, okay. I'm unfamiliar. They don't have those in Florida, I don't think.
I am fine with the public option. Maybe it's possible one day for the government to run some institution efficiently enough that it can actually compete in the private market. It would be nice to have it structured in a way that if it was a failure, if it wasn't providing a good or a service better than the private market, it would cease to exist, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, that's completely different than saying it's immoral to have privately owned businesses and for wealth to get obscene because of that. That's a completely different claim, completely different thing to advocate for.
Right. Our League for $2 says, ask if he is a market socialist. I never even heard that term. Market socialist?
It's a lot of the stuff he does seem to have a respect for markets, for the fact that you have to set these institutions up to compete against one another. Otherwise, it's going to be terrible.
Yes.
Even though we only have one Federal Reserve. Well, I guess we have different Federal Reserves. Yeah, we do actually.
Joe the Meg for $5 says, quote, I'm not a socialist because I'm egalitarian. I'm just support all the policies that enable socialist policies that lead to authoritarianism.
Yeah.
Wow, Paul Watson for $2 says, this man is a monster and should be treated as such. Well, I wouldn't go that far. I think that's a bit too far, Paul.
Paul's coming out swinging. Joe the Meg was having fun too.
Joe the Meg for $2 says, show us the poll, Mr. I'm not a socialist.
What was the poll?
There's a lot of polls being discussed, but I would be curious to see polling because, again, to me,
all these people that call themselves socialists, they're just moderates. That's the poll you want to see, right?
Well, no, yes, I think there is I don't know why he came to socialism. I think there's a high level of sort of wishful thinking in terms of automatically assuming that just because the majority of socialists polled in some poll so that they would vote for Harris over Trump.
Oh, that's a huge
means that those people are going to be
moderates. Yeah.
Moderate socialists and not authoritarian socialists. That doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever that you would come to that conclusion.
Especially Harris, who tweeted out about equity, had so many policies, redistributive policies, right?
Well, just because it was against Trump, before the election, everyone was saying he's a fascist, he's a Nazi, this is an existential threat to America. Like that, most of the socialists are going to agree with that characterization of Trump, and they're going to vote for the lesser of two evils in that situation.
Sure. But I do think Harris was given a handout to the socialists with a lot of policies.
She did during the primary. Yeah. It's interesting because if it wasn't for October 7th in Gaza, I think the socialist online left reaction to Harris would have been very different. That issue has kind of dominated their thought process. So
it's a wedge issue for them.
Yeah.
And it's one that the Republicans didn't dream up on their own.
It is interesting that issue, and I am curious to why. Why is that issue so grabbing hold of the online left specifically?
Because they're driven by the Care Harm Foundation. And they just can't stand the fact that war is ruining people's lives. They want to care for them all.
Yeah, no, I think it's also because the whole Gaza Israel thing is very tied into a racial perspective by the far left of white colonizers killing brown people, brown natives. And all those people, even though they're trying to run away from woke now, were all the progenitors of woke. And so that issue just maps on too perfectly for them to ignore.
Yeah, it's a new cause. It's the next cause du jour for them to jump in.
Yes.
And hate on everyone for. We should bring up that the Crystal and Sauger thing. Because in the end of that, I mean, it sounds like Crystal's about to start weeping over the Gaza stuff, which just completely illustrates the Care Harm Foundation just completely controlling everything she's saying, working her mouth like a puppet. Oh, here it is. I got it. You read super chats. I'll bring it up.
Oh, I thought you had the thing. James Prime for $5 says, Econoboi, what would you do if a company kept creating more shares to stop the government from owning a majority? How would you get around this? Or Bell? Yeah, I don't know. Joe the Mig for $5 says, holy fuck, that was literally the context of the debate. Subversion skill leveled up to 100. Gas lighting.
Piece of shit.
Oh yes,
That's what
gaslighting piece of shit. Yes.
Yeah, I thought we
Ah.
were getting a little bit of gaslighting there, but
Yes,
whatever.
Yes. Little debate brain going on. It
You
happens.
you raised your voice, Sitch. I was surprised. I was like, oh wow, Sitch is getting feisty here.
I don't like getting gaslit. Okay, I don't like getting gaslit.
Yeah, that's good. I like it.
Afro Fry Cook for $5 says, should the Republicans give the same credence to the Groyper, since apparently we shouldn't push back against the fringe? Yeah, exactly.
I kept saying that, but it was like, oh,
Right.
I think it's a double standard. You have to admit the Republicans are evil. Oh, okay.
Lives and Des Wall specifically for $2 says the caricature of the online left is accurate. It's funny because he's not even disagreeing with that. He just keeps saying that he doesn't think that they're going to grab hold of the socialist movement, when I don't know why you would, when they were able to grab hold of the cultural movement, the social cultural movement, socialist cultural movement. Ian for $5 says Econoboi doesn't even lift. That's not true. He was lifting very hard to cover for the socialists, for socialism in general. So
to try to uphold, like, you know, basic human rights, Palestinian humanity, oppose the killing of innocent civilians wherever that happens. And I have to tell you, like, I feel really guilty that I'm not doing enough. I think all the time about, I'm a mom, I think all the time about those moms who can't feed their babies. Those babies are starving to death. And I just want to know, like, you're a United States Senator, you did vote for some of the bombs that were dropped on refugee camps. When kids have been sniped in the head, tents firebombed, people set on fire. The entire Gaza Strip turned into rubble. And now we're seeing these emaciated bodies of babies starving to death every day. And
This is so fucking manipulative.
yeah, I mean, I don't know. Do you think that? I'm assuming she feels this way. I feel like it's a real belief.
Her voice is trembling, of course.
Right.
I think it's
Yeah.
ultimately I think it's totally sincere, but I'm just
Right.
It is the Care Harm Foundation. All the way. All the
Yes.
way.
Yes.
You just can't have a conversation about
Right.
this because you can't weigh pros and cons in this kind of situation. She's like,
But I mean, no, I agree with you that it's care harm. But what I'm getting at is there's lots of fucked up situations all over the globe that America has been involved in that have led to lots of people dying or being harmed. In America's, we helped the Saudis do a bunch of horrible things. And it's always just interesting to me that even though they'll all say, yeah, that's all bad, there seems to be the eternal fixation on Israel, or a hyperfixation on Israel specifically, versus some other care harm issues.
no, yeah, that's a great point. And it's a point a lot of right wingers make. They always say, why aren't you worried about this other country where there's all this going on, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she could be describing the hostages in captivity, right? They don't look very good. They look like they're starving, ripped from the homes of their loved ones, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
In captivity for over a year, not knowing if they're going to live or die.
Yes.
But no, she's empathizing with the Gazan people.
I'm fine with emphasizing the Gazan people. It just, as I said, someone who feels this way will never accept this, what I'm saying. They'll just say, well, obviously, it's a horrible situation. That's why I feel this way. And that's fine. But you have to understand the question I'm saying is why there's limited information space.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Totally.
There's limited resources and limited information space that is beamed towards you as an individual in terms of the news and what topics are focused on. I just do wonder, why is Israel top, front and center for the far left, and has been for the last 40 years, very fast, or for longer, maybe the last 60 years.
It's a cause for them.
Yeah. That's kind of funny.
I know what
reminded of, or maybe we should play this clip before I say what I was going to say.
you can do. Does it eat you up? Does it eat you up? Do you think, like, what more could I do? Do you regret any of your votes? Do you regret
let me tell
any
you what
sort
I
of
was working on this
complicity?
morning.
Are you a heartless bitch or what? This is so bad.
Right.
Does it eat you up? Do you feel my pain?
A group of Jewish rabbis and Muslim community leaders came together with a proposal that we are working on just getting, like, if we can't get other aid in, at least get baby formula and nutritional supplements for children in. Let that be kind of a green light, never has a problem. No one's trying to eat baby formula other than a baby, right? That is the proposal that I've been working on all night and this morning. So in terms of what we're trying to do, there's not a moment that goes by that this isn't something that I'm working on and something that my own community, not online, but my own community has practical things that they want to do. They're willing to raise the money. They're willing to buy the formula. They're willing to do whatever we need to do to get it shipped in. That's how I spend my time.
But
That
you're
is
not
how
willing
my
to cut off aid to Israel.
Oh my
That's funny.
Oh my God.
So here's an interesting thing about this. United Nations says that 89% of their Gaza aid trucks have been looted.
Yeah, of course. They're being looted by Hamas, right?
Right. I guess that's the implication.
That is the problem.
Yeah.
You think Hamas wants the UN or Israel to come in and start feeding all these people? Fuck no.
Well, that's kind of, and this is kind of the problem situation, is that you have the UN aid is going to go into the Gaza. It's going to be mostly taken by Hamas. And they're going to, it was interesting. There was a guy who was talking to Konstantin Kisin, who was a journalist, who I believe had, been on the ground there. And he was saying that when some of the Palestinians in Gaza were getting aid, they were confused that they didn't have to pay for it. Okay. Which shows
Hamas
you
makes them fucking pay for it.
Yes, which shows you that Hamas had been taking most of the UN aid and selling it back to people, which is obviously psychotic. But this is why it's so fucked up, and I feel like the situation is so fucked up. Is you have the UN come in and you have Crystal come in and whatever. They drop a bunch of aid. Hamas steals it all because they have all the guns. Obviously, it's going to take it all. If you don't think this, you're just fucking retarded and you don't understand how anything in the world works. Hamas has all the weapons. They take the majority of the aid. They're going to either bogart it for themselves to hide in their tunnels, or they're going to, and then what they want to sell, they're going to sell back to people. And then, or you have the situation where, Israel's handing out the aid, and I don't really trust Israel to hand out the aid appropriately because I think they do have a thought process, or I think Benjamin Netanyahu specifically has a thought process of continuing the war as long as possible and, doing an ethnic cleansing.
Yeah.
So it's like,
Totally.
what's the solution to this? I don't see if there is no solution to this. That's not horrible.
If we cut off aid, would that really change the dynamic?
I don't know.
I don't know
how
that
much aid was getting to them before.
Yeah, I don't know that our aid is essential for Israel. I'm all for cutting off all foreign aid. I think foreign aid is usually...
Oh, you mean aid to Israel? Yeah.
Well, and other places as well. I think the foreign aid does more harm than good. I'm convinced by the Dictator's Handbook. Their argumentation there is top notch. I think these countries would be better off without the foreign aid. That we use the foreign aid, our political and economic elites use the foreign aid to buy their economic and political elites and for some sort of policy prescription that is ultimately bad for the populace in the country. So I don't think it's good for the people. And it's actually sold. I mean, it's obviously sold to a bunch of liberals who are like, we got to help these people. So it's ironic that it really doesn't help them at all.
So it's an interesting thing. And you sent me, there's a video. So Netanyahu is talking about occupying Gaza.
Which, look, we said on October fucking 8th that this is exactly what was going to happen.
Yes. Well, the thing that people like Crystal would not want to accept would be, I think it would have been much more humane and a much better situation for the Palestinians if the goal from early on was to occupy Gaza and to sweep it that way, as opposed to just blowing everyone to shit.
These people would be getting fed, right?
Right. And also everything wouldn't get blown up. Because apparently a lot of what was going on too is that whenever Israel would start going after, bombing an area or doing something, Hamas would actually get some people to evacuate so that then they could then booby trap every inch of the buildings and stuff.
Yeah.
So,
Oh,
an Israeli security cabinet meeting, which had been expected to discuss Netanyahu's call for full occupation of Gaza, has been postponed amid mounting tensions over whether the plan is feasible. Yeah, I don't know if Israel even has the manpower to do that. Amid a stalling ceasefire negotiation with Hamas, Israeli officials have briefed local and international media that the prime minister was considered an expansive offensive aimed at taking control of Palestinian territory after 22 months of war against militant group Hamas. However, senior Israeli militant officers and former senior commanders warned the plan would endanger the lives of the remaining Israeli hostages held by Hamas, risk further international isolation of Israel, and require Israeli soldiers to administer a population in which Hamas fighters were still present. Yeah.
yeah. They're worried about losing. They're going in full guerrilla fighting mode. And there's plenty of Hamas people left.
Yeah, I wonder. So
God,
people
that's
probably
gotta be
don't remember
scary.
this. Was during in like the 70s, I guess, when the oil, or I don't know if it was the 60s or 70s, but when the oil countries and OPEC was boycotting or embargoing the US from oil, so everyone had to stand in these gas lines to get the gas up their cars. There was a lot of people turned on Israel because of that. A lot of people turned on Israel. I don't know if the amount of people that were against Israel that time period is comparable to the amount of people, especially the young people that are against Israel nowadays. I'd be curious to see a comparison of those numbers. So,
Gas lines. Wow.
because I do think that Israel is totally fucked. It seems like Israel's totally fucked in the future. Both the left and the right, the vocal left and right, really does not like Israel at the moment. So I'm not sure how they're going to do in America going forward. Simon McGrath for $5 says, "Good faith, Gary speaking. I understand this, but Econoboi is wrong at the end of the day."
Very wrong.
Joe the Meg for $2 says, "Tankies practice subversion on the regular."
Of course.
Chris Complains for 4 months says, "Econo's problem is that the moderate socialists he's talking about are liberals who think socialism is when the government does things."
I agree. I think that's exactly what's happening.
Yeah.
They think,
To
oh,
some
I'm in
extent.
favor of food stamps. I'm a socialist.
To some extent. I mean, he does want to make the government owns 70% of the wealth or 80% of the wealth, which is pretty crazy.
He tried to say progressive taxation was socialism.
Yeah, I know.
That was great.
That's crazy.
Why
That's when I get
why
mad.
would you want to give that much ammunition to the Republicans?
I know.
Why would you want to do that? What is the purpose of that? Like, yes, Republicans, when you say taxation is theft,
You're right.
you're right. Yeah, exactly.
It's socialism. Chris Complains for 4 months. Oh, I read that one. Blaine's Escape Corner for 2 hours says, "Hassan voted for Kamala. Is he an exception?" Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Did he really? I'm not sure that he did.
I think he said he did.
He might have said that he did. I don't
Well,
think Hassan
okay.
is an honest interlocutor in any way.
Even if he
shape, or
didn't,
form.
in terms of the argument about the polling that Econoboi was bringing up, how people said they voted would be the relevant factor, right?
Sure.
Short Stack Goblin for $5 says, "In the future socialist utopia, my asthma and social anxiety exclude me from the physical labor of any kind. My role will be anime appraiser." There you go.
Oh, that's good.
CS Paffy for 15 months says, "I finally got my membership back. I know I could just buy it myself, but I couldn't help but enjoy savings when some sucker buys it for me."
Don't be mean, Paffy. Come on.
Somebody drop a bunch of memberships.
Well, look, there are members of our community that come in and buy memberships for people, which is nice.
Well, Paffy is
I don't think you should shit on them. So
that's true. You should not
call them suckers.
Fair and Practical for $2 just now said, "I sent an image to Adam on X of aid numbers before versus now." If you want that comparison.
There should be a little button here that I can just press on and say, prevent CS Paffy from getting free membership.
That
Don't you think?
would be nice.
That'd be great.
That'd be nice.
Exclude this person.
Right.
It is funny when there's a bunch of haters in the chat and somebody comes in and is like 50 gifted membership.
Yes, yes.
And I think, oh, these fuckers.
Yep. But yeah, I don't know if you saw that image, the 8 numbers, if that was relevant to what you said
This is on
on
Instagram.
X.
Food supply in Gaza having dwindled.
Joe the Make for $2 says Kamala literally never recounted on those views. That is true.
She couldn't.
Planescape. Yeah, exactly.
How's she going to get the socialist vote?
Plains Escape Corner for $2 says people vote with their wallets. Government vote is free. That is interesting. Yeah, that would be true. Ace for $2 says ask if Antifa are radicals or authoritarian. Why not both? Libertarian Sasquatch for $2 says, is he LGBTQ or just a symbol to virtue signal? Yeah, I thought he said he had a girlfriend on one of the streams. So
I thought I think he's married. I think he has a wife.
Okay. Well, there you go. I
or
guess
a
it's just a
husband.
virtue
We
signal.
never asked. So
Oh, maybe. I could have swore you said girlfriend or wife or something. Joe the Make for $5 says, quote, an entire state of Illinois. LOL, have you seen how gerrymandered that state is? They literally call a district headphones.
Oh my God.
That's pretty bad.
A headphone shaped district. Imagine
There's
living in
all
that district.
All the gerrymandering drama going on in Texas right now. So I'm sure you've
I'm in
seen
the
all
right-
that.
Oh yeah, I've seen it. Gerrymandering.
There you go. Look at that.
Sucks.
M8566 says gifting memberships is pro free speech, and he just gave 5 memberships. So thank you.
Look at this.
Thank
As
you.
long as Paffy doesn't get one.
There you go. Well, you already got one, sadly. Sadly.
Sadly. Oh, here's Ace again. What's he got to say? Let's see. Oh,
Ace for
it's
$5
got to
says
be good. It
Adam.
begins with Adam.
Adam, when did you start to transition into a baby because your behavior can only be described as childish?
Wah. That's interesting,
Terrible.
but I thought
Sammy
I was
said-
relatively well behaved. I'm not perfect. Definitely
Right.
not perfect, but
Sammy said, I don't know why, but the YouTube chat keeps crashing and lagging. Is that on your guys' end or is it YouTube?
it's crashed for me a couple times, unfortunately.
I guess it's on YouTube because on the Creator Studio side, the chat looks okay. I don't know how it looks in OBS or on your guys' end, but
I blame Sitch's internet and or RAM
for the chat, okay, that makes sense. That's
for
fair.
the chat crashing on Sammy's computer or phone.
That's probably true. She's actually on my computer. We're both using the same computer at the moment. so-
Right now, that's hilarious.
Yes.
Sammy's chatting away right next
see,
to Sitch.
The reason
She's
why I need
sitting
so
on
much
his
RAM.
lap. Oh, move over. Let me get
Yeah, see, I have 2 monitors. And the reason that I have all these RAM problems is because Sam has like 100 tabs open for like things she
Oh,
wants to
nice.
buy in
Perfect.
Google Chrome.
Oh yeah, you got to get your Amazon in while you're on the live stream.
Yes.
Am I going to get it
exactly,
delivered
Exactly.
early morning tomorrow or the next day?
Mm-hmm.
I went out. I get up super early. I hate to work.
They
on
rolled their
this-
eyes in the chat.
Oh no. The fuck?
What? Can you hear me? What happened? Did it roll it
Yeah, I
out?
can hear you.
Oh, okay. Joe the Meg for $5 says Venezuela. Oh, I read that one, I think. No, I didn't read that one. Venezuela was 30% and the entire economy collapsed into the worst situation a modern nation outside of war ever. Wow.
Right. 30% collective ownership.
There you go. Speaking of, Sammy in the chat says, I support capitalism, Sitch. The painting fingernails emoji.
True. That's good.
Games for Fedora says, Sitch, you can set inactive tabs to be unloaded. How do I do that? I got to get on that. Tell me how to do that. How do I do that?
You go to Amazon and you search DDR RAM.
Okay. I'll Google it. I'll find out. Thank you, Memes Brand.
Ask Grok.
Ace for $5 says, listen, I find OpenAI to still be so much better than Grok. I feel like I always get really bizarre answers from Grok. That's like half of what I want to know.
Do you really?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you can ask Grok, make AOC naked.
Well,
and,
that's true.
Grok will just do that right up.
That is true. If I try to ask OpenAI to do, or ChatGPT to do anything mildly contentious,
Yeah.
like have a picture of two cartoon characters where one is holding the other one's head underwater, it freaks out. It won't do it.
It's like, nah, not going to
So.
do that. You're like, do a pornographic scene of AOC having sex with Hitler. And Grok is like, coming right up.
Okay. I bet you, though, I've never done that, but I bet you even if I asked that, it would still look funky. Like it wouldn't look right. I'm like, because the handful of times I have asked Grok to make pictures, they're never good. They're never what I actually want to do. So I've never had a good track record with that. Ace for $5 says, don't forget, chat, good faith is when you come out right at the bat insulting someone who dared to disagree with you and you call them a Nazi. That is true. That is true.
Did I call him a Nazi?
I think he's talking about chat.
Oh.
But
Come on, he's not. Come out at the beginning of the debate and insult somebody. What? That's me. That's not chat.
Okay.
Sitch, come on.
But you didn't call him a Nazi.
No, I didn't.
Oh, okay.
Maybe you guys didn't chat, but.
Shortside Goblin for 2 hours says, Adam, we will collectively have nothing. Keep up.
I'm going to own
There you go.
everything. You guys are going to have nothing. You guys can go into the state-funded sovereign wealth fund or whatever. I'm out there. I'm a lone wolf. I'm going to do my own investing.
Jacob Lloyd for $10 says, legit question, is this new system, in the new system, does the public get to decide? Oh, I read that one already. It's about the sheep and chickens. Josue Calajero for $10 says, pass this money along to Econoboi so we can buy and read a copy of Animal Farm. Pay special attention to Snowball, who also had a lot of grand socialist plans that never were subverted by tankies ever.
That's such a good point.
That's funny. That's funny.
What a great book. None of these people have ever read any of our core books, like Why Nations Fail, Dictator's Handbook, The Righteous Mind. They always seem to read some socialist scholar. Why is that, Sitch?
What I've heard from the handful of socialists that have read Dictator's Handbook or the Narrow Corridor, that they despise those books.
They do?
Yeah.
Why Nations Fail does make the argument that property rights are the foundation of Western civilization.
That's why they hate it.
That could probably be like, oh shit, we've been shitting on property rights our entire lives.
Mm-hmm. Joe Make for $10 says, quote, I have a subjective view. What a genuine piece of quote, I'm about to vote for Stalin to kill the kulaks.
That's your
Short-side
subjective view?
Short-side Goblin for $2 says, this guy being willfully obtuse, he's a jellyfish. Memes Brand for $10 says, I'm a bit behind, but something to add to the asthma goal conversation from a while. In a recent video, he said he would want society. In a recent video, he said he would want society should be 40% socialism and 60% capitalism today. That's pretty interesting. Be curious as to what that 40% socialism would look like.
Is that counting police forces and the justice system as collectively owned?
It seems like it's fashionable for everyone on the internet to be populist nowadays. So Barry Bruiser for $10 says, answers are usually only as good as the questions before them. Putting the poisoning blood phrase in the question gives you the quality you were asking for with a question like that. See, I wonder, because I'm assuming that question came out when Trump made that comment. So I do think it's an insane fucking comment to make. And you can go back to our streams. I said that. I think we got into an argument about that with somebody about that phrase, because I do think that phrase is an insane comment to make. But I wonder how many people would disagree to it because Trump said it. And they're Trump supporters.
Well, you understand what I was saying about if you just phrased it hurting the country. There's it seems like there's two questions involved in that polling question, right? There's the question of is immigration hurting the country, and there's the question of should this be phrased this way, right? And a good poll only asks one question, not two questions in the same question.
I think the majority of Trump voters, I think the majority of people, I've always said this, I think the majority of people who don't watch our show are stupid. Everyone who watches our show are geniuses. Everyone who doesn't watch our show is stupid. Okay. So that includes the majority of people. The majority of people in the world that don't watch our show are stupid. So the majority of Trump voters that don't watch our show, I think they wouldn't even really know what that phrase, they wouldn't understand the connotations of that poisoning the blood of the country phrase, even anyway.
Because they wouldn't know that Trump said it or that it
Well, they would know Trump said it, I think, but they just be like, oh, that just means they're bad. Like they wouldn't, I don't even know if they would perceive it through the weird sort of ethno-nationalist, quasi-fascist lens. That
yeah, they would translate it in their mind.
Right.
Illegal immigration is bad for the country. And they would just say, yes, true.
Yeah.
And then Econoboi would get that poll and he'd say, these people are fucking racists.
Right. Well, he said they weren't, Adam. He said he didn't know, but Ace for $5 says there's a criticism to have about Econoboi, but Adam in the chat didn't have their milk, so they had to cry about him to no end.
I mean, Ace, I don't think there was too much crying.
I felt like I was yelling more at him
than I was.
than
Hell
Adam
yeah.
was
Are you
for,
kidding
like,
me?
percentage time, but
I just went in there at the very beginning. Surgical strike. And then I was like, okay, now I'm going to lay back. Now that I've softened him up for
it's all about, listen, it's all about first impressions, okay?
None of that was planned. And if he had not had been such a smug twat about the Trump thing, none of that would have happened. That wouldn't
It's
have
funny
gone
because
that
like
way.
I didn't even perceive that. Like I don't even know if I really heard that. Like it just went right over my head.
Mm-hmm.
So
Oh, but you have to admit that having Trump as president now has been so terrible for the country.
well, obviously he's
we're
a
barely
socialist.
surviving here.
He's a socialist. Obviously, he's going to say that.
Admit,
I mean, that's
Adam, you must admit
a socialist.
that
is
we're
obviously
on
gonna feel that way.
life support here.
Right.
I do declare.
Okay. I do declare, sir.
Our country may never survive.
Gonna have the fainting couch. Dutch from Red Dead for $5 says, if you're a true believer in socialism, you will become a tanky eventually. It's the logical conclusion. I think some people could not become tankies, but I think the movement inevitably will always get consumed by tankies. I don't think they have a defense against tankies.
Yeah, that's the problem.
It's funny because
problem.
The argument that Carl always makes about liberalism that we say isn't true, it's true about socialism.
Right.
It's not true about liberalism because liberalism has a foundational different belief structure that Carl ignores, but it's definitely true about socialism.
Right.
Ace for $5 says, so this episode confirmed that Sitch is basically the only adult in the room. Adam and chat have to cry as if Econoboi is destiny.
Oh, look, now
Interesting.
Now chat is turning on Ace at this point in his super chatting.
I assume chat was always turned on Ace.
Well, I think chat was doing a lot of defending me. Like, Ace, you're really getting out of control here. Adam's not really, like, Adam hasn't said anything for 20 minutes now.
And first of all, it's always been clear that I'm the only adult in the room. Ace, what are you talking about?
Sad, but fair.
Okay.
Who wants to be the adult in the room?
That's true.
Oh my
Adam is
God,
always
it
more
sounds
fun
so
than me.
fucking stuffy.
It's true. I'm stuffy. Adam has always been more fun.
Don't be stuffy, guys. We want to have fun. People are here for equal parts drama and equal parts education.
Lucifer Doman for 2 Canadian says, incentives drive culture. Adam Friended 2019.
True.
Very true. Joe the Make for $5 says, the Wikipedia page, all good, bros. Time for bed. Stalin killing 40 million is an aberration. Yeah, exactly.
Just
Stooge
change that wiki.
You gotta, yeah. Stooge McDuck for 20 months says funded by JMac. The mop and bucketing is getting ridiculous.
Nice.
Slate King for $10 says this sounds like a conversation with people who sell the Liberty dollars. It's money, but it isn't legal tender.
Hmm.
David
Really?
Kane for $5 says his mask is covered in Vaseline. No wonder it keeps slipping.
Wow. You sure it's Vaseline?
Oh, gross. Ace for $2 says Trotsky gets it the worst, boy. Fuck Trotsky. Throw him in the wood chipper with
Look at
Stalin
you.
and Lenin and all those people. Joe the Mig for $10 says Norway isn't socially owned. They literally operate their entire oil production as a capitalist organization, which is why they outlived Venezuela.
Good.
Gypsy Harlow for $5 says Sitch, the urge to remove these people is becoming too strong. How must I live with these morons in my nation? Metalworks 41190 for $5 says where in the history of liberalism has become an authoritarian state or been taken over by radicals? Funny, isn't it? Funny, isn't it? Where's the radical authoritarian liberal state that has been produced yet? Doesn't exist.
Yeah, good.
Commander Caleb for $10 says decommodifying utilities is the easiest example because their usage and production is comparably easy to graph and predict. Food and other goods immediately run into the economic calculation problem. That's a good point. Joe the Meg for $10 says freedom of speech, the cornerstone of socialism, LMAFO. Yeah, exactly.
Is it? Wow.
Cameraman for $5 says the meaningful and meaningfully more free is where he's hiding the crux of his position so you can substitute your own view of meaning. Yeah, that's when you get the whole definition of what the fuck is freedom when you say something like that, yeah.
I kept thinking of the organs experiment too, where you take 10 sick people and one healthy guy and you redistribute his organs to them, yeah.
Right.
And then you say collectively, well, aren't we all much freer now?
Yes.
Right?
Yes. Right.
I mean, 10 of us are living happy, healthy lives now.
Right.
I mean, let's not talk about the guy we carved up to have all this freedom, but
I guess that'd be like a good, interesting, extreme hypothetical to pose to socialists because they'll be against that. And they'll say, well, you can be in favor of it without being extreme. That's a straw man. And it's like, okay, that's fair. But what is the principle? What is the socialist principle against that?
yeah, that's the way to ask it.
And how does it contradict the first principle of socialism? Yeah.
I mean, as soon as you're talking about individual rights, it seems obvious why. Oh, yeah, that's bad.
Yeah.
And if you can have 20% more wealth, but there's all these restrictions in how you can spend that wealth, like what? How is that more freedom?
Because you can buy more knickknacks.
You can have all this wealth, but you got to save it.
You can buy more fidget spinners.
Oh my God.
I bought a fidget spinner. I don't know if you guys can hear it.
Oh, did you? Good for you.
Sam has a really cool, it's like a Cloud Strife Buster Sword ruler that I would always spin and flick around when we were streaming, but it always like flat in my hand and like I don't want to break it. So I got a fidget spinner. I've never had a fidget spinner. It's like I'm back in 2000s.
Are they
the
fun?
early 2000s.
I've never had one either.
It's okay. It's working. It's keeping
Nice.
my ADD in check. Ace for $5. Look at this. Ace. What are you doing here?
Coming in hot. Where's
Yeah, I like that. Batosai is like the adult in the room. That's right. The adult in the room here is spinning a little fidget spinner. That's pretty funny. Look at Ace here for $5. He's doing Ace. Listen, I love you, Ace. And I love you because you give us a lot of money specifically. And I'm a capitalist. But you're doing like the quintessential no, okay? The quintessential cuck behavior here. You should never do those things.
He typed in How do
He
you
said
type out apologize and think, oh,
he,
this will be a banger super
he
chat?
said I apologize in the super chat. Okay, he did the
How
Randy
do you
Marsh
do that?
kissing the Jesse Jackson
What
ass.
are the responses here?
Look,
I got to see what people
terrible,
responded. Cope spiral.
terrible.
State mandated chocolate milk breaks.
How do you see the
It
replies?
does feel like the combo got off to a bad start immediately. Lol. That's Kick Nastanza though. Kick Nastanza is all. I'm starting to get the names of the people who are very left and the people who are very right. Which I think it's great that we have both operating in our chat and interacting with each other and seemingly able to deal with that, where most live streams it's got to be like one consistent partisan group. Did you figure out how to do it? You click on the three little dots up
I
there.
did. It doesn't work.
Click on the three little dots and say
Yeah.
channel. Oh no, wait. Channel
Okay, being smug and condescending. Now you're like,
channel
wait.
activity. Channel activity is different. You can click on channel activity. Oh no, you click on the comment part of it. You click on the little comment icon in the bottom, and the comments pop up.
No. Like if I see the super chat in the chat itself, then yeah, that works. But if I'm looking on the viewer activity screen, I don't think I can access it.
Oh yeah, no, you can't.
That's what I meant. Yeah.
Only I can do it. Sorry.
But Ace for $5 says, Econoboi, on behalf of Adam and the chat, I apologize.
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 I hope you're on your knees apologizing.
Apologize.
Puckering up, and I hope Econoboi has his pants down, his butt in your face.
You don't have to apologize. Econoboi said he thought the conversation was productive and good. So don't apologize. They didn't have their nappy, so they were really grumpy today. Terrible.
They didn't have their nappy. Well, at least it's entertaining. His super chats are entertaining.
That's true. Ace for $2 says Carl Gon was right.
About the socialism?
Yeah, what about what? Yeah, what do you mean by that?
Some people were saying, oh my God, it's Carl's socialism.
It is. Yeah, that is true. The Real Wholesaler for $5 says people are poor because they don't work hard at things that make money.
True. Yeah.
I say that's most of it. I mean, there are some people that just get totally fucked in life, but most of it is, yeah, that and also having really bad spending habits and decision making.
A lot of people don't really care about money at all. And, they just want to work a dumb job and barely get by, which is fine. I got nothing against those people. All the love in the world to those people. I don't think we should restrict the people who do want to work super hard, work their fucking asses off and their fingers to the bone and all that stuff, because those people create a lot of wealth for a lot of people, a lot of jobs. They do a lot of good in the world. It's true.
Oh my God, look at this. David Puff for 35 months says, Vanessa is coming to Canada tomorrow and I'm taking her on a romantic trip through the mountains. Wish me luck. Shout out to Finding Love in chat.
What the fuck? For real? That's awesome.
Look at that. Amazing. Amazing.
That's fucking, oh my God. Everybody. Thoughts and prayers. Let's get behind this.
Exactly.
Holy shit.
Cool.
This just made my day. This totally made my day. Oh God, I hope it goes well.
I wasn't going to say anything, but
Sitch is like,
no, I'm saying you don't want to fuck it up, so now everyone in chat knows you fucked it up. Because everyone's going to want the details. But I'm sure it'll go great. I'm sure Dave Puff and Vanessa will.
No pressure.
Swimmingly. Yes, no pressure.
No pressure.
Yes. Exactly.
My God, no, it's an amazing amount of pressure, but whatever.
Yeah. It's all good. Slensder for $5 says, Econoboi, which industries will be nationalized to afford WF funding, or do we just seize wealth or tax the wealth into oblivion? Fair and Practical Progress for 2. Ossibuck says, why doesn't he just say he wants liberal socialism? Dutch, I read that one.
He hates liberals.
Dalen Nelson for $10 says the system he's advocating for is exactly what the Nazis did with their economy.
Uh-oh.
I don't know enough
State
about what they
capitalism?
specifically did. Yeah, I should look. That'd be funny if that was the case. I mean, Dev said that they had that conversation like that. So, Coding Jesus for $2. Thank you. Says, how do I claim my share of the public wealth? I
Well,
mean,
you
you
have to
get
vote for a politician that's going to offer you a share of it.
Yeah, exactly. You vote for a politician that's going to give you sums.
Yeah. Who's going to
Give us
say,
all sums.
we're going to give Coding Jesus some of that money.
Dave Puff said, we've been kind of a thing for a while. I'm pretty confident. Wow, look at that. I'm glad
Well,
love
that's
is
good,
finding
yeah.
its way in the chat.
That's
Okay.
good. Oh, Vanessa's ringing in too here.
Right.
Oh, but she's talking to Sammy G.
Yeah. Uray for $5. Oh, I read that one. The real wholesaler for $2 says maximizing value promotes short-term thinking. Interesting. Fair and Practical Progress for $5 for 10 Aussie bucks says, I enjoy living in Australia, a social democracy. Econoboi would likely support capitalist economy, democratic governance, social programs for safety and equity. He is being a poor advocate. Too many on the left resort to condescension and personal insults. Dumb fuck. And I wish there was more maturity. True.
I mean, I did call him a condescending twat a couple times. Not to
You
his
did.
face, I think after the fact.
That's true.
And I just said, why are all leftists condescending pricks?
The real wholesaler for $2 says, at that point, why do we need money? And then French says, why even work? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If the government owns 80% of the wealth, I really don't know what their incentive is to start a business at that point. But Val Van Gogh for $5 says, Econoboi sees himself fulfilling the promise that liberalism failed to do. The neo-reactionary critique is dead on. Interesting. Canvas Infinitum. Thank you for the $5. Says the only reasons these socialist countries work is because of U.S. capitalism. The majority of stocks Norway owns are here. That is true. Short Side Goblin for $2 says, can the shoe shop owner become a billionaire? Theoretically.
Yeah. But obviously you got to tax that billion away because you're going to need that to invest in another business. I wonder what the demographics of Norway are.
Yeah, I don't know what the age. I'm curious with the age breakdown too. They're having the birth rate problems that other countries are having. Dalen Nelson for $10 says, never mind. He's not even talking about socialism or fascism. I think he's advocating for mercantilism with democratic elements. I don't know how you do this without massive taxation, force, or raw force. You wouldn't.
It's definitely not what we would traditionally call socialism. So
no. Well, it's kind of like it is socialism, but it's like a very roundabout way to get there. Essentially. Libertarian Sasquatch for $2 says, so the civil fund is the and it's gone meme. I mean, probably, yeah. The real Jose for $5 says, Econoboi, if the government owns more than 50% of a company, doesn't that mean the government can just order a company to do something? Yes.
How does if a company has a banger earnings report, the stock price will jump because a lot of private investors will come in and bid up the stock price. How does that work if it's just owned by some sovereign wealth fund?
I don't know.
How does the stock price move up? They just move it up?
I don't know. I don't understand. That's what, I think that's why Dev's question was spot on. Was if the government owns 80% of the wealth, how are they selling the stock to? Like, how does stock price even make sense at that point?
Right.
Like, how does any of this stuff have value?
Yeah.
Would you
that's
literally,
a huge question.
I mean, would you literally just have the government picking winners and losers at that point?
I should have asked Econoboi if he trades stocks, because obviously I know about trading stocks because I've done
Right.
it. And I know what happens. I've watched those earnings reports come out and I've seen what happens to the stock price and I know what's going on, right? Investors are like getting in.
Mm-hmm.
But all that just vanishes as soon as it's 80% of the stock's owned by some sovereign wealth fund. I guess he would say that the different sovereign wealth funds are competing. They're the ones that are going to go in and bid against one another.
Joe Sullivan for $5 says Econoboi was advocating for how China's economy works, so he's absolutely correct. He isn't talking about socialism. Is that I don't think that's I know China has a sovereign wealth fund, but I don't think it has this massive stake the way that he's advocating for. I do think China has a large amount of state-owned enterprises. Oh, or maybe that's what they mean is I guess the question is how does China own these enterprises? Does it own it through holding companies? So maybe that is what he's suggesting. Well, that's a terrible fucking idea. Why would anyone want that? Boba Pack for $5 says if Econoboi socialist system is 100% voluntary, what's to incentivize companies to go public? Would they be allowed to reprivatize? Ace for $5 says, Adam, explain how Trump has fight for the working class. All the evidence points in the opposite direction. He has been helping only the rich.
Only the rich? I mean, the no tax on tips and the no tax on Social Security is probably not just only helping the rich, right? Going after the immigration stuff also, I think the rich are like, leave our immigrants alone.
M8566 for $5 says, are you guys going to watch the Crystal Ball interview on Thursday? Maybe. I don't know. It might be too late. We'll see if there's anything else going on or not, I guess. It is a very interesting conversation. So maybe we still will. There's nothing else catches our fancy by Thursday.
We should watch Vito and Dick Masterson fighting.
Now or for Thursday?
Thursday.
Yeah, it's kind of off topic for us.
I know, it is.
Dr. Adam, refriended Brigadier General for $10 says, Econoboy's face confuses me. LOL. Is he Asian or white or ginger? I can't tell. Just like his face throws me off, his economic policy does too. Is he proposing socialism or fascism?
It's socialism with fascist elements.
Yes. Shortstack Island for $2 says, Sitch, sure you own 51%, but they own 100% of the force. That's true.
The monopoly on violence.
Sketch for $2 says, Kono Dio da Epstein. Oh my God. That's funny. He said it in Japanese too.
Did he really? Wow.
Yeah. Classic, it was me, Dio. JoJo meme.
Oh, yeah.
Adam Gadbaugh for 36 months says Adam should come out swinging from the get-go more often.
True.
JMac for 40 months of being outside the simulation. Thank you so much for 40 months. Top tier. Look at that.
Look at that. I know. Executive
"Hey,
producer
Sitch."
extraordinaire.
Hey, Sitch, you practicing your smash skills because I'm coming for you. What you gonna do, brother? Because I'm gonna bring the pain. Can you smell what the Mac is cooking? I'm coming for your stocks. Ooh, yeah.
Look at that. What is this game? I have to play this game.
Smash Brothers. JMac wanted to do some kind of Smash Brothers
Tournament or something.
tournament or something, which I have to. The last time I played Smash Brothers, I got a girlfriend, and then I never picked it up again.
Smash.
I mean, I guess it was a useful skill. I remember as a little kid playing video games, my parents would say, Sitch, why are you wasting your time playing video games? That's a useless skill. And I'm like, oh, really, Mom? Well, look at me now.
Yeah, exactly.
The Real Hall Senator for $2 says if Kamala won, Iran would have nukes. Ooh, maybe. That definitely is
That could
very
happen.
possible. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Armagad for $2 says Candace Owens slash Destiny Bennell for president 2028 looking for group. That's funny.
Wow. It's quite the ticket.
Yes. The Real Jose for $5 says Sitch, you're selling it short. The Econoboi system would give the government the right to force any company they had 51% in to do anything. It's fascism. Or following that regulation is work. True. Paul Watson for $5 says if you vote Democrat, you are essentially supporting this guy, which makes you a communist. We can't be afraid to call these Democrats communists. I mean, I don't know how many times we have to tell you, man. It doesn't make any sense. You're literally just giving the communist ammunition every time you say this. You're weakening your own cause every time you say this. What? Be my guest. The Oceanus for $5 says, why do leftists think they have a monopoly on anti-capitalism? The far right also hate it, but for different reasons. True.
Some do.
M8566 for $10 says Israel has won the war. They're occupying now. They should be going counterinsurgency, which would include helping the population in order to civilize the region. Otherwise, the people will join Hamas. Yeah, I agree with that last part.
I don't know
definitely.
how restricted they are by troop numbers. They don't have a really big fighting force. Occupation is hard. Very hard.
LFG is let's fucking go, Sitch. Oh, you know what? I play a lot of WoW. Okay. So every time I see LFG, that's just when my brain instantly goes.
Let's fucking go.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair.
What did you say?
Looking for group.
looking
Because that's what you see in WoW. You see people spam the chat looking for group. They say LFG, you know, level 60 rogue looking for a group. Like you just see LFG like constantly. So it's kind of like burned in my brain. That's what it means.
Oh, let's fucking go. Enough of these acronyms.
Fair enough. Fair and Practical Progress for 2 Aussie bucks says, oh, I read that one already. M8566 for 5 get to memberships. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Board 3659 for $5 says you should have a conversation with Liquid Zulu or Mentis Wave. Both are ANCAPs, and it'd be interesting to see your views on it. S class is best class.
Sure.
Yeah, maybe. I'll try. Like, I'll admit ANCAPs trigger the fuck out of me, but I'll try to be
What is that
clear-minded
one
about
guy
it.
who he's got to be 1,000 times more smug than the Econoboi ever was? The
Who?
ANCAP guy. I can't remember his name. Libertarian, Fabian Libertarian or something like that.
Did we ever talk to
He's
him?
been on, I think, maybe a couple of times.
Hmm.
Oh, that guy triggers the fuck out of me. He is so smug. He is just so fucking smug.
Right.
That's my Achilles heel, Sitch.
I
Right
do
there.
feel like I haven't watched Liquid Zulu. I think I have seen a Mentis Wave video, but I don't remember it. So I'm not talking about them, but I do feel like most ANCAPs I've ever interacted with are super smart.
Oh, of course they are. Yeah.
I don't know why. It's like it seems like there's some correlation there.
Yeah.
M8566 for $5 says MSNBC, quote, people turn off the TV after election day so they don't know the world is on fire. End quote. LOL, people don't know, then it's not on fire.
True. There you go. That's exactly right.
The Real Halsonate for $5 says Asmongold doesn't know anything about anything except when he says something I agree with.
Well, that's
Asmongold
good.
it's interesting. I was talking to Sam about this the other day. Asmongold has a very I'd say knee-jerk common sensism approach, I think, to most situations. So
And that's
there'll be
why
a
he's
lot of times-
popular? Because he
I
just
think that's
says
why he's
what a lot of
popular.
people believe.
Yeah. And he says it he says it
Folksy kind of way.
he says it in an intelligent way. People say that he's stupid. I don't think that's true. Asmongold's
Yeah.
not stupid at all. He's able to intelligently articulate and break down complicated issues into a common sense package, which sometimes is very correct. Now, sometimes it's not very correct, but that's just the way it goes, I guess. The world would be boring if we all agreed, right?
Yeah.
Blaine's
I
is-
mean, sometimes I have trouble articulating myself. So
Exactly. It's a good skill to have.
It is
So,
excellent. Yeah. He who communicates best tends to win
right. Right.
in all kinds of endeavors. It's not
Right.
just internet blood sports.
Lane's Escape Corner for $2 says Sitch used no. It was super effective. Always.
Yeah.
The real Holtzinator for $2 says you don't understand. Ace is objectivism personified. I would
What's that
believe
mean?
that. He's an objectivist. You know, like he's an Ayn Randian.
Really? I don't think so.
Well, I don't think so either, but I'm going to say he is because it's funny.
It is funny,
I
but
feel like it would annoy him. Hypnotoad for $2 says Dick kicked Vito today, said Noel was right. Vito equals pedo.
what? Really? Holy shit, this
Holy
is
shit.
that escalated fast.
I don't watch their show. I have no clue what's going on. All I know is I've seen them fighting on X, and I have no clue what the context of the fight is.
Well, there's this video Katie did is a Comicsgate clip channel, and she's been clipping the biggest problem in the universe, I think, is their podcast. And she clipped a video a couple days ago that is just, I mean, it's tough. It's tough. You can tell Vito is super uncomfortable. There's like obviously some conflict going on there. So I don't know what it is.
Dr. Dealer for $2 says some insane levels of naivety here on par with when we have socialism will just teach people not to be greedy or proud in regards to what his interpretation of these concepts are. Even under the stupid system, which doesn't outlaw private business, you're still going to get billionaires. Gabe Newell owns 50.1% of Valve, a private corporation is worth $10 billion. Do you think the government will allow that?
Yeah, that's the question. He
yeah.
leaned on a lot of, everything will be exactly the same as it is. Well, how's this going to deal with the wealth inequality problem if everything is exactly the same way as
Right.
it is?
If everything's
That's my
exactly the same,
biggest
I
question.
mean, everything can't be the same that it is. You're talking about radically redistributing wealth, right?
Are you? I mean, you're talking about putting a lot of wealth into a sovereign wealth fund. What happens from there, right?
Right.
Well, we'll just have the political process and it'll be exactly the same as it is. Republicans will get in and start doling out everything to their supporters, and then Democrats will do the same.
Dr. Live for $2 says every specialist service or even trade union will be able to charge through the nose in tax dollars because instead of the free market, you'll be bargaining with the government and you won't be able to replace them. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, to think about that. Fondue for George says, I can't wait to ask permission to buy a PS5 from my congressperson in the socialist utopia. Dr. Live for free. Look, you're more free now, Fondue. You have more money. Dr. Live for $2 says, how can we balance the budget and fund Medicare for all if the dollar isn't based on a concrete asset and the government can print however much it wants? You'd have to find extra money somewhere. Puts the con in Econoboi. Oof. Oof. Big oof. Fondue for $10. Thanks so much. Says all these policies I like are socialist because I call myself a socialist and I like them. Econoboi, please just call yourself a mixed economist and all this explanation would not be necessary.
That would simplify a lot.
Dr. Diller for $2 says when he was explaining his why, I got the distinct expression, the distinct impression, the light at the end of the tunnel was, I don't like billionaires. Billionaires giving you the ick isn't a good reason to change the economy. Fondue for $2 says Econoboi identifies what an economy is, how trans activists identify gender. Dr. Diller for $2 says another brilliant feature of the Econoboi socialism, because most of the capital in the world will be going to these businesses. If the economy ever tanks, you can literally bankrupt the government overnight. Yeah, that wouldn't be good.
I mean, they still have a printing press, right?
Sure, but it would add like an insane deficit to the government.
Yeah,
that didn't exist.
How do you deal with the housing crash when the government owns all of these businesses?
Right.
Is the government going to own JP Morgan Chase? Are they going to own Lehman Brothers?
I don't know. So, Dr. Lib-To-Commie says, so if the government owns most of the wealth and as investors wants to drive capital, what incentives do they have to preserve workers' right? You're working 80 hours a week for Uncle Sam, bucko. There you go. Sotos for $2 says, to Adam's last point, yes, the government owning 30% of a company's shares can have influence, but why would they care? Government could just pass a law that has 100% control of the business anyway.
Well, not a law that's unconstitutional, obviously.
Right. But the problem is that this would incentivize the government financially in a way in which they are not incentivized currently to monkey with businesses. Like right now, a system is set up, and I guess it should come up in the conversation, is that I think having the government use taxes incentivizes the economy to just do good because then you increase your tax base, but it doesn't necessarily directly incentivize the government to pick winners and losers. Now, I know the government can do that in other ways, but the core principle of the government is not necessarily incentivized to pick winners and losers. I feel like the situation or the system Econoboi is laying out does incentivize the picking of winners and losers very, very directly and kind of bakes it into the core government principle, or I should say government operating procedure. Dr. Lil for $2 says, if a socialism dictates working for a company is an exploitative dynamic, wouldn't this be advocating that the government explicitly enslave the population? That's why the other socialists would fucking hate this. They would not be in favor of this system at all.
Yeah, and wait till they find out that Econoboi is this weird socialist. They're going to be like, he fooled us.
Sotos for $2 says, I quite literally logged in for only the last 5 minutes of debate. I must congratulate Econoboi. He's discovered the fourth economic model, separate from capitalism, socialism, and Georgism. He discovered retardism. Good for him.
Welcome to retardism.
Terrible.
The ultimate ism.
Yes. Fondue for $2 says, we need more water-based analogies. Always.
Mm-hmm.
Holton for $2 says, can we not just completely automate our economy and then execute the lower 50% of the population by income? Ooh. Yeah.
Wouldn't that make everyone freer?
What if you, well, I mean, you get into the whole, like, why doesn't 51% enslave the 49%? 51% will be freer, you know?
Right.
Solid for $2 says, sure, the thing about him and Epstein sharing a girlfriend is already public. It's not nearly as bad as a pedo accusation. If I were Trump and the cuck thing was the only thing in the files, I'd bite the bullet and release it all. Yeah, but maybe if it came out, if Trump said that he shared a girlfriend with Epstein, everyone would assume that he was involved in the pedo stuff automatically. That would be the issue. They all automatically assume, well, if he did that, he must have done something worse. Don't you think?
Sure. Yeah.
So
a lot of people assume that already. I mean,
right.
Everyone on the left is constantly calling him a pedophile.
Yes. Paulson for $2 says, when were the Palestinians begging the UN to kill Hamas? When were they fighting to overthrow them? When were they begging Israel and the West to set them free from Hamas's reign? Never happened. Kill them all. God knows his. Jesus Christ, Paulson. I think it's a little psychotic. I do not support that.
Yeah, there's innocent people there that
Yeah.
probably fucking are just dealing with a bunch of bullshit. It's the same. It's the same for us, obviously, as Americans. If we got involved in a situation, or our government got involved in a situation that we were against, and everyone fucking hated us for it, not much we could do, right?
Well, no, it's like, I don't blame the people of North Korea that's being subjugated by the North Korean government. And you're like, well, fuck them. It's like, okay, I mean, they're in a horrible situation, or they're completely, at the mercy of their own government. There were videos I did see of people in Gaza, Palestinians in Gaza, talking about how much Hamas sucks and how shitty Hamas was. And then I did see reports that those people would be killed or attacked or beaten up. I mean, you have a situation where a terrorist mafia organization controls Gaza, and subjugates the people. So I do have empathy for those people. Now, if those people engage in crazy violence against Israel, I don't have any empathy for them. But that's why I treat people as individuals. So Solo for $2 says Iowa's redistricting system is one of the best in the country. The nonpartisan legislative staff drew up the maps according to statutory criteria. Then the legislature votes it up or down with no amendments. I'm simplifying. Interesting. That's good, I guess. I think all redistricting should be done in the most nonpartisan way possible. The whole gerrymandering process is super fucked.
Shouldn't they gerrymander it so the representation is proportional to the support? Would you be in favor of that?
What, I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, you could. There could be no gerrymandering where you just have a computer randomly draw.
I understand what you mean
right?
by gerrymandering for good. I'm saying I don't understand the criteria you.
But that random process is still going to yield winners and losers the same way. Right. You shuffle a deck of cards and you deal it, you're going to get winners and losers, right? But it's just random because you shuffled.
Yeah, I get that.
You could gerrymander districts so if the state has 60% Republicans and 40% Democrats, that the representation is 60% Republicans and 40% Democrats, right? Which seems like it would be fair, right?
Yes.
People want to be represented. Yeah. So
I shouldn't say I'm against gerrymandering. I should say I'm against partisan gerrymandering.
The thing that they always want to do is they want to gerrymander it so they have 40% Republican support, and that turns into 60% representation, right?
Right.
That's the part that seems unfair.
Right. Or they want to turn 40% Republican and 40% Democrat representation into 20%.
Yeah. We have the technology to gerrymander now.
For good.
Yeah, my thinking is, gerrymandering is going to happen. The ship has kind of sailed. The question is, what is the fair way to draw these districts, right?
Yeah, the way you suggested is probably the best way. Say, okay, just whatever the last election cycle is, if you redraw the districts, it should be based on trying to achieve that percentage or something.
Right.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Or do the random thing and just let the chips fall where they may.
I don't think that'd be a good idea either.
Well, but the worst way is gerrymandering, so one party has an extreme advantage.
Random would be better.
Unearned
Sure. Right.
Where there's 15 libertarians in the state, but they have 30 representatives, right? 30 Congress people. That could never happen.
I wonder if it would be, the outcome would be if you gerrymandered to make the districts as competitive as possible, if that would breed more moderates, more compromise.
That could be interesting, right?
Yeah.
So every single district is like
a purple district.
Is that possible?
It's not possible, but you could make as many as you could possibly make purple districts.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting. Sodoge for $4 says, I still have to watch the debate, but it sounds like Econoboi has an old Catholic view of freedom. That freedom was the freedom to act the way God wants you to overcome base humanity, not the freedom to choose things. Well, that's interesting. This is the same Catholic view of freedom that Sargon has, but replaced God with socialism. Protestants formed our modern view of freedom. Sophia Rosenfield has a book on it, Age of Choice, History of Freedom in the Modern Life. Ooh, we should check that out, because that does sound very relevant to sort of the socialist view of things. It's also interesting too, because James Lindsay always points the finger at Catholics and socialists being very closely aligned, or a lot of socialism coming out of Catholicism. So maybe that's why. Arrhythmus for $4 says, this is a crazy conversation. Even if I can run a sole proprietorship in this ideal socialist world, when I have a good quarter and need a place to invest money I can't spend, now I invest in other companies. the government monopolizes the market, then what is anyone supposed to do with their money? Am I supposed to just stick it under the mattress? Is that my retirement plan?
You
Yes.
buy gold.
You buy crypto. You buy Trump coin.
It is interesting, isn't it?
Wouldn't, I just realized that the number one government corruption in that system would be you'd have all the politicians would create some business and then with the goal of immediately making it public to get the government to buy a bunch of shares.
Oh, so that they could get rich.
So they could get rich, right? That'd be the way to game the system if you're a politician.
I mean, a lot of Medicare fraud is based on selling bullshit to the government, right?
Of course.
The government is the dumb money.
Yes. Arithmus for $2 says, also, if holding companies already own 75% of the market and the government is going to buy up 80% of the market, do private holding companies cease to exist, or do they snap up or hold on to the remainder of the market? They would, I guess they'd cease to exist, or private people would not be able to own shit because they'd have to be competing against private holding companies and foreign governments. So, and Arithmus for $2 says, Econoboi says the government capitalizes gains by selling shares from one government-owned holding company to another competing government holding company. How does the transaction possibly result in a non-zero gain? Did he say that? If he said that, I missed that because that wouldn't make any sense. That's not that's just printing money with extra steps. Fondue for $6 says, on an unrelated note, Magic the Gathering came out with a sci-fi set. The setting seems pretty cool, and the commander decks have spacecrafts at the helm. I love the aesthetic and got both. Oh, wow. Interesting. Interesting.
That's my line. You're using my word now.
Out. You're not allowed to say interesting.
I say interesting all the time.
Oh, okay.
That's my catchphrase.
Yours
is thus.
Thus? I haven't said thus in a long time.
Thus.
I feel like I need to go back to thus. Thus exto facto ad hominem ed ad nauseum. Kristen Brandon for $2 says, funny, the last time we see Hogan is getting booed at. Oh, really? Sad.
Oh, wow.
The Jackson trade for 28 months says, hello, boys. Just got off work, so I have to catch up. Big thanks to the person posting the episode on Spotify. The YouTube ads are the worst. Are they?
Yeah, Sitch turn the ads on. People were complaining about that in the chat.
So YouTube told me they're like that they have some new ads that are supposed to go during stream that are not supposed to cover up the stream or play over the stream. So how's that all going? Are they terrible? Is everyone okay with that?
Can't be video ads. Yeah, I don't know. Check the chat. AKA Batosai is the one that's posting the stream, so big shout out to him.
Jeff McIntyre for $10 says, I'm 4 hours behind. I was a little disappointed when Adam called Econoboi condescending the first 5 minutes, but just 1 hour later, I'm thinking, holy shit, he is so damn condescending.
Look, don't mess with me. I know.
Could smell it. Okay, that's it.
The smugness. Oh, God, it gets under my skin.
Well, thank you, everyone, for your incredibly generous donations today.
I know. Look at this.
It was fantastic. Thank you. Thank you, Econoboi, for coming on and talking to us, even though the conversation was a little contentious, but still fun.
You've increased the Sitch and Adam Sovereign Wealth Fund.
That's true.
Tremendously. So thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Dev, for coming on at the end there. And thank you all for tuning in. And we'll check you all, or hope to see you all on Thursday.
Have a good night, everyone.
Bye-bye. I stole it. I stole it from you.
That's okay.
Bye-bye is part of the Sovereign Wealth Fund of the Sitch